Chapter 1601, An Ushered Era of Chaos. A party of terrifying enders of reality moved as they started off a maddening assassination attempt on a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline, but this was not an isolated event, not by a long shot. Across the vast realities, many tumultuous events were occurring around major domains of power in areas where immense authority was concentrated under primordials. Across the vast realities, outside the boundary of a prominent prime reality of the royal wolf bloodline that had an eighth firmament overseer protected by many royal wolves at the seventh firmament, outside the boundary of such a reality, the matriarch Belladonna could be seen along with the Blight Serpent Dragon Emperor as they had silently brought an army of royal Blight Serpent dragons outside the doors of a prime reality under primordials. Their armies not being alone as they were surrounded by terrific variations of primordial beasts releasing guttural roars of power. Belladonna was bounded to her left by an eighth firmament ender that had the body of an enormous iridescent purple cosmic serpent, its bestial eyes shining with malice as it roared out before descending into the prime reality before them. Surrounded by power on all sides, Belladonna had a sneer as she gazed at the unfolding chaos and slowly responding. Primordials in the reality below, it is time for the winds of change to ravage across realities. It is time for the beginning of the end of the authority of primordials. Rumble, a declaration of war. A war that would begin on this day and go on for a long, long time, as the ushering of a new era from an old one could not be done in a day. Those acting to try and bring about a new era knew this. It was why they moved the way they moved, as their actions spanned across countless realities, in another infinitesimally small region of the vast realities. The figure of a draconic elephantine ender was watching thousands of enders surrounded by enlightened zombies surge into a prime reality. Under the Cardinal Royal Solaris Simian bloodline, as his trunk bellowed out with excitement, "I see," Hyperion spoke out with fervor as he glanced at his destiny to see it rolling around with golden splendor. "A war filled with enders for me to devour. This is a glorious stage I cannot step off of." It was a selfish thought as a tumultuous and bloody conflict began. But in these vast realities, one had to be cold-blooded and selfish if they ever wished to attain anything. So while seeing his very bloodline declare war on primordials and move while allied with other bloodlines, Hyperion began to move and plan on how to best devour as many of these very same enders to raise his own power and rise at the fastest possible pace during such a time, in another region, this time near a blue-tier continuum apocalypse reality. "You fucking dare? Do you know who I am?" With a look of rage and seriousness, an existence known as Europa stared at an eighth firmament Thonian Tellus backed by dozens of existences at the seventh firmament surrounding her and all those nearby as their eyes shone of malice and apocalypse. "It is precisely because we know who you are that you must die, princess. You and many others." The eighth firmament Tellus that released shocking waves of apocalyptic essence spoke coldly as it looked like a dead sea whale with a sparkling set of blue aurora wings, its eyes beginning to power up deadly lights thereafter as Europa's own eyes began to crackle with profound power while her body transformed into something else. As she did so, her voice reverberated out to those around her. "Eckert. Bring out everything you have with your weak little origin and try not to die. If you stay alive after all this, you might just have the bodies of many seventh and eighth firmament fools under your legions." Her voice reached a blue-eyed young man whose body was surrounded by waves of intense darkness, his eyes releasing tendrils of light as his face brought out into a devilish smile when facing enemies that would be certain death for others. Such shocking events similarly unfolded across many regions of the vast infinite realities. The enders moved with shocking unity and timing as their targets were predetermined. Whoever set up and planned such movements that spanned across different spacetimes, being someone truly terrifying, as their understanding of destiny had to be entirely obscene. This shock did not just pervade across the infinite realities though, across spaces and dimension not seen by many, across grotto sanctums that powerful beings only knew about. Golden blood spilled as a shocking cataclysm had begun at this time, in a unique dimension of space that those of the ninth firmament of ascendancy and below could not even reach. A Tellus will still be a Tellus at the end. We let you be our compatriot for all these eons and you dare to raise your eyes towards us. Rumble, a reality-shattering battle was unfolding in unseen planes of existence as the form of a creature the size of a prime reality was constantly flashing in and out of existence as his raucous laughter came out with ancientness and vicissitude. No need to be surprised, little vine legend. This is simply my nature. The cycles of continuum apocalypse realities satiated my hunger for apocalypse briefly. But why would I not participate in apocalypses of even grander scales? I would be going against my very own nature if I just stood by and let these enders have all the fun, shock, and horror bloomed across the explored realities and explored unique dimensions, as very few areas were untouched by the ushering of a new era, an era of war and conquest that would benefit some while harming the vast majority of others. The vast realities moved at their own pace as they had countless billions of years of history. No single being could think themselves to be a chosen one of these vast realities. No single being could think that everything revolves around them. When the times of chaos came and the age of emperors fully bloomed, nobody knew who would survive and come out on top as an emperor to be respected and revered. Chapter 1602, An Ushered Era of Chaos. LLL, a cluster of shocking beings surrounded a future candidate ruler of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline, as their purpose was shockingly to assassinate. The mystery of how they knew she would pass across this space, across the vast boundary between realities, was unknown. The mystery of why she was targeted could be inferred as unfolding chaos broke out, but the party presented forth was overkill. This was what the vast majority of beings would believe when they stared at the group of enders surrounding a single cuboidal vessel, with more than half of their strongest already releasing their most powerful attacks while fused with their dozens of ascendancy halos. 9 ninth firmament enders releasing waves of horrendous power as they had to support them, dozens of enders at the 8th firmament of ascendancy that vibrated with 20 ascendancy halos each. Then there were the 7th firmament enders in the hundreds who either already had fused with their halos, and there were less than half unfused as they showed 10 brilliant ascendancy halos ranging from white to purple. The entire domain for many light years was covered where not even a primal microbial species could escape. With an enlightened primordial relic wielded by the most powerful white dragon ender releasing multicolored waves of light, with the unique restriction of locking the essence of their targets momentarily to prevent them from even casting a single iota of an ability. Then, there were 3 other 9th firmament enders apart from the obsidian scorpion shooting towards the cuboidal vessel, as by all means the single 9th firmament pure-blooded human guard surely could not stand against all of them. Right? The Empress herself at the 8th firmament and her other guards at this same stage could sure not be able to extricate themselves out of this. Yes, let's not even mention the 7th firmament enlightened peerless alchemist, who should be one of the weakest beings in this enclosure. If anyone looked at this situation, they would see that the fate of the party of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans was sealed, as the planners of this shocking move had judged that such a party of enders would be enough to eradicate this future candidate ruler, just like many others on their list. But unknown to them, their target was not just a mere candidate ruler. Their target was a hidden monster that had been living since the olden times. They dare? Mere enders dare to make me a target? Me, RUUUUUMBLE, obscene and pure unadulterated power leaked out from the cuboidal vessel that 4 ninth tier enders were surging towards, the small figure of Empress Genevieve that should have been locked down and not been able to cast anything, releasing shocking waves of gold, red, and utterly black essence as she seemed utterly enraged, facing 9 ninth firmament ender tyrants and many more terrific enders. She was more enraged more than scared. Her dark hair fluttered over her shoulders madly as her blessed stature stood tall, her crimson gold crown spinning with immense splendor as her eyes released waves of pure regal darkness, her entire figure looking like an aged empress from ancient times. Come out. She spat out these words as she saw the reality. Shattering attacks of 4 ninth firmament enders arrive, her own body not even moving, even though she seemed to have entirely been able to ignore the restrictions that the white dragon ender imposed, and she instead called for something to come out. Just what exactly could turn the tides against attacks from 4 powered-up enders who had already fused with their 30 ascendancy halos? For beasts that shone with multicolored lights of the essence of multiple quasi-taboo nomological edicts, crack, before the Empress, space cracked and sundered as crimson blood spilled out like a gushing geyser. It quickly filled the exquisite command room of the vessel as it drowned every single being within, their origins trembling as this crimson blood carried a terrifying authority and was simply the prelude of an aura of something horrendous. Kakaka, cackling waves of madness echoed out from the bleeding crack before the Empress as an object enlarged from it. The horrific form of an ancient crimson skull making its appearance as the sockets of this skull shone with radiant golden flames of rage, vicissitude, and brutality. The aura far exceeded any enlightened primordial relic or sui generis enlightened primordial relic, this being something far, far above it all, as if it was alive. The golden flames of this crimson skull rolled gloriously as its bloody set of teeth cackled the viscous blood that had spread out around the command room, increasing in volume, becoming taut, and focusing itself in the 4 different directions where the attacks of 4 ninth firmament enders were coming from, as the blood formed into 4 illusory devilish sanguine flowers shining with a demonic glint. the aura they carried being something no normal existence could release. Kakaka, with fervor and excitement, the Crimson Skull howled as the expression of Empress Genevieve became increasingly cold, her dark eyes shining with multicolored light as she watched the attacks reach their cuboidal vessel, for blooming bloody flowers reaching to intercept them as bzzzzzt. The obsidian scorpion and 3 other enders shining with an aurora of wings were brought to a halt, their faces becoming painted in surprise and shock as they actually felt a foreboding sensation and did not proceed forward any further. The multicolored eyes of the white dragon ender from afar shine luminously as they turn stern. Noticing the demonic glint from the bloody illusory flowers coming from a crimson skull that was just called out, its words coming out as they caused the very surroundings to shudder, that is something taboo. The word taboo was used as it didn't relate to the meaning of something that was just not allowed or permitted. It was used to specify a type of thing that no existences in the firmaments of ascendancy should have access to. The existence that had called it out was truly not simple, the things she had access to being concepts and items that others could not even fully imagine. Her figure rose at this moment as she brought her mesmerizing palm to stroke the crimson skull coldly. The pure-blooded cardinal royal humans behind her finally being able to move freely once more as many of them shuddered when staring at the item the Empress had called out, their bodies exploding with an array of colorful ascendancy halos thereafter as the true might of the pure-blooded bloodline bloomed. SHAA, the cuboidal vessel they were on disappeared as the deadliest strike of an assassination was stopped with ease. As if left unrestricted, the crimson blood leaking from a cackling bloody skull began to spread out and weave into tendrils of pulsing blood that shot out towards the 4/9 firmament enders. The enraged eyes of the Empress shone as she stroked the skull, speaking out a set of words that caused the weaker enders to shudder as she turned to gaze at them all for even daring to make designs on her. Let loose and drink plenty. Madness, WAA, Chapter 1603. An ushered era of chaos. LV, you have been affected by the influence of madness and received the temporary reality-altering affixes of reason madness, origin and soul expansion, soul corruption, and resource overdrive. Noah's expression was unchanged as such a prompt bloomed over his eyes the moment Empress Genevieve called out something horrific. Prompts do an item that granted reality-altering affixes. Noah could only set a few of through ruination. Reality-altering affixes that caused his origin to bubble with power as an unwanted brand of corruption actually forcefully tainted his soul due to this devilish crimson skull. An item with sentience similar to Noah's enlightened primordial relics, but far higher in tiers as the voice of a faraway ender had called it taboo. Let loose and drink plenty. Madness, the enraged voice of the Empress echoed out as she targeted 4/9 firmament enders as if she shockingly forgot she was at the 8th firmament. Yet the aura she released truly didn't match it as it seemed more horrific than even the enraged 9th firmament pure-blooded human guard beside her, her body shockingly blooming with ascendancy halos at this moment, not the 20 that all 8th firmament existences seemed to display. 30 brilliant ascendancy halos that only 9th firmament experts showed bloomed around her robust and blessed figure as her golden wrappings caused her bountiful chest to tremble with grandeur. 30 ascendancy halos. That each shone with a terrific golden glint, even more gloriously. Each of these golden halos were covered with their own olden runic ecratures, some of these halos even showing crimson irises erupting from their golden regality as they entirely outmatched anyone else's on the battlefield. BZZZZT. Thereafter, bellowing tendrils of stellar realities began to come to life from the back of her head, beside her 2 shoulders, and then from 3 points on her back as the illusory sight of 5 reality passages formed in this enclosed domain. Space shuddered and quivered. Immense power and pressure was released as after such a shocking display, Beatrix moved along with the other pure-blooded cardinal royal humans beside her. Protect the Empress, boom, her body, and the bodies of other pure-blooded humans exploded with ascendancy halos and the illusory light of 2 or 3 reality passages, a counterattack blooming against a siege of exceedingly powerful enders of reality at this moment. The figure of a lone 7th firmament enlightened peerless alchemist was entirely neglected. Noah watched the utterly ecstatic show of power before him as his illusory crown that now carried the colors of crimson, gold, and blue was spinning ever faster as it became more and more corporeal. In such an environment, he had to survive. His destiny was spinning out with surging waves as it told him of bountiful dangers and opportunities coming hand in hand. His vast fortune telling him of a grand change coming as if he played it well enough. Reality would be but a mere achievement in a short period of time. To survive this shocking era that was blooming, Noah had to be even more destructive and overpowered, and for this. His concepts were the answer. Due to the elevation of the tyrannical emperor, the flames of the tyrannical emperor have burned away the visage of the emperor of old bloodline and obtained the full inheritance of the bloodline. The identity becoming clear as the supreme tier Olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant now runs at the core of your origin and soul. WAA, the title of Emperor of Arcadian tyranny has been granted. Before the eyes of his main body, the prompts that told him of the elevation of the tyrannical emperor to the quasi-taboo level were blooming as he could read over them and ascertain their details before even an instant passed. The speed of his thought processing was so powerful that when his main body returned to the cosmic Holy Land, he could seemingly be thinking for a few hours before even an instant had passed in the outside world. The shocking assassination of the Empress that put the life of one of his true sanguine clones in danger was akin to being paused and moving in slow motion as Noah took in all the information he was receiving while his main body analyzed and processed it in the cosmic Holy Land. All the while prime realities began to fuse into his infinite reality and 5 stars of conquest formed from every single prime reality, so at this moment, he was able to focus on the words that said he had unlocked the supreme tier Olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant. The granting of the bloodline of the Emperor of Arcadian tyranny, he was able to feel the shocking golden blood surging from the depths of his origin and soul as his ascendancy value rose by another few million. Along with this, immense amounts of information flooded into his brain, with its source being this very same source of golden blood. All basic abilities under the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor have been greatly elevated, with the ultimate abilities under the flames of the tyrannical emperor undergoing the greatest change. The ultimate ability nomological regime is elevated to the point that the possibility to have the concept of the tyrannical emperor be elevated to taboo has been opened, along with the possibility to elevate other nomological edicts to taboo with the prerequisites of 5,000 true stars of conquest. The ultimate ability benevolent light of empowerment has been transformed as at this moment. It can grant empowerment twice, as it is also no longer restricted to concepts, with the benevolent light of empowerment being capable of washing over and empowering the origin and souls of existences, concepts, items, and even treasures with the exchange of a single true star of conquest. The second empowerment has a cost of 10 times more than the first one. Bountiful glory, that was what lay before Noah's eyes as the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor at the level of quasi-taboo unlocked many things. The identity of the Olden bloodline was revealed, the chance to elevate his concepts to taboo were open, and he could now even empower the origin and souls of existences along with items. All of these were simply fantastic, but he wasn't done receiving information, as the most prized one came from the Olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant. Just who was the Arcadian tyrant? And what did this title stand for? The memories of the Olden Emperor of Arcadian tyranny begin to awaken as the technique, Arcadian body and soul refinement, that allows one to forge the limit-breaking extreme physique of the Arcadian tyrant has been granted. Chapter 1604, The Olden Emperor of Arcadian Tyranny. Multicolored waves of beautiful essence pristinely flowed in slow motion before Noah's eyes in the cosmic Holy Land. He was in a domain of time as he further focused on his overly strong soul and speed of thought processing to expand microseconds into hours, to the point that it was as if the events outside had nearly come to a halt. The vibrant and unspeakable aura leaking from Empress Genevieve as she alone faced 4 ninth firmament enders of reality with something taboo in her hands. The pure-blooded cardinal royal human guards that erupted with glorious ascendancy halos to shoot towards the white dragon ender and the remaining 4 enders floating in different directions. The dozens of 8th firmament and hundreds of 7th firmament enders dazzling with waves of attacks from afar. Then the lone figure of the 7th firmament true sanguine clone that had not made any moves. All of this had nearly come to a halt in Noah's mind as when his lone true sanguine clone made a move in this terrifying enclosure. He wanted it to be a dazzling one that granted him tremendous benefits. This was because all around him, hundreds of 7th firmament enders that represented too many insuperable nomological edicts waited. Dozens of 8th firmament enders who actually had a golden halo of ascendancy here and there. They also lay in waiting if Noah could manage to defeat them, as he could increase his collection of quasi-taboo nomological edict. As for the 9 ninth firmament enders, could Noah even touch them at this moment? The answer was unknown, but the possibilities were endless. This was because at this moment, Noah's irises spun with stellar light as the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor had covered them, the resplendent treasure cache being activated as it shone on all the 8th and 9th firmament enders that Noah could see. If he could manage to kill any one of them, loot even higher than the level of the gazer would land on his lap as things like breath of reality, Olden orb of transmogrification, reality jewels, and blueprints of unique constructs. They would bloom before him once again. For Noah to utilize this chance to the fullest and obtain the maximum number of rewards possible, he had to prepare as his main body moved his thoughts with haste in the cosmic Holy Land. pulling in the new information he was receiving about the boons of the elevation of the tyrannical emperor while also feeling the strings of destiny being pulled as he received messages from multiple sources simultaneously. From an existence linked to him by destiny, he received a vast memory of an army of Enders flooding towards a prime reality as a draconic elephantine Ender was about to join the fray. From his conquered vassal Victoria of the Celestial Vines, he saw the memory of armies of enlightened zombies and Enders moving in conjunction as one of the main prime realities of Celestial Vines was actually being attacked, so the Enders have begun their moves across the vast realities. Noah's thoughts played with destiny as a golden book unfurled its pages within his mind, his thoughts being steered towards the right direction as a clearer picture was drawn in his mind. Just how far does their influence stretch? Will their alliances with other bloodlines and the unfolding chaos last long, or will primordials suppress them in an extremely short period of time? His eyes danced with possibilities as these were questions one had to wonder. Primordials had taken rulership and authorities over the vast realities for eons. Would their authority really be tested and shaken by this move by Enders and those colluding with them, or would things unfold in an entirely different direction? There were still too many unknowns as for now. Noah only saw what was directly ahead of him, a battle where his true sanguine clone still faces the threat of death as the greatest danger from this Ender assassination enclosure had yet to even show itself. So, let's power up to the fullest before collecting as much loot as possible. Noah's thoughts were set as his focus honed in on the newly unlocked bloodline of the Olden Emperor of Arcadian tyranny that granted a technique for him to achieve a limit-breaking extreme physique. The boosts and elevation of nomological edicts were truly systemic, as even though they each gave their own boosts, one could see a sense of similarities. An example were the two concepts of apocalypse and tyrannical emperor, where after their elevation to quasi-taboo, they each unlocked a supreme tier bloodline and a method to attain a limit-breaking extreme physique through their own means. The only question that remained was just which one granted the better boosts and had a more efficient utilization. There was the changed ability of Reality Devourer to Reality Limit Breaker, from the concept of apocalypse that required Noah to spend 10,000 units of the essence of reality to devour a reality in exchange for slowly building up towards a limit-breaking extreme physique. Now, the concept of the tyrannical emperor unlocked the bloodline of the Olden Emperor of Arcadian tyranny, as would its utilization and limit-breaking extreme physique it came with be something even more fantastical. Olden Emperor of Arcadian tyranny, an Olden bloodline inherited by meeting the conditions set forth by the Arcadian tyrant. The name of Arcadian was set forth by the progenitor of this bloodline as a contrast to their true nature of an existence that is always embroiled and constantly influencing the weaving of destiny around them, an existence that in the olden times had bathed countless realities, dimensions, and grotto sanctums in the blood of his enemies. When he stared out from his throne built by the blood and origins of countless shattered realities, what he wished for the most was peace and calm, and so he titled himself the Emperor of Arcadian tyranny. It is a bloodline with roots tracing back across space and time, as techniques from the olden time can return through your hands, with currently unlocked techniques being Arcadian Body and Soul Refinement, Throne of Arcadian Tyranny, and Wisps of the Arcadian Modus Operandi. The heart of the Arcadian tyrant is calm and peaceful, as they are unfazed by any outside forces no matter the situation, with the possibilities of unlocking further uses of this bloodline relying on the actions of the holder of this bloodline itself. Noah's eyes shone with a devilish glint of wonder as he read over the details and memories of the uniqueness that was the Emperor of Arcadian tyranny. Chapter 1605, The Olden Emperor of Arcadian Tyranny. Noah's thoughts moved with haste as he put his amazement and wonder on hold after viewing the details of the olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant, his eyes honing onto their skills. Arcadian Body and Soul Refinement, the will of the Arcadian tyrant quietly calls upon the submission of the body and bloodlines of fallen enemies to be utilized for the refinement of their own body and soul. Only the true blood and bloodlines of existences at the 8th firmament and above who have broken past their limits contain enough potency to activate this ability, with every fallen target that cannot defend their origins having their true blood and bloodlines directly devoured to aid in the refinement of your body and soul. Achieving complete refinement will grant the limit-breaking extreme Arcadian physique that will at a minimum guarantee a body capable of withstanding the connection of 10 reality passages. Current progression of the limit-breaking extreme Arcadian physique 0%, something truly beautiful appeared as it also held extreme conditions to achieve it. To begin working on the limit-breaking extreme Arcadian physique, Noah had to use the fallen bodies of eighth firmament existences and above as it was in case to ask an existence who had yet to break past the limits and forge reality passages to actually be targeting existences that had done so. It was insane, and yet it was the path of. The Arcadian tyrant as such an existence was supposed to be capable of scanning upwards and ignoring the rank and power to be capable of wiping the floors with existences a stage above them. 10 reality passages. This wonder caused Noah's eyes to vibrate as even without the factor of a modus operandi coming into play, the extreme Arcadian physique could already grant one something so ridiculous as it made Noah wonder about the reality passages displayed by Empress Genevieve. The reality known and set forth by many was that the moment you broke past your limits and established your reality passages for the first time, that was it. You couldn't somehow forge more later or reduce what you had as if you had forged a single one. You would forever be stuck with that and never achieve reality. The 5 reality passages shown by Empress Genevieve were domineering and guaranteed her passage into the realm of reality. But were they really all she had? Since Noah could possibly achieve 10 just from the physique of his olden bloodline, could this Empress not do the same with hers? There were many questions with little information as for the sake of time, Noah chose to move on with his preparations as he continued on the currently unlocked abilities of Arcadian tyranny. Throne of Arcadian tyranny, The throne of Arcadian authority can be called out from the illusory emperor's crown, allowing for the Arcadian tyrant to undergo a passive, soul-strengthening, whenever they bathe under its light, along with the capabilities to optimize the strength of their body and origin in unique ways. One can cleanse their body and soul of unneeded concepts as they turned into pure essence to strengthen their soul. And they can also seamlessly forge new concepts and add them to their soul as the effects of affinity attunement, monarchical comprehension, and seeker of taboo are constantly applied to them to aid in their understanding. Wisps of the Arcadian modus operandi, the method to operate one's origin in the same manner as the progenitor of Arcadian tyranny can be obtained by following the wisps of the Arcadian modus operandi to lead you to the remnants of the olden times that cannot be reached through normal means. The other 2 features under the unlocked emperor of Arcadian tyranny were shown as each of them came with many possibilities, especially the one that could actually lead Noah to unknown locations that held things from the olden times. It was something to utilize in the near future as because of the limitations of time at this moment, Noah's hand rose up as he tapped the illusory crown floating above him while calling out, "Throne of Arcadian tyranny." Bzzzt. Resplendence erupted around him as the crown shimmered with authority, shooting it out as it formed into an exquisite illusory throne that seemed to have crimson and gold flames constantly dancing over it as they formed into a flaming floor that the throne floated atop of. Noah's figure went forward to sit on the throne of Arcadian tyranny as his soul instantly began to feel its nourishment, his eyes already seeing forward into the future when he would choose to eradicate the concepts he gained in exchange for strengthening his soul, as with the hundreds of 7th firmament enders included in the Ender assassination party. Noah would be able to obtain thousands of nomological edicts that ranged from minor to insuperable, which he wouldn't have the uses for, but this was only a possibility for him if his true sanguine clone could survive amidst a battle that included 9th firmament tyrants. For this, his preparations involved the concept of apocalypse that could now even allow him to break the ascendancy halos of others if their quasi-taboo nomological edicts could not defend against him. The concept of the tyrannical emperor opening the doorway to the Arcadian body and soul refinement to help him break past his limits if he could take down the enemies before him. And there was one other crucial thing he had yet to do that would close up everything and have him ready. The next step to making himself as powerful as possible before he made his move was burn 50 true stars of conquest to elevate Sanguine Emperor to quasi-taboo. He spoke out domineeringly while situated upon the nourishing throne of Arcadian tyranny, his origin buzzing with magisterial waves of power as the light of newly gained true stars of conquest erupted out. 50 dazzling stars spun around him as they represented the conquest of 50 emerging realities, austere rivers of milky white light beginning to swirl around the throne of Arcadian tyranny as they all surged towards a single being as he elevated a concept that was a major reason to the level of strength he currently had. Chapter 1606, Pioneer. The first prime reality experienced apocalypse infused into the infinite reality as one of Noah's true sanguine clones was observing the wondrous sight while the main body overlooked the coming of the Arcadian tyrant and the elevation of the sanguine emperor, while also observing the assassination attempt still moving in extremely slowed time far away. With the assimilation of this reality, tens of thousands of cosmos were added along with the unique domains that the overseer of this reality managed. So austere lands that had clusters of essence of destiny were seamlessly placed towards the center of the infinite reality as the overseer of this past prime reality and the 6th firmament existences and below. They had all already kneeled under the outlawal of reality, their fealty was sworn to the being wielding the spear of reality as with every existence bending the knee and being assimilated into his reality. Noah's origin and power thrived even more under the effects of the tyrannical emperor. This was even more so after the elevation of this edict to quasi-taboo, as the effects of tyranny of the soul and oath to the emperor were magnified even more, the conquest of entire realities and the existences within them whose numbers were just becoming countless. The feedback from the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor allowed Noah to feed off every vassal pledging fealty as his soul was strengthened by leaps and bounds. To understand where he stood, one would have to equate it to a being that had lived for hundreds of millions of years and accumulated the strengthening of their soul this whole time with hard effort and the use of treasures. He had already far surpassed the soul strength of normal eighth firmament existences, as on this aspect he could be considered to have already exceeded the limit. And the true issue that would give birth to a glorious happening in the future was the fact that the strengthening of his soul faced no limitations due to tyranny of the soul, that simply added to his soul strength the more realities full of beings that he conquered. The true sanguine clone felt this feedback of soul strength from the main body, as this broken limit was just the first aspect that Noah planned to exceed. With his having yet to even refine his soul with the means of the olden emperor of Arcadian tyranny, now, what will the sanguine emperor call forth? Bzzzt, multicolored essence bloomed as the focus returned to Noah's main body. 50 true stars of conquest spun over his head as all their essence gushed into his origin, painting a portion of his soul that contained the authority of the sanguine emperor entirely white as this concept that had made many things possible for Noah faced in elevation to quasi-taboo. This was the concept that allowed Noah to birth the unique ascendancy halos he held. The concept that allowed for his true sanguine clone that were akin to 3 other combatants capable of dishing out ridiculous power. A concept that interlinked the system of power as it could easily influence the bloodlines of Noah himself and other existences. The moment that its elevation began, Noah could feel the true blood within his body begin to surge with fervor and madness. Freemanville.cm. He could feel a unique sensation as if he went through with this elevation as it is, he would no doubt obtain something extremely beneficial to him. But I do not just want another elevation similar to Apocalypse or Tyrannical Emperor. Give me something even more overpowered. WAA, his thoughts moved with utmost tyranny as his voice commanded out, empower the nomological edict of the sanguine emperor. And then empower it again, dual empowerment. The first concept to undergo such a boost was sanguine emperor, as Noah did the shocking process during its elevation to quasi-taboo. Whatever boosts or bloodlines of features that would have been unlocked before this being greatly elevated and thrown to greater levels because of this. A single true star of conquest had risen as it split apart to release its milky white light, and 10 more rose thereafter for the second empowerment as everything fervently surged into the concept of the sanguine emperor. As this splendor of colors washed over him, Noah still wasn't fully satisfied, as he truly wanted a game changer to result from the elevation of the sanguine emperor, his hands waving to a faraway ruination looking towards him with curiosity as she caught 10 reality crystals. That represented 10,000 units of the essence of reality. Corrupt it. Make it so that even if it is something taboo, I shall get my hands on it. WAA, his gaze was vast as he could seemingly see a boundless future. Even the emotionless ruination seemed to have been affected as she nodded with luminous eyes, coming beside Noah to place her hands on his head and chest as 10 reality crystals disappeared while concept corruption went to work on an evolving double-empowered nomological edict. With all of these boosts and a double empowerment that no other edicts had received. Just how wondrous would the results of the sanguine emperor be? How differently would the boosts be now, as what could possibly exceed the results of Apocalypse that now allowed Noah to even break ascendancy halos and tyrannical emperor that granted a full olden bloodline that had countless boons within it? These thoughts of Noah seemed like a challenge as everything around him began to tremble and shake thereafter. Now, it was not just his true blood. But even the strings of the many bloodlines he held had also begun to rise and tumble within his body. The olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant bubbled forth. The royal bloodline being born under interlinked royal lineage bubbled forth among many others as the moment that the true stars of conquest lost their light. Bzzzt, the whole cosmic Holy Land shook in a terrifying tremor as Noah's glorious body of a cosmic being actually erupted into a vast crimson gold sea of blood, ruination becoming bathed within this sea as she continued her corruption. Chapter 1607, Pioneer. LL. A constantly surging and expanding crimson gold sea of blood spread out as it shone of stellar cosmos that sparkled with radiance, cosmos that if one counted they would get exactly 10 billion. the true sanguine clones moving outside on their own nearly crumbled at this moment as to protect them. Noah subconsciously sent thoughts to his soul as a pristine crimson bloody cocoon went on to cover all of them at this moment. The change Noah was undergoing being too grand as it affected all of them. The only glorious thing was the passage of time and the cosmic Holy Land granting a semblance of time where after Noah finished whatever transformation was coming, maybe a microsecond or less would have passed on the outside world so his true sanguine clones would not be too crazily affected. But his body truly exploded into a stellar sea of blood as everything about him could be discerned within this sea. Along with all of the strings that represented the bloodlines he had collected so far. What is this? His thoughts watched everything with utter marvel as his transformation wasn't just occurring within him, even outside space was affected as his raging sea of blood seemed to be resonating with the very space and natural laws of reality around him, the influence of double empowerment. The influence of becoming a ruined concept, it caused everything to run wild as the resonance rose with a cacophony of sound and magisterial wonder until the dual-empowered and ruined concept of Sanguine Emperor has begun its true birth as it forges towards the rank of quasi-taboo. Multicolored rays of light began to bloom from Noah's expanding blood sea as it stopped expanding after filling up nearly all of the cosmic Holy Land, and it began to retract at this moment to form Noah's new body. And while this occurred, shocking prompts didn't stop coming. The abilities of sanguine aggregation and interlinked royal lineage have resonated and evolved, becoming activated passively as the birth of the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor forcefully pulls upon all your current bloodlines and takes their strongest aspects to go towards fusing your own singular bloodline, RUUMBLE. The endless crimson gold seas converged in a shocking manner as Noah barely saw this message flash while his body was being reformed. Shockingly, sanguine aggregation was activated forcefully along with an ability from another concept entirely as they didn't just select a few powerful bloodlines to fuse as Noah planned to experiment. But they took all aspects of Noah's current bloodlines as they tried to birth something fantastical along with the birth of quasi-taboo Sanguine Emperor. The shocking phenomena occurring around Noah was truly not just focused around him as ever since the empowerment and corruption with his body. Exploding into a sea of blood, space itself had been shaking and trembling as the cosmic Holy Land was the first affected, but now the vast hundreds of thousands of cosmos within the infinite reality and even the second prime reality that was about to fuse into it. They all began trembling and humming uniquely as what was occurring seemed to be resonating with reality itself. Maybe it was due to Noah's connection to the infinite reality. Maybe it was merely the awakening of the Sanguine Emperor to quasi-taboo while also becoming empowered and corrupted. Maybe it was other factors that weren't even known, but his transformation seemed to be something that exceeded anything that should have been happening. This was because as the crimson gold seas converted back to reform his body, the form of a stellar cosmic existence bathed in the light of stars and the hue of crimson gold came to be. And as he came together, the space around him began to crack and be torn into shreds. Wisps of multicolored essence beginning to leak out as they surged into Noah's developing form. Bountiful essence of reality flowed out of these cracks and spaces along with them. Something else also came in the form of memories and information. Your blood resonates with the natural laws of reality as your affinity increases. Boundless essence and information surged towards Noah as around him. Space cracked and sundered as essence of reality surged out Noah's affinity to the infinite realities vastly increasing at this moment. Affinity, something abstruse that Noah had been steadily increasing anytime he forged unique treasures or refined stellar alchemical products. The moment that it began to elevate at this moment, allowing it to reach past a crucial boundary and breaking through it as Noah received its bountiful rewards. This action meant many things, but there was a factor that was changed the most that affected Noah at this moment, and that was the limit that was the 10,000 barrier reserves of the essence of reality that Noah had not even yet used the limit-breaking pills he forged to surpass yet. This limitation was broken at this moment. The limitation of 10,000 maximum reserves of the essence of reality has been exceeded. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been increased by 1,000. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been increased by 1,000. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been increased by 1,000. Multicolored essence surged into his body as Noah truly broke past a limitation with ridiculous ease even before forging his reality passages. This meant that the limitation of the soul and reserves of the essence of reality had already been exceeded at this moment as one had to wonder just how would this affect the number of reality passages Noah could form. Thump, the beat of his heart rang out like a stellar drum as it seemed to come alive and resonate with the infinite reality. Thump, the boons of the Sanguine Emperor were just beginning as all the bloodlines within his body. The newly unlocked olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant. The bloodline of the Watcher, the bloodline of primordial, celestial vines. Even the bloodlines of all of his current nomological edicts, if they were a bloodline, they were pulled upon at this moment forcefully and in a domineering manner as they contributed to the coming of something utterly preposterous, bzzzt. The essence of reality surged around Noah with even more fervor as his form became clearer and clearer, with the bountiful information he was receiving being displayed before his eyes as prompts a particularly stunning one rising up at this moment. There was the olden era, but everything does not end there. After the old, the new shall always arrive as you have achieved a condition to birth a Kainos Emperor bloodline that pioneers the coming Kainos era. Chapter 1608 and Illusory Crown solidifies. The olden times, an era of shocking power and destiny filled with terrible powerhouses. But it was a past era, it had come and gone as all those with wondrous olden bloodlines, all of the emperors of old that were reigning. Their time had come and gone. Why was this? Why weren't the immensely powerful emperors capable of continuing their reign, as all that was left now were mere remnants with only a history of the olden times existing through a few surviving bloodlines? Just what had caused the past age of emperors to come to an end? Just what had been the spark that burned the astounding visage of existences of the olden times? Noah had an inkling, but he did not have all the answers. At this moment, though, he pulled on something not of the olden era but the era that came after it, as it was termed the Kainos era. Kainos was a word that had a meaning of new, and it was the term that would define the coming age of emperors that was fully blooming at this moment. As for why we would consider the age of emperors to have already arrived, it was due to existences like Noah that were currently laying their candidacy into this new age. Bzzzt, a stellar crimson gold sea filled with billions of cosmos had converted as it formed a new body. Noah's form changing once more is the one feature of his that could never decide its color changed again. His hair had undergone many changes depending on which bloodline he was representing, but his current reforming body had vibrant free-flowing gold, crimson, and black streaks of hair that shone with dazzling light. His skin was painted by a hue of crimson gold cosmos as he truly looked like an existence that was fitting to be a pioneer of a coming era. The illusory crown above his head currently spinning as it actually began to feel more real, the illusory crown that represented the authority of an emperor. It could be influenced by any powerful bloodlines, as even the royal bloodline Noah had been awakening through interlinked royal lineage had painted a portion of this crown blue. Now its colors were flashing with luminous frequency as it slowly seemed to be solidifying. As it did so, streams of multicolored liquid leaked from it to bathe Noah's body, as while the outside was formed it was merely like a husk, as the inner parts of Noah's origin and body were currently being reborn to match the new bloodline of the Kainos era. As his origin and soul were being reformed, Noah's soul still had a semblance of control, as similar to what he had done during the elevation of the Sanguine Emperor. He wanted the utmost stellar results from the elevation of his body and soul, as he used the chance of the birth of his Kainos bloodline to do something he had to do. And that was, dual empower my origin, body, and soul, the empowering of something other than his nomological edicts, and he did it while he was undergoing a process of rebirth, as whatever wondrous result was about to happen he had commandeered the process to make this result even wilder. He did all of this so that the moment he obtained the boons of a quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor and understood the new bloodline from the Kainos era, he wanted to erupt with his strongest power in the enclosure of an assassination as he began a thorough rampage. 33 true stars of conquest rose and shattered to achieve their purpose, the last few stars barely being reached a few seconds ago after another prime reality successfully fused into the infinite reality. And while all of this occurred, information on all the changes continued to flash within his mind. First was the successful elevation of the Sanguine Emperor to quasi-taboo, even while some of its many shocking effects were occurring to Noah in real time. Through the nomological regime of the tyrannical emperor, the concept of the Sanguine Emperor has been successfully elevated to quasi-taboo. Due to the elevation of the Sanguine Emperor, the flames of the Sanguine Emperor are now in the process of forging an evolvable quasi-venerable bloodline of the Kainos era that grants a unique distinction. The information flowed down freely as Noah's origin, bones, and organs were beginning to form within his body, but they were doing so through a unique fashion that was something new for even Noah to observe. An evolvable quasi-venerable bloodline stands with too much importance as its formation is led by its own awakening will. At the core of your body and soul, Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells begin to produce the very structure of your bones as the unconscious will of the awakening quasi-venerable takes charge to form the very blood cells that will continue producing your Kainos true blood, bzzzt. Noah's reforming body cascaded with waves of crimson gold power as blood and organs were formed in shocking stellar ways to account for a glorious new bloodline that took from the aspects of all his other bloodlines, and the bountiful information continued to flow as this process continued. All basic abilities under the nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor have been greatly elevated, with the ultimate abilities under the flames of the Sanguine Emperor undergoing the greatest change. After becoming a ruined and dual-empowered concept, Sanguine Emperor is further elevated as all ascendancy halos formed through its influence can now display ruined sanguine eyes of ascendancy. Noah's soul hummed with power as information of something wondrous came down, the ruined. Nomological edicts of Apocalypse and Tyrannical Emperor had granted ruined eyes of ascendancy within the ascendancy halos they were in, as they each had their own usage, but now all of Noah's halos would be capable of displaying ruined sanguine eyes of ascendancy, as the effects of such a fantastical concept were bound to be drastic. Chapter 1609 and Lucery Crown solidifies. Even though time was moving extremely slowly to the point that it didn't even seem to pass for Noah, events still continued to unfold in the enclosure that Enders had created to assassinate a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. Across the vast realities, wars had begun to bloom in multiple locations as assassinations of important figures of primordial bloodlines were also occurring in real time, with glorious bloody conflicts beginning across many major prime realities, in the grotto sanctums that weaker beings could not even begin to comprehend. Existences that normally lay dormant for hundreds of millions of years made their moves, as this point in time could be considered the full ushering of the coming age of emperors. Of the Kainos era, where just as specific races and beings had come to rule in the olden era, new emperors would rise who would come to rule in the Kainos era, in the enclosure where not even an ounce of essence could leak outside. The over-buffed bodies of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans expanded even further as 20 ascendancy halos roared around the bodies of the 8th firmament guards with utter glory, these guards breaking into parties of 2 as they moved like dazzling nuclear lights towards a 9th firmament ender. The 8th firmament guards moved in parties of 2 as they were able to cover 4 9th firmament enders, while the only middle-aged 9th firmament pure-blooded human guard under the Empress bellowed out while thundering towards the pure white dragon ender. BZZZT, arcs of profound reality destroying light bloomed as 3 reality passages formed from the back of this devilishly handsome pure-blooded 9th firmament guard, his 30 ascendancy halos going on to fuse with him as his right hand stretched out to call a treasure. And caused for a glimmering golden mountain filled with archaic vicissitude to appear at this time, a mountain. It was actually a mountain that released an aura at the sui generis enlightened primordial relic level as it revolved with runic ecritures over its surfaces, this mountain surging with essence as it smashed towards the cold-eyed pure white dragon ender, 9 9th firmament enders, and 5 of them were covered by her guards as shockingly. The lone figure of Empress Genevieve stroked a crimson gold skull, cackling with madness as she shockingly targeted 4 9th firmament enders all by herself. The dozens of 8th firmament and hundreds of 7th firmament enders had to navigate such a shocking battlefield without perishing, as even a streak of essence leaking from these beings could seriously injure them, so they stayed in the back while releasing the strongest attacks that their origins could muster to destabilize any moves that the Empress and her guards made. Their purpose was to wear them down with their attacks while the 9th firmament enders focused on reaping their lives. A few enders also honed their eyes on the lone figure of a devilishly handsome man who seemed to have veiled himself in a crimson gold cocoon that even covered his crown. Their attacks also going towards him as all those traveling with the Empress had to die. This was the shocking battle blooming out. But even as this occurred in this enclosed domain where no being should know what was happening, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching from an entirely separate dimension of space. 3 pairs of eyes that ignored everything else and focused on the figure of a curvaceous, robust Empress Genevieve with her dark hair sparkling with power, the golden wrappings around her tinted red from the seas of blood that were being released from the calling crimson gold skull she stroked. The 3 hidden beings watching from the veils of a mirror reality were the dimensional archaic devil bird whose revolving eyes kept their presence in the mirror reality active. A 9 reality horned unicorn that had a sharp horn shining with incandescent waves of stellar cosmos and eyes that emanated immense holiness, and a winged golden eye burning with flames that was the eclipsing celestial void eye. The dimensional archaic devil bird shone with tremendous brutality as its voice echoed out. It is a vile remnant disaster that has already begun to reclaim its possessions. We cannot let it get any more powerful. WAA, the dimensional archaic devil bird locked its luminous eyes with the cackling skull in the hands of the Empress as its 2 powerful compatriots nodded, the eclipsing celestial void eye shining with destiny as its voice also echoed out. We can uncover any other taboo possessions this remnant disaster has hidden away after we split apart her origin, a voice full of confidence and regality, eyes that looked at the scenes playing out without an ounce of worry. These three beings were entirely confident in what they had to do even as they stared at the terrible power being shown below. Because even a single one of them was letting out a unique aura more powerful than even all 9 ninth firmament enders that were currently besieging Empress Genevieve, Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells. An evolvable quasi-venerable bloodline. Ruined sanguine eyes of ascendancy, too many vibrant things rained down in a glorious fashion as it didn't even seem halfway there. The prompts still following closely within Noah's mind, through the activation of any ascendancy halo put together by sanguine aggregation, the ruined sanguine eye of ascendancy is capable of releasing the inviolable sanguine authority of the Kainos era that can take control of the ascendancy halos of other existences. BOM, a shocking prompt of information flowed down as Noah wasn't given any breaks. Under the ruined sanguine eye of ascendancy, multiple authorities of quasi-taboo nomological edicts have to be utilized if they wish to resist the control of the will of a Kainos emperor. If a vast gulf exists in the strength of the soul, even dozens of quasi-taboo nomological edicts would not be capable of stopping the will of a Kainos emperor. Control, Apocalypse allowed Noah to destroy other beings' ascendancy halos as he could cause irreparable damage to their very concepts, while the tyrannical emperor allowed Noah to deactivate their ascendancy halos. Now, Noah could actually control them under the authority of the ruined sanguine eye of ascendancy, as he could effectively cause the halos of others to release attacks against the very beings that forged them or their allies. This was how ridiculous things were getting. And there was still more to come as other enhancements of the Sanguine Emperor continued. The ultimate ability sanguine aggregation is elevated to the extent that it now allows for the seamless fusion of 60 flames of nomological edicts into a single ascendancy halo. Thump, Noah could feel the beat of his newly forged heart as it felt like everything came to a stop, as stellar bones, organs, and musculature fully bloomed within his body to grant him a stupendous rebirth. That he was given a fantastical surprise that would pave way to utterly shocking possibilities, 60 flames of edicts into a single halo of ascendancy. Such a number would put Noah at 600 nomological edicts in his 10 ascendancy halos, as any remaining insuperable and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts he was saving in the soul library could all be implemented into his halos so long as his soul could handle it. But after Noah did this, the number of concepts he had in his halos would be so far ahead that it would even beat normal ninth firmament existences who had already forged 30 ascendancy halos. Chapter 1610 and Illusory Crown solidifies. LLL, Thump. After the shocking new reality of him being capable of putting 60 flames of edicts into a single ascendancy halo, the reformation of his body and surprises of the now quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor seemed to be nearing their end. Thump. The beat of his reformed heart was strong as his new body shone with cascading lights, his entire form seeming like it was made up of innumerable crimson gold cosmos, as his hair that had once more changed adopted streaks of stellar strands tainted with crimson, gold, and black colors, as even these strands of hair also held minute illusory cosmos sprinkled throughout. His entire main body quite literally looked cosmic, as his true sanguine clones could take on many other forms and have human skins or the skins of other bloodlines, but his main body would remain the same. It floated in the cosmic Holy Land while being showered with liquefied golden essence all around him due to the continued fusion of prime realities into the infinite reality. Yet another prompt that dealt with the Sanguine Emperor flowing through his mind as his transformation neared its end. The ultimate ability bloodline extraction has been changed to hematopoietic progenitor, an ability that can replicate the bloodlines of others as if they were your very own so long as you obtain a sample of their blood. From its elevation, even the bloodlines of past and future emperors of the Olden Era or Kainos Era can now be replicated and forged within your origin so long as you obtain a sample. Each cast of hematopoietic progenitor to replicate an Olden bloodline or a Kainos bloodline required 20,000 units of the essence of reality and 1 trillion units of mana. The robust prompts and information about the elevation of the Sanguine Emperor stopped here with a last feature that was truly domineering. It opened up many possible pathways, as with it, Noah had the chance to play around with the Olden and Kainos Emperor bloodlines of the beings he came across. If he could obtain a sample of their blood, that is. Many ideas crossed his mind as above his head, his illusory crown shockingly fully solidified as his reformation was completed. OOM, the unnamed quasi-venerable bloodline of the Kainos Era has been born. At your own discretion, you can choose the name of this Kainos bloodline that best signifies what you stand for. His surroundings buzzed with fervor and an austere aura of serenity and recognition as right after his illusory crown solidified, it began to be surrounded by crimson gold runic ecritures that rotated around it with shocking majesty. As for Noah himself, his body felt limitless waves of power coursing through him as his ascendancy value continued to rise crazily. And it was about to shoot up even higher as he felt the buzzing of the essence of reality around him, an astounding achievement. You have managed to forge a Kainos Emperor bloodline and solidified your candidacy as one of the emperors striving for hegemony in the coming era. Near his body, spatial cracks that had just healed were ripped apart once more as essence of reality gushed out, sinking into Noah's body and filling him up as if he was a dry desert. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been increased by 50,000 due to your increased affinity to the infinite realities and solidified destiny. As an emperor in the coming era, the concept of affinity rose up once more as it related to the very natural laws of the vast infinite realities spread out across spacetime, and one must not confuse this with Noah's own infinite reality. His limitation of maximum reserves of the essence of reality were entirely torn apart and shredded due to his increased affinity, as the value had reached 15,000 during his power-up, and now it became 65,000 as it was nearly 5 times its past value. All of this just from Noah solidifying his candidacy as an emperor of the coming era by obtaining its bloodline, and the unique thing about it all was that Noah could name his bloodline just like how in the olden times, the olden emperor of Arcadian tyranny had termed himself Arcadian only after he had established his path and knew himself. Noah could choose to give himself his name at this very moment or days or years down the line, as for now. There is no rush. His voice came out as it sounded utterly mesmerizing, the mere opening of his mouth shooting out bountiful stellar essence as if any beings were near him, they would feel their origin and soul nourished from the sheer essence Noah released at this moment. A stupendous stellar dual-empowered body, origin, and soul was achieved as his new bloodline that took aspects of all his current bloodlines and fused them finally rose before his mind in a crimson gold-boxed prompt, quasi-venerable, unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, an evolvable bloodline that has cemented its qualifications as a candidate emperor in the coming Kainos era. It is currently unnamed until its progenitor chooses what best signifies him. With his nature being that of immense kindness to his loved ones and utter coldness towards his enemies. His very soul has an unquenchable need for the exploration of the unknown, as well as the search for a level of strength and power that no other beings could rival. An immensely tyrannical nature is budding with his very origin as he seeks to achieve his wishes no matter what stands against him, with the only path for those standing against him being fealty or death. As this bloodline is made up uniquely of many aspects of bloodlines that the progenitor currently holds, abilities unique and geared for him have been unlocked as they include destined physique, limit-breaking mana refinement, throne of unnamed tyranny, cosmic lineage, bloodline assimilator, lewd emperor, and eyes of a Kainos emperor. These are preliminary abilities, as the chance to unlock more lie in the actions of the progenitor of this bloodline, the elevation to a venerable bloodline or even higher being possible through the inclusion of more bloodlines into this evolvable Kainos Emperor bloodline. Chapter 1611 Quasi-Venerable. Noah's newly unlocked bloodline that was cemented in his lineage came with truly too many things, each of them had wonders of their own, but this quasi-venerable bloodline still stood a chance of becoming venerable and even possibly going higher, a ceiling that Noah did not even know what came after. The abilities that came with this quasi-venerable bloodline were many, but Noah quickly skimmed over them as his eyes lit up when he focused on a single one, his time being extremely limited at this moment. Even with his thoughts processing rapidly while in the cosmic Holy Land, the battle was unfolding in the locked-down domain as his true sanguine clone had to soon make a move. And Noah felt his preparations were already as overboard as they could be at this moment. This was because after his increased affinity granted him 65,000 total maximum reserves of the essence of reality, his reformed body allowing him to feel an endless sense of strength that was actually explained in the destined physique, under his new quasi-venerable bloodline, and also his elevation of just everything about him with empowerment, corrupting his concepts, and forming multiple new quasi-taboo nomological edicts. It brought his ascendancy value to 100 million, the peak of the seventh firmament, the barrier that could not be broken until someone tore apart the shackles placed on them by the natural laws of the infinite realities themselves by forming reality passages. Noah had reached 100 million as he finished forging the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor, as it should have increased even more when he was blessed with increased essence of reality and from the completion of his unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline. But this 100 million did not move an inch or even budge, even though Noah knew he was stronger than this. Even though he should have gone past this number, his system respected the significance of the shackles imposed upon by the infinite realities it was a part of, as it didn't even try to estimate how much higher Noah's value would be until this barrier was broken. The day that Noah broke past his shackles and forged his reality passages would be the day that his ascendancy value would change once more, as until then it would only be seen as a barrier. Noah was bound to break this barrier as he already knew a shocking truth, the truth that he was capable of achieving power equivalent to the 8th firmament of ascendancy and possibly even the 9th firmament of ascendancy without having to break through the limits and forge his reality passages. That he could exceed all known parameters and continue to exceed them in such a tyrannical manner that when he did forge his reality passages, it would be a sight that might even cause legends to tremble at its majesty. He could rival weak 8th firmament existences with a single reality passage before he even began upgrading his edicts to quasi-taboo and unlocking full Olden and Kainos Emperor bloodlines. After the round of power-ups that he just went through, was he already capable of trashing 8th firmament existences that had forged 2 or 3 reality passages. As he continued to exceed all limits, one must not forget that he had yet to forge his limit-breaking extreme physiques that he could actually get from multiple concepts, with Apocalypse giving him a method of swallowing realities to achieve an extreme physique, and the tyrannical emperor that gave way to the Olden bloodline of the Arcadian tyrant, allowing Noah to forge another extreme physique from the blood and bloodlines of 8th firmament existences. Now, there was yet another extreme physique from an ability under the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline that Noah would focus on now as one of the few last things he would do before his true sanguine clone made a move. Limit-breaking mana refinement. Mana is one of the major concepts that signify the progenitor of the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, and this ability conforms to that principle as it allows you to refine your origin, body, and soul with pure mana and essence of reality to achieve the limit-breaking extreme mana physique. To achieve a limit-breaking extreme physique through sheer mana usage, extreme amounts of mana are required, as a single round of refinement required 100 trillion units of mana and 10,000 units of the essence of reality. During the first round of refinement, the physique of the unnamed Kainos Emperor will begin to be branded by runic mana lines of ascendancy, with any other previous runic lines like Dao lines being elevated to become runic mana lines of ascendancy as their boosts are tenfold. The runic mana lines of ascendancy go towards constantly strengthening and reinforcing the origin, body, and soul of the progenitor, as this is one of the strongest limit-breaking extreme physiques one could attain for the sake of forming numerous reality passages. The number of possible reality passages that this physique could contribute is unknown, as it can only be realized during its completion. Current progression of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique: 0%, 100 trillion units of mana and 10,000 units of the essence of reality to cast this ability. In comparison, even casting the newly unlocked hematopoietic progenitor ability that could replicate Olden and Kainos Emperor bloodlines only required 1 trillion units of mana and 20,000 units of the essence of reality, and yet this ability was truly stupendous, as it was one that was geared towards something only Noah could utilize in crazy amounts mana. All of the abilities under his Kainos Emperor bloodline were geared toward Noah's nature like this, as even though the other abilities were yet to be fully explored, what Noah had at this moment was more than enough. His preparations were already in place. The only thing he had left to do was to make his move as to obtain the largest number and quality of loot possible. He just had to do the last preparation of elevating the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. We can begin, as a path to victory already formed in his mind. Noah got ready to make 3 moves simultaneously. One was the elevation of the resplendent treasure emperor as he waited for more true stars of conquest to arrive from the remaining prime realities that were still fusing with his infinite reality, the other being his true sanguine clone breaking out of its crimson gold cocoon and making a move in a shocking domain of battle, and the last thing was limit-breaking mana refinement. Rumble. Noah pulled upon 100 trillion units of mana and the barely replenished reserves of essence of reality to call out 10,000 units, the maddening color of cerulean blue mana beginning to surround his body as the faint runic Dao lines on his crimson gold cosmic form began to be tinted a beautiful blue. The first refinement to obtain a limit-breaking extreme physique began at this moment. At the same time, in the enclosed domain under restrictions by Enders. The aura of a neglected 7th firmament clone began to rise as the already shocking battle was about to turn utterly chaotic. Chapter 1612. An Emperor of the Kainos era makes an entrance. For you to even dare, the wrathful voice of Empress Genevieve rang out as her dark hair flew around madly, her hands sinking into the crimson skull she called madness, as it seemed to have become extremely energized in the last microsecond, beginning to enlarge crazily as crimson tendrils of blood continued to shoot out from it and surge towards 4 9th firmament Enders that actually evaded them. This was an extremely shocking scenario, as Empress Genevieve still gave waves of power at the 8th firmament. And yet she held back 4 beings a stage above her for no other reason than the fact that the essence contained in the tendrils of blood being shot out from madness. They held a poisonous type of essence that affected everything. Below the rank of reality heavily, items such as madness were termed taboo, as normally only legends were able to get their hands on them and utilize them, if a ninth firmament existence even obtained one. They wouldn't have the unique types of methods or essence to activate them. Not unless you were extremely special, or in Empress Genevieve's case, if you were already an owner of such an item as its essence fully recognized and had yielded to you eons ago. Remember why we are here. Do not fall back, OOM, the voice from the brilliantly shining white dragon ender facing an enlarged buffed pure-blooded cardinal royal human echoed out as the obsidian scorpion and other enders had their eyes shine with a red glint, their essence weaving in shocking ways as with slight hesitation they made their way towards Empress Genevieve while trying their best to evade the Countess' tendrils of blood shooting out from the cackling skull near her. Empress Genevieve watched this scene coldly as 30 brilliant gold ascendancy halos rotated around her body madly, her eyes releasing scintillating light as she seemed to have full control of the ongoing situation and wasn't the least bit flustered at such a shocking attack where they shouldn't have any chance of surviving. But as she was about to make another decisive move, her brows fluttered as her eyes snapped wide open, her awareness widening to focus towards a certain location. BZZZT, it wasn't just her, but all existences in the surrounding light year felt something unique that caused their very souls to feel a reaction, and this reaction varied depending on their level of power. Empress Genevieve only felt it as her brows fluttered, while the bodies of the 9th firmament enders and pure-blooded cardinal royal humans shook briefly, the 8th firmament enders shockingly going on to actually tremble. As for the hundreds of 7th firmament primordial beasts, their souls shuddered as they and everyone else in the surroundings momentarily halted in their attacks as if their wills were forcefully pulled towards a certain being, a being that many of them ignored and simply waited for him to perish amidst the attacks. They finally noticed that this being had a crimson gold cocoon enveloping him as at this moment, this cocoon broke and released the shocking aura that was felt by everyone. The figure released from the cocoon was glorious to see, the sight of a stellar cosmic being whose entire body was littered with billions of cosmos painted with a crimson gold hue revealing itself in a shocking manner as the transformation of Noah's body and soul was present and displayed on all of his clones. Faint lines of blue could also be seen flashing over his body as this wasn't the sight that caused the hearts of 7th firmament enders to shudder. It was the sight and aura of a solidified crown rotating above the head of this being that sparked pristine runic ecritures to float around it. This solidified crown was what caused the very blood of 7th firmament beings to shudder fearfully while 8th firmament beings only trembled. And even those at the 9th firmament felt the overbearing and inexplicable aura that could enamor one's soul. Others might not be able to understand what a solid spinning crown atop the head of someone meant, others might have only heard it in legends. But those around this locked domain were all powerful existences, as the highest ones knew a great deal about history. This was especially so for those who had lived history. Impossible, WAAA, the resonant voice of the Empress could be heard as for the first time. Her gaze wasn't utterly cold, smiling, or domineering as she displayed a light sense of shock on her face. This Beatrix's body that had fused with her ascendancy halo released waves of light as her very origin trembled. Her gaze also locked onto the solidified crown as she understood what it represented. The 9th firmament enders looked on in stupor as the calm and collected pure white dragon ender was actually the one to spill waves of oil into the fire, its majestic voice resonating out loud in measured shock. A candidate emperor for the current age of emperors, RUUUUMBLE, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. The 7th firmament enders that hadn't fully understood trembled as their eyes could not pull away from Noah's exceedingly cosmic figure. All the other beings trembled at such a reality, as nobody had expected to come across a genuine emperor that was qualified to toil for hegemony in the ushered age of emperors. Looks of alarm and shock, eyes that opened wide with disbelief. Eyes that stared incredulously as in a short period of time these eyes began to change as shockingly. Greed actually appeared on every single pair of eyes from the 9th firmament enders. Even the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans looked towards Noah as after their gazes of shock, they began to look at him greedily as if they wanted to devour him right here. This was because all beings that knew of the history from the olden times were very clear about one thing: the authority of an olden emperor that had a solidified crown and was considered as one of the genuine candidates to fight for hegemony within that age of emperors could never be disrespected. If an emperor could not protect his authority, it would be taken by whoever managed to trample upon him. The austere position and authority of a genuine emperor with a solidified crown was enough to cause even legends who had not achieved it to make a move if a weaker existence was exceptional enough to obtain candidacy. This dot was the path of the Age of Emperors. One could not hide their status once they obtained it, and others could steal your status so long as they killed you. Chapter 1613. An Emperor of the Kainos era makes an entrance. An existence with an average destiny could be changed overnight if they were able to take the authority of such a candidate emperor of any age. The eyes of powerful ninth firmament existences locked onto Noah's glorious figure with extreme focus as they momentarily forgot their current situation. It was an extremely rare thing to come across an existence that had solidified their crown and become a candidate emperor for that era. It was even rarer for that existence to be something so weak as at the seventh firmament, so when everyone ascertained Noah's power, even against the unique palpating aura he gave off, bzzzt essence crackled and burst as their powerful auras burst forth like a broken dam. Powerful auras of the ninth firmament experts that were undoubtedly more decisive than anybody else began to move while ignoring everything else, all going towards a single stellar existence who held a solidified crown. Rotating above him with austere power, wisps of nine lights shone like dazzling rivers as the white dragon ender that was further away was shockingly the fastest. Being a mere white light that tore across spacetime, the situation became clear to all. The eyes of Empress Genevieve shone with murderous coldness as she couldn't help but release an expletive as she moved instantly, her fair hands smashing onto the crimson skull as they caused an enormous crack to spread the skull, releasing even more maddening tendrils of bloody light to cover everything. Fuck, her figure flashed as since she was already near him, she arrived and stood before Noah. Mesmerizingly as the color of her halos caused the surroundings to brighten up and show Noah's visage even more. When one looked at him now, they would notice exceeding coldness and tyranny as even while ninth firmament tyrants thundered toward his direction he was not flustered or nervous. He watched the figure of Empress Genevieve appear before him as if he had known this was what would happen, his stellar eyes actually ignoring the ninth firmament enders as he looked at the dozens at the eighth firmament and hundreds at the seventh firmament. Thereafter, the shocking visage of ascendancy halos bloomed from him while Empress Genevieve had a stern expression that seemed to be conflicting with herself, her voice echoing out with shocking authority and wrath as she made her stand. Clear, this is mine, mine, the Empress declared as such for an existence as if he was a mere tool that she already possessed, a tool that no other should even dare to get their hands on. Genevieve's chest rose and fell in calm waves. Her luminous eyes captured everything as her robust aged soul saw all moving figures as if they were stuck in a quagmire when they moved across space, with only her eyes across this entire battlefield being able to see the astounding amount of shackles that weaved around every single being. Limitations and restrictions imposed by the vast realities themselves until they broke them by entering the realm of reality. Only her eyes could see such a unique scene as she had broken these shackles before. She had a goal to break them again soon as her plans were immeasurably deep and unfathomable, accounting for everything around her as with her knowledge it was only a matter of time. Then, a certain variable appeared that she merely added on to her plans as another being for her to devour to achieve what she wanted, yet now this variable revealed itself to be even more valuable as it had already achieved candidacy on the path of emperors of this era. A solidified crown that she had nearly forgotten the visage of as she herself held one similar to it eons ago. But she lost her qualifications. She had not been able to reclaim it as other beings had fought for the hegemony in the olden age of emperors until a single one came out on top. The emperor to prevail at that time. His will was too tyrannical as their current situation was all attributed to the actions he took after he gained his undeniable authority. Genevieve wanted to claim such an authority in this era. She was confident in solidifying her own crown and obtaining candidacy as soon as she began unlocking her past taboo nomological edicts, so she wasn't worried about this. But if she could swallow another existence with a solidified crown as well, what this empress claims as hers. Nobody can have any designs on it, bzzzt. Such were her thoughts as she appeared in front of the stellar-looking enlightened peerless alchemist. She didn't make a move to kill him as she knew the current body here was merely a clone, and killing would merely grant a minuscule portion of his authority as this didn't mean much to her. So she would protect what was hers now as when she locked down where his main body was. She would then eat everything up, then, I'll break a few more shackles, rumble. Her will was utterly domineering as against the surging auras of ninth firmament enders surging towards her and the being behind her. She moved her fair hands to grasp around invisible multicolored chains that only her eyes could see around everyone. Crack, with purpose, she began breaking these chains as every time she did it, her luminous eyes lost a small amount of luster as she hid the immense pain she was feeling, only showing an exceedingly cold expression. Crack, as she broke the chains, her aura began to rise as it instantly spilled from the eighth firmament and into the ninth firmament of ascendancy. And it only continued to rise higher. Whole, turbulent waves of essence surged around her as her fair body began to swirl with multicolored light, the illusory reality passages on her back spinning even faster and surging with essence as she gazed with murderous coldness towards her coming enemies while voicing out, "Let me show you power." As she said this, her body began to enlarge, her aura continuing to climb up the ninth firmament as she seemed like an unshakable post that nobody would ever be capable of bringing down. She made a move as at this moment, dazzling multicolored lotuses began to bloom one after another as they grinded out with devilish fervor, ridiculously. The existence behind her also made a move as Genevieve's awareness became even more focused on him as this being had erupted with 10 golden ascendancy halos. You little shit, 10 golden ascendancy halos that showed this being had been hiding himself deeply, with the shocking thing being the terrifying crimson gold eyes that were regally seen on all of these halos. He cared not for the powerful enemies coming towards him as he seemingly didn't put the ninth and eighth firmament enders in his eyes, focusing on the trembling seventh firmament enders who seemed most affected by his authority as his cosmic eyes glared at them with undeniable authority, like an emperor gazing at his subjects. His solidified crown spun while his golden ascendancy halos spread out with a terrifying will. His voice coming out mesmerizingly as he laid down a command, "Break." The unnamed Kainos Emperor gave a command as the fused and unfused ascendancy halos of hundreds of seventh firmament enders shuddered, a shocking scene blooming out at this moment that any beings who would come out of this event alive would never forget it. Chapter 16:14 Utterly trampling seventh firmament enders. The present and very real threats of genuine ninth firmament existences did not even appear in my mind. This was because after a sufficient period of time, I had learned to instinctively trust the indications of destiny as at this moment. They told me I could focus on the little enders at the seventh and eighth firmament without worry, so I didn't question it when Genevieve appeared in front of me and this past olden emperor so easily shifted from the eighth firmament and into the ninth while protecting me from the most powerful enders, my focus only remaining on the culmination of what I had been powering up for this whole time. As a solidified crown shimmering with crimson, gold, and blue colors rotated above me, it washed down a unique essence that caused an exhilarating feeling to permeate through every single cell in my body, as the sheer power and uniqueness of the newly formed unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline was replicated in the body of this true sanguine clone. Torrential waves of mana and all the other essences I had now turned infinite surged through every single cell as the exhilarating feeling of unstoppable power they gave up. This was what I sought for the most. BOM, a stellar explosive light shattered in a portion of my origin, a concept that was hidden there shining with a pristine white light as it was the indication that the resplendent treasure emperor had been dual empowered with the true stars of conquest. Prompts of information crossed through my soul about the elevated percentages of increased loot quantity and quality. A prompt that the maximum number of times that resplendent treasure cache could be used had been increased from 4 to 6. There were even more fantastical bouts of information, but my focus remained on the trembling seventh firmament enders before me that from my sheer aura alone they were afraid, as 10 golden ascendancy halos undulated over my body, their ruined eyes of ascendancy vibrated as their authority painted over 327 seventh firmament enders exactly, the feedback that my own soul received being that these powerful existences, I could do what I wished with them as not a single one could deny my authority. At this moment, not a single one could deny the elevated concepts of apocalypse, tyrannical emperor, or sanguine emperor as while being urged by the budding light of authority by the budding will of an emperor that I was only truly learning about ever so slightly. I laid out a command, break, BZZZZD, crack, 327 seventh firmament existences, whether they were fused with their ascendancy halos or not, each one came to a stop as from their eyes, I could see their fear from my mere authority turn very real as shockingly their vibrant ascendancy halos fractured simultaneously, boom. Billowing waves of essence echoed out as the authority of the ruined eyes of ascendancy had painted over all of their halos and simply told them to break, and these halos that did not contain any quasi-taboo concepts could do nothing but follow these words as on 327 primordial beasts, shining rings of light broke as the origin and souls of these existences faced immense injury. These powerful existences that I could not even raise my eyes to days ago had their hearts quivering and their eyes looking at me in shock and horror, the budding will of tyranny within me reacting with fervor as the more powerful the beings I could gaze down to and dominate, the more powerful this will became. The authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline had even spread to the nearby eighth firmament of ascendancy as from them, I could also begin to smell the scent of shock and fear. As these beings were asking themselves whether what I just did to the enders was something that they could defend against, the answer to that would be ascertained very soon, you little Genevieve's awareness was wrapped around this location as her eyes released bursts of anger, but I simply ignored this once more as destiny locked my focus onto my prey that at this moment, they weren't just 327 enders of reality but a representation of 49,050 flames of nomological edicts. Each one held 10 ascendancy halos that contained 15 flames of edicts, as when these beings fell, all of these concepts would land under me as the strongest insuperable nomological edicts among them would go towards filling up the remaining slots under my 600 flames of edicts limit of my very own ascendancy halos. BZZZT, my body coursed with more and more essences while watching the shocked and pained expressions of enders while they stared at their broken ascendancy halos. The budding will within my origin unconsciously waved over me as I tapped the solidified crown above me while calling out, "Throne of unnamed tyranny." Glorious waves of mana and essence of reality burst forth as a throne made from these stellar resources formed behind me, grand and striking. The throne was not illusory as it seemed very real, its surfaces lined up with countless willing runic ecritures as it gave off undeniable waves of authority. The cerulean blue of mana to represent me covered a large portion of it, the multicolored hue of the essence of reality covering the rest as it caused the surroundings to brighten up due to its sheer light. My body went to naturally sit upon this throne as for these beings before me. I did not even need to stand, these weren't just the actions I wanted to take, but it was the manner that the budding will of an emperor within me implied I should be acting in, to emulate a true emperor after I had solidified my candidacy in the coming age of emperors. Boom, the throne of a Kainos bloodline connected with me is what I can only assume to be pure majesty shot out, even Genevieve's angered figure shifting in front of my eyes as while surrounded by powerful enemies I was the only one comfortably sitting upon a throne. Thereafter, it was time for me to collect my loot from enemies that I had already destroyed the wills of as my ruined sanguine eyes of ascendancy flashed 327 times in an instant. I could degrade their edicts and very souls or even break them under Apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor. I could also control their very edicts they held so dearly as at this moment, the pieces of broken ascendancy halos that caused them so much pain flashed. The flames within these halos they had forged over the millions of years came to life as they actually pulled upon the remaining dredges of essence of reality, either the very bodies of these seventh firmament enders, and activated their strongest ultimate skills. Bolstered by the very authority of my ruined sanguine eyes of ascendancy and the essence of my quasi-taboo nomological edicts, that these eyes were activated through a shocking attack that these enders could never manage to dish out, erupted as the target of these attacks were their very own origins and souls. Can you imagine that? The very concepts you had forged for millions of years turning their back against you as at your final moments, you received an attack you could not even defend against as your own flames of edicts and concepts battered your origin and soul. Boom. Boom, stellar waves of light exploded out as without question, every single seventh firmament ender had their origins battered and ruined beyond repair. My concepts were already tightly wrapped around their authority as the essence of Apocalypse that could entirely and completely erase their souls across the space-time continuum was the concept to wash over them in their last moments. The newly empowered essence of the resplendent treasure emperor shining with an austere golden light as beams of loot and thousands of flames of edicts erupted at this moment. Chapter 1615, Utterly Trampling Seventh Firmament Enders. Loot, something that out of the many changing constants in my life it would remain the one thing that I would always marvel at, as 327 origins of seventh firmament existences were ended due to me simply calling for it with my authority. The origins and souls of these beings were looted as all their achievements returned to me, with some of them magnified by multiple factors. The golden boxes of loot prompts rained over my luminous eyes as I could already feel my expansive space filled with dazzling splendor. 6,937,200 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 693,720 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. Was it something unexpected? Maybe not, but it was still utterly unbelievable. 693,720 shards of a seed of reality. When I took out the Gazer and seventh firmament Wolfguard in the Forsaken Treasure reality, I had only obtained over 4,000 shards of a seed of reality from these beings that had reached the peak of the seventh firmament. That alone was enough to grant me 4 billion cosmos, as every single shard gave 1 million, but the numbers popping up now were utterly preposterous as they represented 693 billion cosmos. Enough for anyone to attain the requirements to step upon the folds of reality 6 times over. This dot was what I attained from this Nexus event that was only beginning. If it wasn't for the restrictions binding me right now to only 10 billion cosmos, achieving one of the conditions of reality could already be considered to be in place, but the limitations imposed by the very vast realties would remain until one forges their reality passages. And I wasn't planning to forge mine until cultivating my body in origin with all the different methods to achieve limit-breaking extreme physiques and designing my own modus operandi. So I was really putting my patience to the test, as the tools I needed were already there, but I could not rush it. The establishment of reality passages would lay down a road and foundation that would decide everything for the future. I was very young. There were old monsters that had lived for eons, creatures like Genevieve who were still alive from the olden times. They were dreadfully powerful, as well I had a mere handful of quasi-taboo nomological edicts. This being had over 30 that could be confirmed just from looking at her golden halos. And this was only if every halo represented having a single quasi-taboo nomological edict, but there could be 15 of such concepts in every halo, as that was even more dreadful to think about. Such were the beings I would be up against if I truly wanted the solidified authority of my Kainos Emperor bloodline to achieve anything in the future. I had to catch up with these beings one way or another, exceeding all possible known limitations when it came to establishing reality passages. This would be something crucial to bridge the gap against beings that had lived for countless eons. So the 693,720 shards of a seed of reality would simply lie in wait for me to use. As something even more fantastical was the fact that this number was one that was yet to be quadruplicated by ruination. BZZZT, my body's essence buzzed excitedly as I couldn't help but form a smile, my eyes gazing at the lifeless bodies of seventh firmament enders floating motionlessly as more golden prompts of loot rained over my eyes. 8,200,520 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 820,052 existential pearls are obtained. 7,925,540 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 792,554 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained. 111,180 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 111 reality resource points obtained. Boundless prompts of glory spun out as the surrounding battlefield had turned exceedingly quiet. The gaze of the 9th and 8th firmament enders were sharp as they gazed back and forth between my throne and the lifeless 7th firmament enders, a sense of inexplicable dread beginning to spread in this enclosed domain. But my eyes still focused on the prompts of loot, as the last prompt had a change from cosmic resource points to reality resource points that deserved a look into in its own time. I couldn't place too much thought into it now, as at this moment, the addition of edicts at a scale I had never experienced before began. The effects of absolute looter are applied. The ownership of the insuperable nomological edicts and flames of the eight-legged emperor, lunacy enthronement, instinctual emperor, eyeless beast, fate deceiver, cosmic shatterer, firmament scaler. Have been granted. OM. Thousands of edicts flowed in as anything minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable surged through my very soul, and then they were all instantly placed in the soul library. As for the insuperable nomological edicts, OOM, they began to sink into my 10 ascendancy halos as luminous rays of crimson gold light began to blast out from the ruined eyes of ascendancy. More edicts than even what a 9th firmament tyrant could hold, and all of them were condensed into 10 ascendancy halos. As the moment they began to fill the remaining hundreds of slots, the vibrant ascendancy halos began to undergo fantastical changes, and my aura only rose higher, as even though the 100 million ascendancy value remained the same, my origin felt ceaseless and unstoppable strength that should be more than enough for me to turn my eyes towards the most prized loot on this battlefield today. As beams of splendorous light shot forth from my ascendancy halos, I raised my eyes to see the oppressive auras of the 9th firmament enders that were almost here. Their eyes held grim expressions as greed still overcame them, each one having released their reality passages while surging towards my location. Yet I looked forward calmly, as once more there was my belief in destiny. There was the monster from the olden times who was under the delusion that I was hers to claim, as she had her own sense of greed, but she knew well enough that this was a mere clone, as she wouldn't receive anything if she attacked me. So this past emperor from the olden times now protected me, as the battle between me and her would be decided depending on when I obtained my taboo nomological edicts. BZZZT, her body caused the surrounding space to tremble as it gave off a torrential aura at the 9th firmament, the 30 spinning ascendancy halos flashing around as they seamlessly went to sink into her body. To protect what she thought to be her possession, this monstrous existence fused with her ascendancy halos to attain her true form while reality-shattering attacks rained down. Chapter 1616, Black. A shocking development. the existence that had revealed himself to be a candidate emperor for the coming age of emperors made a single move that caused all those on this battlefield to view him in an even more astounding light. He had used the authority of his solidified crown to call out a dazzling throne that shone with an austere blue color at its core, its edges lined by multicolored light as it gave off unstoppable waves of mana. With a single word, this being had broken the ascendancy halos of every single seventh firmament primordial beast. As in the next moment, the terrific crimson eyes on his golden ascendancy halos flashed as they called forth destruction of these beings simultaneously. Their own halos. Their very essence turned against them as they effectively lost in a battle of wills against this candidate emperor and died on the spot. Thereafter, this enthroned existence seemingly gazed over his work as if it was artistic perfection, his eyes flashing with a domineering golden light. As what caused somberness to course through the backs of the eighth firmament enders was the fact that they saw a smile light up devilishly on this being, a smile that they felt signified cruelty and tyranny of the utmost degree. As which type of being could smile like that after massacring over 307th firmament existences in a mere instant? They didn't know what Noah was flashing this smile simply due to the abundant loot rushing into his expansive space. They didn't know the tyrannical emperor was merely enjoying the fruits of his labor. He prepared and powered up for what seemed like forever so that when he came to destroy his enemies they could perish in an instant. But even as he released this grandeur and shocking authority that even made the dozens of eighth firmament enders somber, the surging lights that were the ninth firmament tyrants actually surged down even faster as the essence of reality wrapped around their bodies to unleash attacks capable of folding and twisting the very reality itself. They sped up even faster as Noah's actions only further showed just what stupendous power and authority a candidate emperor of the age of emperors could wield, where an existence at the seventh firmament of ascendancy could obliterate hundreds of those in the same stage without barring an eye. They wanted such a bloodline. They wanted such an authority. As the assassination of Empress Genevieve actually took a back seat, the mission of one's race and bloodline was important, but was it more important than the seeking of reality? These beings that had lived for millions of years answered this question as they put aside their mission to try and capture something for their own gain. But someone else was there who already considered herself to have laid claim to this, as while her cackling crimson gold skull maddeningly surged with boundless tendrils of blood, her golden halos surged into her body as she went to take on what should have been her true form. But halfway there, as an aurora of resplendent wings of light began to emerge from her back while she enlarged, her incandescent hands reached out to grasp tightly onto the cackling skull as thereafter its crimson light began to merge with her as it eventually fused. Thump! Everyone's soul skipped a beat as they saw the shocking scene of an item at the level of taboo actually merging with a living existence. Even the regal enthroned unnamed Kainos Emperor's eyes flashed as his throne leaked seas of mana, with his eyes rising up in slight surprise. Boom! A storm of essence burst and surrounded the figure of Genevieve as pure madness leaked from her, the visage she took on being displayed in a shocking fashion as she enlarged to be bigger than all other beings here. Her form was utterly serene and in no way matched her demeanor as everyone's eyes locked onto a black and white furred magisterial creature that was dazzling with profound light. Pairs of aurora wings erupted from its back as an enlarged illusory crown spun above it, its head filled with crimson gold fur unlike the black and white of its whole body, as three regal furred tails waved majestically behind it, floating on its four glorious bestial furred legs. The head of this creature was the most shocking as two crimson gold skull horns erupted from its sides that weaved together to form the runic écriture that meant madness. The face seemed like a mixture of a lioness and dragon, as the most striking thing about it was its eyes. Exceedingly large eyes for its face, as they shone of a stellar endless river within each of them, immense wrath being felt within as these eyes flashed out with a glorious and unstoppable light. An endless river of starlight that divided into 9 rivers that surged towards every single ninth firmament ender, the very reality being pierced and torn as the impact was disastrous. Boom! Billowing spatial storms rose as the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans looked towards Empress Genevieve in shock and confusion. Her true form was not that of a pure-blooded cardinal royal human. It was instead of an unknown species of a beast that shone with unbound majesty, as they found themselves questioning if they were seeing properly. "What are you fools doing? Aid the Empress." It was only Beatrix's voice that shook them out of their stupor as they moved to block and oppress the bestial enders that had their eyes shining with a lightfall of unbound greed. A light that the pure-blooded cardinal royal human guards tried to repress, as one could see the ninth firmament middle-aged pure-blooded royal human gaze at Noah in the corner of his eyes with a cold glint. Yet the Kainos Emperor on his throne had only given his few microseconds to the true form of Genevieve before he even turned his eyes elsewhere, not paying attention to any of them as his ascendancy halos vibrated and spun around him while releasing beams of multicolored light. The oppressive air he released seemed to be condensing as his surroundings twisted and churned. And this was because hundreds of flames of edicts were being pumped into the mere 10 ascendancy halos as they pulsed with shocking might that didn't seem to be capable of being held in. Crack, a sound akin to glass shattering echoed out once, crack, then for a second time, and then a third dot until it reached the 10th. The 10 golden ascendancy halos could not withstand the sheer amount of concepts within them as the number of concepts within a single ascendancy halo has exceeded established limits and parameters as a higher tier of halo is required to contain them. You have reached the boundary of the tier of a halo of ascendancy only accessible with the inclusion of the flames of a taboo nomological edict, WAA, Chapter 1617, Black. LL, in the hidden folds of space veiled by a mirror reality, do you guys have a record of that one? The 9 reality horned unicorn had its horn releasing multicolored light as it spoke lightly while watching the black and white furred bestial form that a certain being had taken. The pairs of aurora wings on its back and the crimson gold demonic horns twisting to right madness took their attention as no matter how one looked at it they couldn't find out its species. Even its head seemed like a mixture of a lioness and a dragon as its eyes of brutality shone with a stellar light. If it is just a mixed blood disaster remnant, this will be even easier. The worry of the olden emperor of the Golden Eye when he sends us out is if we come across a pure-blooded disaster remnant trying to re-establish themselves. The eclipsing celestial void eye's words rumbled out with ancientness as it gazed down, all 3 of these beings becoming quiet as even though they were speaking about the disaster remnant they came here to kill. Their eyes were currently locked onto another being entirely. The revolving luminous eyes of the dimensional archaic devil bird shone with gorgeous splendor as its maddeningly oppressive voice echoed out, a candidate emperor has risen. This one being beside a disaster remnant, WAA. The words were stated coldly and callously as the eyes of all of these 3 beings maintained their regality, but another emotion was budding with them. Silence reigned as they watched this being's figure. Suffused with light, the scene of his golden ascendancy halos shedding their outer layer and releasing a terrifying new color. The rising emotion in their eyes only became firmer at this scene as the eclipsing celestial void eye's voice boomed out. We are simply observers and cannot make a move against candidate emperors of the coming era, yet the will of the past emperor has stipulated that when a future candidate emperor associates with any of the remnants, we have the right to eradicate them if we can. Waves of destiny exploded out silently at these words as the 3 beings went quiet. They were utterly unique creatures who came from an astounding lineage, their backs carrying the weight and will of the existence who had taken reins and all the authority in the olden times. His will stretched out far as those who carried it. Were purely dreadful existences that others of the same stage could not compare to. Then destiny shall decide which one of us lands the killing blow to obtain candidacy for the coming Kainos era. Such a decision was made as their choice only became firmer when they saw what was happening around this existence that still released an aura that had not exceeded the 7th firmament of ascendancy. You have reached the boundary of the tier of a halo of ascendancy only accessible with the inclusion of the flames of a taboo nomological edict, WAA, the ascendancy halos. Surrounding Noah pulsed with vibrant light as they seemingly couldn't hold the concepts surging within them anymore, cracks beginning to spread out as the golden grandeur of the halos was gradually washed away. With the gold fading away, a new color was blooming as shockingly dazzlingly glorious rays of utter blackness pierced out and covered everything, like a prisoner freed. Like shackles that were binding it down. The color gold faded from the ascendancy halos as their outer exterior entirely shed to reveal pristine and breathtaking ascendancy halos that were utterly black, a black that shone with a dazzling aura as those who gazed at it might never be able to look away, an astounding achievement. You have exceeded the possible limits of a golden tier ascendancy halo that can be obtained through the inclusion of a quasi-taboo nomological edict and unlocked the black tier ascendancy halo that can be obtained through the inclusion of a taboo nomological edict. WAA, by exceeding the limit of 50 edicts within a single ascendancy halo, the condition to unlock the authority of a black tier ascendancy halo was achieved. Your affinity to the natural laws of the infinite realities has risen as your maximum reserves of the essence of reality are raised by prompt after prompt cascaded down as a shocking reality unfolded. Pristinely black ascendancy halos surrounded Noah as they surged with unworldly grace and might, the hearts of all beings quivering in fear as the only one who only batted him an eye. Was the bestial form of the Empress. What the fuck? A sonorous voice that seemed to come from a sacred beast. The pace of the battle was interrupted yet again as shock ran through the hearts of every existence here. This obscene candidate emperor seemed to be showing off one thing after another as what he had shown right now was simply too unbelievable, pure obsidian black ascendancy halos. What did they represent? What exactly did they mean? All existences remaining alive on this locked-down domain knew. The eyes of the Empress were not filled with shock or trembling, simply disbelief from the sheer fact that she did not agree that the black halos of light she saw stood for what they really represented. She had tangled with this being before for hundreds of days. As if he had the sufficient requirements to actually make his ascendancy halos black, she would be in a worse state right now. No. He was a unique existence with the right to become a candidate emperor by himself, but he could not have taboo nomological edicts to make this possible, and yet there he was situated upon his throne majestically as 10 black tier ascendancy halos undulated around him, giving him an austere light of shocking authority as his eyes opened at this time to lock onto specific beings, the 8th firmament primordial beasts. BZZZT, their hearts shuddered as they had the illusion of a billowing beast. Far greater than them, locking onto their very souls as prey, this beast grandly sitting on a throne as he actually raised his right hand at this moment and beckoned, a beckoning dot that caused an illusory flash of reality to appear as a menacing spear of reality thundered down, crying out with fervor as it seemed to be calling for blood. Chapter 1618 Black LLL, Back Tier Ascendancy Halo, a tremendous achievement that can only be brought about by touching upon the stage of taboo concepts that irrevocably alter the very reality. Other methods of obtaining this tier of halo exist, as the exceeding of 50 fused bloodlines of nomological edicts into a single halo has allowed for this halo to come to fruition. The concepts contained in this halo are granted the reality-altering affix, evolvable, as they automatically become concepts that can be elevated through their own specific means. A permanent and thorough method of elevation of concepts can also be done through transferring the tier of one concept to another, where the quasi-taboo tier of a nomological edict contained within this halo can be transferred to a lower tier edict within the same halo permanently. Abilities that require the essence of reality utilized. Though the authority of the black tier ascendancy halo only require half the normal amount of such a resource, as offensive abilities are granted a multiplier of 100 true reality damage values and defensive abilities are granted a multiplier of 100 true reality defense values. A single true reality damage value is equivalent to the explosive force of an imploding reality, while a single true reality defense value is a barrier only broken by a force capable of shattering a single reality. Along with this, a single black tier ascendancy halo grants the generation of 1 million royal cosmos daily, with this number increasing even more over time as the true blood within your origin is passively refined. The daily passive generation of 1,000 units of the essence of reality is granted, and the chance to increase this will come when taboo nomological edicts begin to occupy the ascendancy halo. The eyes of ascendancy permeating across an ascendancy halo have also received a great elevation in their authority, as denying them will require a great deal of quasi-taboo nomological edicts. The results of the fusion of black tier ascendancy halos are still unknown, as the true value can only be ascertained when you fuse with them for the first time. Many things rose up as Noah's focus had locked in a singular new concept, true reality damage value. Normally, the most powerful 7th firmament existences across the vast realities could display a single true reality damage value, as they could release attacks capable of shattering emerging realities. An example was Overseer Natalia, or the Heartsplitter bow that Noah had crafted, which could release attacks with a force of a single explosive reality. Then you had common powerful 8th firmament existences who had obtained 1 or 2 reality passages after breaking their shackles, and such beings could use their essence of reality to rain down damage equivalent to the force of 10 exploding realities. Or they could release 10 true reality damage values at their base. Of course, you had truly exceptional existences in the 8th firmament who could exceed this value and even display 20 or 30 true reality damage values, as it was a force equivalent to 30 realties exploding simultaneously on your face. Then you had singular unique cases like Empress Genevieve, an existence from the olden times, as she had seamlessly stepped onto the 9th firmament of ascendancy and released 9 rulers of shining rivers of reality that thundered towards 9 9th firmament enders. For her to be capable of matching the strikes of 9th firmament enders, she had to release 9 attacks that held equivalent damage to 100 true reality damage values, as that was the norm for existences of this level. Under what seemed to be her true form, and while fused with madness, she had shockingly been capable of achieving such a feat. Now, there was Noah, through his sheer shocking power-ups in the last few hours. He had conducted multiple actions that all culminated into a quasi-taboo nomological edict that allowed him to fuse 60 flames of edicts into a single halo, an action that broke apart a limit and allowed him to unlock black tier ascendancy halos that allowed any abilities released with their authority to dish out a multiplier of 100 true reality damage values. Attacks equivalent to the powerful 9th firmament existences, this applied to any and all abilities utilized with the authority of a black tier ascendancy halo, as when one recalled the fact that Noah had unlocked instant cast, he could theoretically release waves of attacks equivalent to the explosive force of 100 shattering realities. Dreadful, an utterly dreadful path had been unlocked at this moment by the unnamed Kainos Emperor. 100 true reality damage values were granted to Noah purely through the black tier ascendancy halo he cast an ability from, and then there was the factor of the cast abilities themselves one had to consider. If Noah cast an ability that could release an explosive force of 1 reality, then the released multiplier true reality damage value would still be 100. But if he released an ability with a base offense of 2 shattering realities, the multiplier true reality damage value would be 200. And so on. This single unlocked feature that only came after Noah upgraded a great deal of things could now allow him to dish out damage equivalent to 9th firmament experts, as he could even act this way defensively with a multiplier of true reality defensive value. This was just one thing that the black tier ascendancy halo granted, as apart from this, each ascendancy halo granted 1000 units of daily passive generation of the essence of reality. Each, it meant that Noah currently had a passive generation of 10,000 units of the essence of reality from his 10 ascendancy halos, as on top of this, there was the formation of 1 million royal cosmos for each halo, and his eyes of ascendancy having their authority even further strengthened. This was what the tier of black granted. It was glorious, ruumbl. His voice rumbled out explosively for everyone to hear for the first time, the throne he sat on vibrating as he swung the spear of reality within his hands with utter majesty. His essence moving onto a single black tier ascendancy halo as he called out again, but this time he infused his voice with Perers Hockey, glorious, chapter 16:19, refine with the blood of enders, situated atop a multicolored throne. An emperor called out with a devilish smile as he pulled upon a shocking newly granted authority, glorious, horrifically. An area of effectability was the first thing Noah utilized. It did not differentiate against friends or foes, as the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor traveled through sound waves and smashed onto every single existence here, squlch. The dozens of 8th firmament existences felt their origins tremble as all of them spat out blood and felt as if they had the wind knocked out of their very origins. The innate defenses of the 9th firmament existences buzzed and trembled as they felt this attack nearly pass through, their auditory senses buzzing as they looked towards the shocking existence atop the throne with pure shock. The candidate emperor of the coming Kainos era had spoken a single word as he utilized an area of effectability to do it, his mere voice carrying with it the force of 100 shattering realities as it caused 8 firmament existences to nearly face the destruction of their origins right then and there. Beatrix had blood leaking from her mouth as she ground her teeth dangerously, while Empress Genevieve's fur fluttered as her eyes also showed a true trace of genuine shock. Genuine shock, and how could one not be shocked at such a reality when if they looked at this being they saw that he had not even achieved his reality passages or broken through any of his shackles. He was still bound below the 8th firmament. So why could he release an attack of a 9th firmament existence with his mere voice alone? Such a question was asked in all their minds, as it was actually one that was answered moments ago. This answer also clicking in their minds soon after. There wasn't a reason to ask how. The only reason one needed to explain this was the fact that this existence before them was a candidate emperor of the coming age of emperors who had already solidified his authority and crown. Of course his capabilities were disastrous, of course he could do something as shocking as what he just did. It was just his realm confused them, as even now, they had not seen him call upon his reality passages even once, as their senses truly told them he had yet to reach the 8th firmament. If this proved to be true, then this existence before them was just monstrous. WAA. The holy voice that seemed to be coming from a sacred beast rang out from Genevieve, her black and white fur swaying slightly as her crimson gold winding horns shimmered with an austere stellar light. Yet the existence upon the throne did not pay attention to this, as with his scintillating spear of reality waving majestically, he came to point it towards the cluster of shaken 8th firmament enders as his throne began to float forward. His movements caused cold sweat to run down the souls of these enders as they recalled how their very origins had tumbled and shook from this being's mere voice carried by his will. Some of these enders being in the far back of the locked down domain as they unconsciously pulled back until they felt the boundary of the laid down domain stop them from going any further back. Fear. These beings were truly feeling fear as they had felt the damage to their origins close hand, knowing they couldn't handle any more of such damage as with such an existence turning his attention towards them. They could do nothing but tremble as their eyes pleasingly gazed up towards the 9th firmament enders who at this moment were also looking towards Noah with somber gazes after deflecting the fearsome strikes of Empress Genevieve. The 8th firmament existences were scared, and those at the 9th were somber, and then there was Noah himself. his eyes spun with luminous light as with a devilish smile. His crown floated forward while his stellar cosmic form could be seen releasing waves of austere resplendence. His spear of reality pointed forward as he once more called upon his will and cast Emperor's Haki through the authority of a black tier ascendancy halo while suffusing his voice into it. Perish, OM. The area of effect will that disperse the explosive force of 100 shattered realities boomed out indiscriminately once more as chaos ensued. Ancestral enders, SQULCH. The body of the weakest eighth firmament ender could not handle it as its origin received an impact it could not defend again. Its reality passage flickering and dwindling soon after as its body cracked apart into a golden shower of true blood and gore. WAA, the throne of the unnamed Kainos. Emperor neared the area of this exploded ender with his spear pointed forward, the exploding blood surging and seething as it began to coil around his spear and surge into his body, arcs of crimson gold tendrils beginning to form around him as he looked entirely devilish. Arcadian body and soul refinement was activated. The glimmer of loot prompts with the exception of racial bloodlines rang out as the bloodlines and true blood of these existences. They went towards the refinement of a limit-breaking extreme Arcadian physique at this moment. Noah's actions caused the bodies of the remaining eighth firmament existences to turn ragged as they called upon everything they had to defend themselves against a spread-out force of 100 shattering realities. The ninth firmament existences felt as if a sharp hammer was billowing on their defenses as if they were weak existences of this level. They might already be injured, but each of them were shockingly powerful in this stage as every single one had more than one reality passage. They were powerful, but they were becoming increasingly somber as the damage they still defended against right now was potent as this being it didn't seem like he was going to stop after he bathed and consumed the blood of a single eighth firmament ender. His shimmering throne turned towards those nearby and those scrambling to get out of the way as he ridiculously spoke out with a booming voice once more. Explode, boom. Boom, over 3/8 firmament enders could not handle it as their bodies erupted in a shower of blood that all surged towards the unnamed Kainos Emperor, his throne floating forward with an unmatched visage as the true blood and racial bloodlines of these existences all surged to his body to refine a stellar physique, his skin and muscles releasing a multicolored light as this was the second limit-breaking extreme physique he was cultivating at the same time. Fucking stop. Please, off to one side of the locked domain. Beatrix's voice echoed out as she kneeled in space, her body bleeding all over as her ascendancy halos released a cocoon of light around her. She was battered and beaten to the point that she was bleeding, and she could at most take another set of these attacks before she actually perished, just like these enders, as she called out to Noah murderously while also gazing towards Empress Genevieve. The other eighth firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were in the same state as the Empress turned towards the visage of the shocking existence with a sharp gaze, Noah only smiling as he didn't pay any heed and instead continued to lock onto the scrambling eighth firmament enders. None of them dared to even come close to him as they truly were scrambling out of the way, some even rushing towards their ancestral enders that were the ninth firmament primordial beasts. As the gaze of Empress Genevieve locked onto him dangerously, Noah pointed his spear of reality forward as a black tier ascendancy halo flashed, another ability being cast. An ability that would carry with it the multiplied force of 100 true reality damage value as it was equivalent to the force of 100 shattering realities. It was Fireball, BRRR. Chapter 1620 Refine with the Blood of Enders. LL, a tyrant sat on a throne is shockingly, an assassination of an empress of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline by the enders of reality had now turned to something with him at the center of focus. Wielding a glimmering spear of reality, he pointed towards extremely powerful existences that had opened their reality passages, existences that would normally be looked at as grand elders of bloodlines, these ones being magisterial beasts that could devour entire emerging realities, variations and combinations of foxes, draconic beasts, deep-sea creatures, and even ancient frost beasts who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Each of them had a reality passage glittering behind them as no matter their grandeur before this they currently ran away while scrambling towards the nearest ninth firmament ender they could find. Golden blood was already leaking profusely from their bodies as they had already suffered disastrous injuries just from the words of the tyrant upon a throne as now. This being spoke once more as his voice caused them to shudder. Fireball, BRRR, pure fantastical wonder bloomed as crimson balls of flames that glimmered with the illusion of a stellar river of reality reverberated out, each one shone with the blinding light of stellar bodies as they seemed to contain a whole illusory reality within them, dozens blooming out as when they exploded they would release the shocking force contained within them that could rip apart realities. They shot out with speed and haste that the moment they bloomed. They instantly arrived at their targets an instant later as explosive sounds that tore apart space itself and caused unstable spatial storms ruptured the bodies of any eighth firmament enders they came across. Unstable spatial storms that raged with crimson flames of extreme heat that caused the surrounding space to turn molten. But one that horrific sounds echoed out as it seemed like exploding balls of realities had been thrown over, bestial limbs and true blood flying out on all sides as the being to cause all this simply raised his spear thereafter and spread his will out. The eighth firmament enders that had fallen to a mere cast of fireball that carried with it the true reality damage value of 100, having all their true blood and bloodlines surging towards him. As this occurred, his luminous eyes that spun with palpable excitement gazed around to lock onto the remaining eighth firmament enders that actually prayed that he wouldn't turn his eyes towards them. They continued to scramble as far away from him as possible, while some were finally able to hide behind the visage of the ninth firmament enders, and as all of this occurred, prompts of loot continued to descend before Noah's eyes as he watched them in passing, his eyes only twinkling when something truly special came around. The ownership of the quasi-taboo nomological edict and flames of the nine-tailed emperor has been granted. Every now and then, an eighth firmament ender that had a golden ascendancy halo would fall as a quasi-taboo nomological edict or two would be granted to Noah. This was what caught his eyes the most, as a large number of insuperable nomological edicts also flowed in. Noah placing everything he couldn't use towards the soul library while he continued to marvel at the results of his actions and what he had now grown to be capable of doing. And this was just the cusp of the possibilities, as the methods of empowerment he had in his hands were simply monstrous. The tens of thousands of nomological edicts he received from the seventh firmament enders, and even the top-tier edicts he was receiving right now from the tens of eighth firmament enders. Any of those that he didn't need, he could burn them under the authority of the throne of Arcadian tyranny to elevate his soul even further. The stronger his soul was, the more concepts he could handle. The more concepts he could handle, the more terrifying the power he could display. Theoretically, the possibilities truly were endless, as what Noah was doing was akin to a positive feedback cycle of just more and more TSHA. The surroundings calmed as Noah's disastrous attack died down, leaving over 17 eighth firmament existences dead from a mere cast of fireball, as the equivalent of 100 imploding realities honed in on these beings and battered them to the point that they could not defend. Fiery unstable spatial storms and molten space stretched out in arcs as Noah tested the true reality damage value of his black tier ascendancy halos, coming to few conclusions after testing abilities a few times. One was the fact that the authority to grant the 100 true reality damage value multiplier was permitted only through the halo that cast the ability, where Noah could not pull upon all 10 black halos to cast a single ability and stack their 100 true reality damage multipliers until they reached 1000. The most he could do was instant cast the same ability 10 times, or 10 different abilities at the same time through the 10 different halos, being capable of achieving multiple attacks that each contained 100 true reality damage values, effectively being capable of landing 10 basic consecutive attacks of a ninth firmament existence. But what will happen when I seamlessly fuse with the authority of all 10 ascendancy halos? What true reality damage value will be attained then? His thoughts were wild and untamed, as he had truly stepped onto a grand stage when he still hadn't broken his shackles and forged his reality passages. What an achievement this was! Most ninth firmament existences touched upon 100 true reality damage values with their most powerful attacks, as those within this rank that were the most powerful could dish out 200 to 400 true reality damage values, if not more, depending on what type of existence they were. This was the stage Noah had arrived at as he reveled in it, while his body was refining the limit-breaking extreme mana physique and the limit-breaking Arcadian physique simultaneously, as the blood of enders rushed into his body and coursed through him. Faint blue lines that shone with beauty were becoming etched onto his stellar skin, as these represented the runic mana lines of ascendancy, whose description was gradually forming in Noah's mind, this concept containing its own unique surprises. The blood in the surroundings fully surged into Noah as the chaotic space still held raging flames that could burn apart any below the eighth firmament, all those left in the battlefield entirely somber as they watched Noah turn his otlotl of reality towards the 28 remaining eighth firmament primordial beasts. It was time for him to wipe out these existences and use their blood merely for refinement, where his eyes would then target the main course of this Nexus event, the ninth firmament enders. Those were the beings that Noah would utilize his resplendent treasure cache on. He wanted an attack to eradicate all his chosen enemies at this moment, as for the purposes of testing things. He now moved on to how the authority of the black tier halo of ascendancy could be used when an ability of a relic was cast. While he utilized this same relic, He wanted to see just what the outlotl of reality would cause, as this weapon now carried the weight of over 80 fused emerging realities and, as of now, 10 fully assimilated prime realities. Chapter 1621 Refine with the Blood of Enders. LLL. One must be clear that outlotl of reality was a sui generis enlightened primordial relic that held the weight of Noah's infinite reality, and it didn't represent a damage equivalent to the shattering of a reality, with the main question at this juncture being whether the weight of the infinite reality was comparable to the explosion of the shocking force released by a shattering endless river of reality. Among the abilities of the outlotl of reality, there already existed some that could directly deal out one true reality damage value. With some abilities being elevated to be capable of dealing 2 or even 3 true reality damage values with the recent infusion of realities that directly changed the mass of the infinite reality. There were many abilities under the outlotl of reality, as this time around, Noah didn't use the strongest one that would provide the highest true reality damage value, but one that would eradicate all his chosen enemies in one strike. It was Cosmic Thrower. Cosmic Thrower. The outlotl of reality can release unlimited unstable cosmos containing within them the essence of all flames of edicts within the user's arsenal, the unstable cosmos carrying the homing quality as they can pierce through the veils of reality to reach their enemies wherever they are, even if they are hidden in locations as abstruse as mirror realities. Each cast requires 10 units of the essence of reality along with millions of units of mana. An ability that might have seemed high cost when it first appeared, and yet Noah's reserves of essence of reality had risen so much that it seemed minimal at this moment. His reserves had further gone to exceed 65,000, as unlike the ridiculous 50,000 boost gained from achieving the solidification his candidacy in the Kainos era, the unprovoked birth of a black tier halo granted Noah another 10,000 as his reserves rose to 75,000. Evidently, the task of achieving a Kainos Emperor bloodline was looked at with much more importance. Even though his reserves of the essence of reality were high, he had been using them far faster than what the daily generation or his affix could bring in, as he even had to replenish his reality crystals from his true sanguine clone that had delved into another treasure reality in the Forsaken Treasure Emperor, that apart from a page of the modus operandi within this reality, a cluster of reality crystals were also located. Just a few rounds of refinement with the limit-breaking extreme mana physique had nearly drained him, as it put the corruption of many edicts through ruination on hold, but to spend a mere 10 units now to cast a single ability that would reap the lives of 28 eighth firmament existences was a negligible expense, as the base true reality damage value of Cosmic Thrower was 2 when called upon with the outlotl of reality. BZZZZT, the spear of reality within Noah's hand buzzed and crackled as before anybody could even make another move, before the molten reality utterly destroyed by fireballs could even heal. He pointed his spear forward serenely while sitting on his multicolored throne. His voice coming out softly, Cosmic Thrower. An incandescent light flashed, the outlotl of reality released astounding radiance as from it 28 pulsing unstable cosmos were called out. As the moment they appeared, they sank into the surrounding space and disappeared as if they never existed. No horrendous explosive forces or ripping of the very structure of reality occurred for a single microsecond, as it seemed that the outlotl of reality had only flashed with light and released a few glimmering balls before it dimmed a little, but the 28 remaining eighth firmament existences felt their destinies turn entirely dark at this moment, as if an inescapable fate had been ordained for them, and it truly was so, as even though they couldn't see the attacks, unstable cosmos containing the force of 200 true reality damage values fused into the very fabrics of reality to only reappear when they came in contact with their bodies through the homing feature. BOM. Then, the fabric of reality was torn and laid to waste along with the bodies and origins of their targets. Beatrix and the other eighth firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal human guards felt their hearts buzzing either unwillingness and disbelief as they watched 28 existences that had broken past their shackles and held a reality passage. They watched as attacks bloomed in front of these beings such force that even they spat out blood from a distance. They watched as after the passage of a single microsecond, golden blood overflowed as 28 shattered origins lay out in multiple locations. Unbearable silence ensued as only the sound of space trying its best to heal could be heard. Only the nonchalant unnamed Kainos Emperor could be seen pointing his spear of reality forward as the rivers of golden blood cascaded onto him as if they were seeking a glorious home. The reality that this being had wiped out all of the 7th and 8th firmament enders in a few seconds settling in at this moment. The eyes of the unnamed Kainos Emperor were bright as he was showered with prompts of loot and the reward of multiple new quasi-taboo nomological edicts he had to closely look at soon, as he felt his body continuously strengthened in ways he didn't know possible. his eyes locked onto the beings that even caused him to not focus on his prompts of loot at this moment. The ninth firmament enders that were the masterminds of this assassination, when he reaped the lives of eighth firmament existences, none of them were given the honor of being chosen to give the resplendent treasure cache that Noah now had 5 of 6 uses remaining. All uses were saved for even more powerful enemies. And since there were terrifying ninth firmament existences right before him, it was only right he give them such an honor, as if he could manage to take down any of them. The loot from resplendent treasure cache would be something unimaginable. Chapter 16:22 Chaos breeds opportunity. Chaos, a state of being in a perpetual destiny that all things seem to fall to. Cycles of chaos had been going since unknown times, as now yet another era of chaos was ushered in, this time by the fateful actions of the primordial beasts, whose only purpose was the reclamation and re-establishment of the singular main reality. Their forces lay in wait for countless years as their legends and those in the firmaments of ascendancy moved at this moment, their actions making way for unbound destruction and glorious opportunities, as in times of chaos. Destiny could be snatched the easiest. Existences that knew nothing of the schemes of the primordial beasts were just facing these changes as some welcomed them with open arms, destiny beginning to shine gloriously under these beings. But due to the methodical planning of enders, unbound destruction had already occurred, as the most destruction was actually carried out within the very first few minutes of the attacks. An unknown number of emerging realities fell as swarms of 1st to 6th firmament primordial beasts spread out across the vast explored regions of the infinite realities. An even greater number of prime realities fell during these first few minutes, as they were made the prime targets, with 7th to 9th firmament enders being dispatched and overpowering the surprised overseers before they destroyed their realities. Before the more powerful primordials could even react, disastrous damage was done during this period of time. But the primordials were still the primordials. They had reigned over the past eons, as their power was undeniable. In some regions of the vast realities, primordial beasts found to their shock that armies were already assembled to protect realities, as if they knew enders were coming in advance. In some regions, the moment their attacks began within a prime reality that should have only had a 7th firmament overseer, they suddenly found that an 8th firmament existence rose to defend their home. In other regions, even if the information was as expected, the moment that the enders began their attacks, the reinforcements arrived too quickly and with too much ferocity, as they couldn't even destroy anything. Near one such a region, these arcs of golden flames stretched out for light years as the shattered origins of 3 enormous bestial figures of 9th firmament enders could be seen. Over a dozen 8th firmament origins and even more a rank lower also lying dead and melting from the heat of the golden flames that roared out like an endless golden sea. Standing amidst these flames untouched was a creature with golden fur all over its body, an illusory crown spinning above its head as. Along with this there was a spinning golden sun releasing immense heat beside the crown. For grand reality passages still spun behind this being as they showered his body with even more pristine glory. The golden-furred creature screamed of majesty as it had the form of a regal ape-like creature, this being an important personage of the cardinal royal bloodline of the Solaris Simians. Such a being released an aura at the 8th firmament of ascendancy, even though 3 9th firmament enders lay dead before his will, his golden eyes spinning with stellar light as he gazed at the nearby prime reality that nearly fell. For them to be so bold to even target me during my vacation, don't they know the fury of a Solaris Simian emperor can burn even grotto sanctums? WAA. Immense power raged around this being as he was just an example out of many across the vast realities who were extremely powerful and special with their own unique means. In another region, near a continuum apocalypse reality, pure white and blue essence permeated around the region as it even painted the nearby continuum apocalypse reality with such a hue, the core of this essence being a blinding figure that seemed to be purely made of light, yet the surroundings of this figure of light were covered by waves of deathly darkness, and an enormous archaic figure of a blue-eyed young man surrounded by over a dozen 7th firmament undead that had dimmed ascendancy halos called out. Along with countless other beings of lower rank, they faced a shocking force of primordial beasts and existences of the Telos bloodline before them, destruction already permeating throughout this space as the existence made of pure light called out to the blue-eyed existence. "Stop playing around, Eckert," simple words echoed out as a devilish smile appeared on the blue-eyed being, with his visage not even seeming that special, as one could see his 10 ascendancy halos beginning at white tear to purple, yet this being waved his hands after these words as the ascendancy halos of the undead around him began to buzz, flying away from their bodies and coming towards him as his own halos were switched with theirs. In a matter of moments, 9 purple and 1 golden Ascendancy halo could be seen on this being as he picked and chose from his vassals, the scene thereafter turning even more drastic as his luminous blue eyes flashed to call upon the undead vassals. Their bodies flying towards him and seamlessly sinking into him as his aura rose up crazily while his body enlarged for millions of miles. His aura rose in waves as the purple halos he showed pulsed the more that he fused with undead in the 7th and 8th firmament, their color gradually becoming tinted with a hue of gold as the aura released approached far past what normal 7th firmament existences could display. A telos feeding on apocalypse, huh? Let me give you an apocalypse. BOM, darkness and unbound malice spread out as this being moved in conjunction with an existence that starkly seemed much too pure to even be near other existences. This was another example of unique creatures far exceeding the boundary of their stages, as their destiny was something that could only benefit from the coming era. Existences like this could scale the firmaments with power and purpose, as their destinies simply could not be ended so easily, the future still holding tremendous roles for them to play in these times of chaos. After all, those with abundant destinies thrive the most in chaotic times. In the past age of emperors, chaos had unfolded spectacularly, as the one to reign it under his heel was the existence that had claimed the title of emperor of the entire age. The actions of those who obtained full authority and ruled over an entire age were always grand and had long-lasting consequences, with the actions of the past emperor being what brought to fruition the splitting and proliferation of the vast infinite realities. The splitting into the countless realities was something achievable only under the authority of the past emperor, as his identity was seemingly connected to the one and only reigning bloodline, the past eons, primordials. Chapter 1623, tearing down the visage of the 9th firmament of ascendancy. The splitting of the infinite realities due to the authority of the past emperor. What a glorious power, what glorious authority, what glorious possibilities. Authority capable of making one be able to do such things was what everyone sought, with the goal of the enders of reality being exactly this. As with the spread of their actions at this point in time, their targets were prolific geniuses of mainly primordials and other powerful bloodlines, as everything was for the cause of reducing the possible candidate emperors from solidifying their authority. Cardinal royal bloodlines were those targeted the most, as the prize targets that had to fall with surety stemmed from pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines. Parties with a level of power 5 or 10 times compared to their targets were sent forth, as many would succeed and many would also fail. But even if they had to perish, the geniuses with a claim to follow the path of emperors of the coming Kainos era had to perish with them. This was why you have to die, BZZZT, in the locked down enclosure. The pure white dragon finally spoke after all the powerful existences watched the massacre of 7th and 8th firmament enders in mere microseconds, the other 9th firmament primordial beasts coming at its left and right as their bodies released vibrant waves of power. The pure white dragon was actually the most powerful, as it boasted 3 reality passages behind it, 3 other enders having 2 reality passages, as the remaining only had a single one. This dragon was gazing towards the lone being situated upon a multicolored throne and wielding a stellar spear of reality while gazing towards them with a dangerous glint in his eyes. A fearless devilish smile painted over him as he seemed to have grand ideas. All the eyes of the 9th firmament enders were now locked onto him, and not Empress Genevieve at this moment, as when it came to their mission of stopping profound geniuses on the side of primordials from rising. This being before them was a prime target, as he had already solidified his authority. Among those that had to die, he would have been at the very top. The fact that they would obtain his authority after he died was just an enormous extra that would also benefit their bloodline. So the golden ascendancy halos around this white dragon flashed with light as they sunk into its body silently. Any other 9th firmament enders that didn't take their true forms fusing with their halos at this moment, as they prepared to take on an astounding genius and get rid of him before he became a disastrous existence in the age of emperors. You all just know exactly how to push my buttons. Did I not say that this guy was mine? WAA, the voice of an unknown species of sacred beast echoed out as the form of Empress Genevieve released waves of radiant luster. Her figure ready to release even more attacks with a true reality damage value above 100 if she needed to. Beside her, the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans had differing expressions as they also came to float to her left and right, many of them still moving to protect the Empress even though she took on a true form that wasn't that of a pure-blooded cardinal royal human. This was because at this moment, they were in a battle of survival, as any mysteries could be solved after they survived this perilous situation. So any doubts were pushed aside as they became ready to fight for their lives. Their party came to float between the unnamed Kainos Emperor and the Enders, who at this moment had risen to their height of power, the essence around them seemingly resonating as the eyes of the white dragon released dazzling light. There is no need to worry, primordial. After the candidate emperor of the coming age has perished, you will follow. 9 Beast Phantom Formation of the White Emperor. OMG, all the ninth firmament enders spoke the last set of words in unison as their bodies shone, turning into stellar lights that moved into different positions in this locked-down domain as thereafter. Their bodies released a profound white light that connected together. The pure white dragon stayed at the forefront as around it, an enormous illusory draconic head began to form. The ape-like beast and crimson bloody spider were to its left and right as their bodies were covered by pure white long-spanning wings. With the other enders in different portions as all of them stood at a point that brought to life a formation with their bodies as conduits, the 9 Beast Phantom Formation of the White Emperor, it was bringing to life an enormous ancient white dragon from the olden times as apart from its illusory appearance that was gradually becoming more real, a faint illusory crown had appeared above it. The obsidian scorpion was the last conduit as it was at the position of the tail, an illusory scorpionic draconic tail forming to finish the formation of an existence that was known as the White Emperor many eons ago. The formation they had cast was merely something that could call out a glimpse of the visage of this being as before everyone's eyes. A humongous ferocious-looking ancient white dragon with 6 pairs of wings and a sharp tail that could shatter hundreds of realities appeared. Its white scales glimmered with vibrant multicolored runic lines of ascendancy and runic ecritures that read impenetrable among other words throughout, abundant essence surging all around it as it became entirely real in a few microseconds, while behind it 5 reality passages appeared as they surged endless types of essence into it to make it even more real and powerful that it seemed like this form could be kept active for an extremely long period of time. Essence raged as the 9 enders anchored together in a formation to call forth the visage of a past emperor. The eyes of this white dragon emperor opening at this moment as they released a piercing golden glow that gazed directly towards the emperor on his throne. Its visage was boundless in power as it easily exceeded the most powerful ninth firmament existences, but its domineering aura actually lost out at the next moment as the emperor, situated majestically atop a throne, raised his spear and pointed it towards the direction that had the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans and the white dragon. Emperor, this emperor, BZZZT, atop the multicolored throne, the unnamed Kainos emperor waved his spear of reality as it cut apart space beautifully, his voice coming out grandly as he addressed everyone fully at this moment. This emperor does not belong to anyone, nor can insignificant existences with such abysmal destinies claim to be capable of taking my life. WA, Chapter 1624, Tearing Down the Visage of the Ninth Firmament. This emperor does not belong to anyone, nor can insignificant existences with such abysmal destinies claim to be capable of taking my life. WA, boundless light exhumed from the unnamed Kainos emperor as he spoke, his tyrannical will seeping out as it began to be felt closely by all those nearby. Even the existences hidden by the folds of the mirror reality far in the distance, who at this moment adopted stern expressions as they gazed forward, their gazes still calm. He seems to just be awakening to his bloodline, but his will should be drawn thin after matching these enders. At the last point, when his soul is already tired, we will descend for the kill. The archaic devil bird spoke coldly as the 9 reality horned unicorn scoffed. We could wipe all of them out right now. Do we still have to move with care? I'm finding this remnant disaster that is trying to use the primordial bloodline as her mask more and more distasteful. Its words carried regality as the archaic devil bird ignored its compatriot entirely, only speaking out soon after as if his words were final. She merely carries a lesser primordial bloodline and has not undergone the baptism she would have taken if she succeeded in becoming the candidate ruler of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. We shall wipe her out and these fools that followed her this whole time without knowing who she is. Words of brutality echoed out as immense coldness could be felt from them. These 3 hidden beings from the olden times were those following the will of the past emperor, so naturally, they had to have some connection to primordials. Yet there seemed to be a large gap in status and mystery even amongst primordials, as how many of them knew the true history and were privy to the secrets of the past. Such beings continued to lie in wait as their attack would be the truly inescapable danger that even the most powerful ninth firmament existence would fall to. Noah's spear of reality pointed towards the enormous white dragon emperor that was 10 times in size and stature than all other beings in this locked-down domain. His eyes releasing beams of light as the moment his words finished, his throne floated forward. He cared not for the angered expression of Empress Genevieve. He cared not for whatever reply the powerful group of ninth firmament enders that had anchored themselves into a formation came up with. He was currently feeling a surge of strength as he had made progress in 2 limit-breaking extreme physiques, his body being further elevated by new features as at this moment multiple bright runic mana lines of ascendancy were surging over his skin vibrantly as their descriptions slowly became clear. To understand their augmentation, we must first understand Noah's own level of strength currently. due to the sheer number of concepts he held, the strength of his soul, his own blood and origin. And many more factors that augmented his strength, he could release a force equivalent to roughly 1 true reality damage value with his own skills and attacks, with this number edging upward slowly as he switched lesser edicts for stronger ones from those that had fallen under him. This was why the low-tier fireball that had brought the end of multiple enders had released an attack a bit over 100 true reality damage values after being cast with the authority of a black-tier ascendancy halo, but if he cast it again now, it might reach 200 or 300 true reality damage values due to him gaining over 60 quasi-taboo nomological edicts from the dozens of 8th firmament enders he had wiped out, with him not even being capable of fully adding all of them to his soul. Concepts such as this were extremely overbearing as the boosts they came with were ridiculous, but he found his soul reaching an upper tier limit when he suddenly tried to increase the number of quasi-taboo nomological edicts from 5 to 65. His soul strength was more overbearing than even a 9th firmament existence, but the pressure of so many quasi-taboo concepts was too much as for this. He had to strengthen his soul through many means, but the quickest one currently was to sacrifice the many useless minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts that he didn't need with the authority of the throne of Arcadian tyranny. And this was exactly what his main body was doing right now in the cosmic Holy Land. While his true sanguine clone was seated on the throne of unnamed tyranny, his true body regally sat on the throne of Arcadian tyranny as under his command. Thousands of nomological edicts along with their bloodlines began to burn. The sight was utterly shocking as above the multicolored throne, one could see immense light surging as it coagulated into golden dewdrops above Noah's head, these dewdrops then falling onto him as a wondrous feeling of exhilaration and power flowed within him. Thereafter, and when this occurred, these even more quasi-taboo nomological edicts were capable of being tacked onto his soul as his strength surged ever higher, his true sanguine clone being capable of releasing even more terrific strength as he was scaling the firmaments of ascendancy at ridiculous speeds. To test the limits of his strength and just what true reality damage value he could reach on his own and with the outlotl of reality, Noah wanted to continue pushing his limits as this white dragon emperor that had just been called forth was something that almost exceeded all parameters of the 9th firmament, and such a phenomenon was what Noah wanted to match with. To ensure his survival though, he prepared in advance as he cast silently, aura of vigor, aura of defense, aura of mana, aura of grace, aura of might, aura of serenity, aura of discipline, multiple auras from the minor nomological edict of the bulwark that were classified as defensive skills were cast. His already resplendent figure actively showing multicolored transparent bubbles appearing around him as wondrously, each aura was instant cast from a black tier ascendancy halo as it carried 100 true reality defense value, with multiple stacked onto his body. An attack exceeding 1000 true reality damage value had to hit him, as even if it came close, Noah would spam these defensive auras constantly as he had a portion of his soul focused on doing just this from now on until the battle ended. After all, the cast of these auras only cost mana, as when it came to that, Noah could effectively say he could have a passive barrier of 1000 true reality defense values at all times as in the firmaments of ascendancy. He might have the chance to truly be fearless, he had to do this as the enemy this time was extremely powerful. The overlapping strength of 9 peak 9th firmament enders. What type of concept was that? It was a nearly impossible task to defeat them, as surviving against them would be hard. But Noah wanted to try. He wanted to see what his constant and unending spam of defensive skills would do. And whether he could truly move about unhindered in the firmaments of ascendancy. Let's put it to a test. WAA, Chapter 1625, Tearing Down the Visage of the 9th Firmament. LLL, with a steady heart, Noah's moved to affirm his beliefs by facing a ridiculously strong enemy. His eyes glimmered with intense light as he could still see a description of the runic mana lines of ascendancy that filled him with even more confidence. Runic mana lines of ascendancy, runic lines elevated from other concepts or inscribed by unique authorities tying back to the very era one resides in. The runic mana lines of ascendancy complement and add on to all the sources of strength culminated within your body, origin, and soul, allowing for all of them to surround your body with passive strengthening and defense. The runic mana lines of ascendancy are even more unique as they cut the required resources of all cast abilities by 1/4, with this including the resource of essence of reality. A low number currently flows over your body as more information on their nature is being derived, with more functions being unlocked as the number of runic mana line increases. Current runic mana lines of ascendancy 4. Current true reality boost, defensive damage, 0.4, a grand source of strength that directly augmented all his sources of power had arrived, having obtained 4 runic mana lines of ascendancy from 4 refinements of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique. Noah actually obtained an additional source of nearly half a true reality value. The brilliant cerulean runic lines caused his body to feel a constant surge of strength, as even though he didn't have stellar reality passages behind him, his own infinite resources under his system gave him the illusion of unceasing essence just waiting to be unleashed, so his multicolored throne surged forward as with the atlatl of reality pointing ahead. It turned into a regal point of light that surged towards the enormous scintillating white dragon emperor fearlessly. His throne flew across the ruptured space, still not healed from his fireballs and unstable cosmos, as it passed over Genevieve and her pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, going against the visage of a past emperor 10 times his size, as this creature had 5 billowing reality passages constantly washing down essence. Against his domineering actions, the visage of the white Dragon Emperor seemed offended as the golden light in its eyes spun, its aurora of wings shimmering as its right claw thundered down like an ancient mountain that encompassed everything. How much true reality damage values were accumulated in such a strike that had 9/9 firmament enders contributing to its power? More than that, this formation boasted the will of a past emperor, as while its claw thundered down towards the coming throne, its voice boomed out commandingly as runic ecritures flowed out from its sharp jaws. Hand over your life, words filled with majesty as they carried a sharp attack meant to even subdue the soul, words akin to an undeniable command from the visage of the emperor. The soul attack smashed towards Noah before the two sides even connected physically, as he felt an oppressive pressure trying to dwindle out his authority and even shake his will to try and evaporate his throne, a mere will of a fallen emperor. Dares to try and extinguish mine. His very authority and throne seemed to cry out at such a challenge, seemingly asking how dare a past will try to contend with the will of a Kainos emperor? Noah's body and soul were connected to his throne as essence flowed through seamlessly, his aura surging as his soul faced the overpowering will of the white dragon emperor and tried to deny it. He couldn't just evaporate it with his words though, this being a will coagulated from 9/9 firmament enders and the visage of an emperor. His own soul had to be strong enough to overcome it, as at this juncture, his main body in the faraway cosmic Holy Land paved the way forward as it was situated on the throne of Arcadian tyranny. Tens of thousands of nomological edicts burned for the cause of strengthening his soul, as he constantly felt this increased soul augmentation that allowed his authority to not fade even when faced with the combined soul attacks of multiple enders. Nomological edicts gained from hundreds of 7th firmament enders burned as multiple golden dewdrops formed above the throne of Arcadian tyranny and surged into Noah, even the soul library being plundered for the edicts always contained within it, as Noah would continue powering up even in the midst of battle. His soul received all the forming golden dewdrops of pure soul power as he became bathed in a radiant golden light, the nourishment this time being excessively better than any devouring of soul crystals. Feeling the surging waves of soul power, Noah's atlatl of reality became even sharper as it suffused with multicolored essence, his throne releasing liquefied waves of essence as it denied the descending will of a past emperor while Noah charged forward. His eyes releasing astounding visage as he shouted out to overcome everything. Bursts of multicolored light bloomed as a seated unnamed Kainos emperor broke past the will of the white dragon emperor, his soul and atlatl of reality breaking past all obstacles as it was about to come in constant with the encompassing claw of this fearsome existence. Roar, feeling the impudence of such an action, the glimmering bestial form roared out while Noah released his own voiceover and over again. Reality piercer. Reality piercer. Reality piercer. Reality piercer. Reality piercer. Reality piercer. The same ability was cast from the 10 black ascendancy halos multiple times and layered on top of each other as they smashed onto the scales of the white dragon emperor with glorious dignity. Noah's own true reality damage value was accounted for, as well as the value from the atlatl of reality, and then there was the augmentation from the black tier ascendancy halos as each of the spammed attacks shockingly reached 300 to 400 true reality damage values at this moment. A reality shaking impact occurred as at this moment the multicolored atlatl of reality seemingly bloomed into dozens of spears of endless realities, smashing onto the claw of the white dragon emperor as multiple defensive auras were ready to sustain Noah's life force. Space quaked and cried out as billowing storms erupted, the wills of two emperors smashing into each other for supremacy as Noah continued to rip apart the mysteries and visage of the austere 9th firmament of ascendancy. Chapter 1626, Building the Ultimate Defense. A throne made of multicolored light shot out across space to smash onto the scaled white claw of a white dragon emperor. The unnamed Kainos emperor seated the whole time as he wielded his spear forward and burst with trillions of units of mana, hung like the blaring of a horn. The impact was deafening. BZZZT. The claw of the White Dragon Emperor carried the tremendous force of 9 different ninth firmament enders as their power easily exceeded 1,000 true reality damage values and ranged upwards of 3,000, the moment of impact causing the many defensive multicolored auras around Noah to be eradicated one after another. Pop. 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 Hundreds of true reality defense values after another were wiped out even though Noah was spamming them constantly, the rate of replication of these abilities being exceeded by the damage that the White Dragon Emperor carried, as it felt like every microsecond the constant force of more than 1,000 true damage values was being applied. Impudence. The will of the White Dragon Emperor roared out as its claw became wrapped in white lightning, putting Noah in further peril, as even though his constant rate of spamming countered back with constant instant casts of reality piercer and auras, he could not pierce the scales of this corporeal dragon before him even though his will could withstand it. The amalgamation of so many enders under a singular formation with all of their edicts and fused ascendancy halos all pummeling towards him, it was too much, as any lesser existence at the ninth firmament would have fallen. Yet he had shockingly faced the attack for a few microseconds without even being pushed back, as when only 3 auras were left and the rate of reapplication could not keep up with the damage he was constantly receiving, he allowed the force of the White Dragon Emperor to push him back. As the moment the last aura shattered, his figure was flung back across space in the same direction he came in, but when, like an arrow of light, he was shot back from the impact with such speed and haste that he smashed onto the opposite end of the lockdown domain on the other side, his figure still seating on the throne of unnamed tyranny when space broke and fissured as he smashed onto the walls of space. Yet he was alive. His eyes flashed up gloriously as he looked at himself to see the otlotl of reality trembling as it pulsed with light, his hand holding it currently ruptured and bleeding as stellar cosmos painted on it began to be repaired rapidly, these of his body in a similar state as fractures and split stellar skin could be seen throughout. He couldn't help but release a devilish laugh as even though he was pushed back, heavily injured, and outclassed on all levels, he didn't perish under the joint formation of 9 powerful beings that called out the will of a past emperor, and this was before he fused with his 10 ascendancy halos. He was getting a better grasp of his limitations as well as how he should optimize his abilities. Essence wrapping around his throne as after being shot back, he began making his way back towards the overpowering White Dragon Emperor that had burning white flames surging around its body. Genevieve looked at this scene with somber light as seeing the state of Noah. Her aged eyes flashed as her bestial figure opened its jaws yet again, releasing resplendent rulers of reality that almost seemed like stellar sharp bridges that made their way over. Fight. Her shout was resonant as the pure blooded cardinal royal humans joined the fray, their bodies releasing stellar waves of attacks as they tried to hide their shocks when looking at the magisterial figure of Noah seated upon his throne while fearlessly pointing his spear of reality forward. Noah, who at this moment felt his inadequacy when it came to defensive abilities as he began to make some changes to his concepts, his throne coming to stop in place as he didn't go into another close combat strike with the terrifying enemy, and he instead began spamming Cosmic Thrower from a distance as countless unstable cosmos carrying 200 to 400 true reality damage values began to surge out endlessly. His will blazed out with fervor as while this might seem like him overusing his resources to dish out crazy attacks, it cost him barely anything, as the reason he did this was to keep the battle going as he collected information while also optimizing his abilities at the same time. As for what he was optimizing, take the quasi-taboo tiers of the nomological edicts of the bestial reality devourer and sun chaser. And transfer their tiers to the concepts of bulwark and antediluvian. His dazzling ascendancy halos flashed as his own design minor nomological edict of bulwark and quasi-insuperable nomological edict of antediluvian that bolstered his life force and defense were forcefully taken from one tier to another. The quasi-taboo edicts Noah had just obtained being used as sacrifice to make this happen. Stellar light exploded within his origin as a verdant hue began to bloom out, the ceaseless life force of Yggdrasil surging out as the auras Noah had just been casting from bulwark were fundamentally changed into something even more fantastical. Prompts about the elevation of these edicts and their enhanced abilities flowed over Noah's mind, as a few of them were of important significance. Due to the elevation of the nomological edict of bulwark to quasi-taboo, the flames of bulwark have risen to a greater level as the ultimate abilities of Resource Shield Master and Runic Defender have been unlocked, along with the ushering of the ultra-rare bloodline of the Cosmic Armament, all of his own specially designed nomological edicts granted stupendous bloodlines so far as Tyrannical Emperor at Quasi-Taboo had given way to an olden bloodline, while Sanguine Emperor had made it possible for Noah to forge his own Kainos Emperor bloodline. when his other edicts were elevated to this level, even though their effects might not be as exaggerated as his most powerful edicts, even they came with their own powerful ultra-rare bloodlines. Bulwark was at a slightly lesser level as this was its result, but antediluvian. This edict was made at the same time as the dictum, as Noah remembered calling out the words of these edicts hand in hand not too long ago. Its elevation was even grander than Bulwark, as it paved way for a stupendous type of bloodline Noah had not gotten his hands on yet. Due to the elevation of the nomological edict of antediluvian to quasi-taboo, the flames of antediluvian have risen to a greater level as the ultimate abilities of the Ionic cosmic Yggdrasil and the transcendent plant kingdom have been unlocked. Along with the ushering of the supreme pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the infinite willow tree, chapter 1627, building the ultimate defense. A supreme tier pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. There was the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline Noah had come across, as now another pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline was revealed. Its name alone was domineering, as from the enders that Noah had devoured, his reserves of knowledge had increased greatly as he understood the shocking significance of this bloodline. The memories of the enders, especially the eighth firmament ones, revealed a great deal of things, as Noah was now privy to a lot more information on what these primordial beasts were doing. The eighth firmament enders had more access to information, as from their plans, Noah saw that all of the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines of the primordials were targeted. Except 2 of them. The pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the infinite willow trees was among them, and the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the reality Ursity. They each had their own uniqueness, but the infinite willow trees were existences that had the word infinite in their name, as theoretically the number of their branches could be infinite if they had the resources to make it possible, with their fighting power overpowering all others, as it was considered among the top 3 most powerful races within the primordials. The Enders didn't target them this time around because, unlike other bloodlines, their race did not venture out far from their cluster of domains that were filled with verdant fantastical wonders, with their domains even shockingly being one of the few connected to a grotto sanctum their legend resided in, as angering them was tantamount to suicide if one wasn't prepared. The pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the reality Ursity was something even more dreadful, as they had their own stupendous perks, but antediluvian had actually granted Noah a pathway into a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline when his other edicts had given him primal titan and Tellus bloodlines among others. Once more, Noah's origin buzzed as new abilities and sources of power unfolded within it, his figure still releasing incandescent unstable cosmos towards the towering figure of the White Dragon Emperor, and the attacks from Empress Genevieve and others also landed on the visage of this emperor. While this occurred, Noah allowed the flow of information concerning the newly unlocked abilities and bloodlines to flow into his mind. First were the abilities from the concept of Bulwark, resource. Shield Master, the holder of the flames of Bulwark can call upon every resource he controls to form a shield of this resource around his body and soul. Only natural resources like mana, destiny, fortune, or essence of reality can call upon resource shields, with the resource or essence of edicts not being applicable. The resource shields can be kept active as long as the resource is supplied, with the current quantification of the defense provided after taking into account the sources of strength from the unnamed Kainos Emperor being 2.4 true reality defense values for every actively kept resource shield, a singular ability from Bulwark that stole the show. Even the ultra-rare bloodline of the cosmic armament that this edict granted could be looked down upon compared to what this ability granted. Resource shields dependent on the supply of that specific resource in order to be kept active. Under his infinite system, Noah had infinite resources. A shocking finding, as Noah had no need to even cast defensive layers of abilities over and over again, as he could keep a resource shield of mana, a resource shield of destiny, fortune, and in the most dangerous moments, even something like the resource shield of the essence of reality. Even though fortune and destiny weren't infinite, his reserves of these natural resources were so vast that he didn't see a problem with the short-term fights he normally had. Each resource shield would have 240 true reality defense values, as paired with the newly elevated auras. Noah should be capable of withstanding 1000 true reality damage values just from these shields alone. This was just a single new finding under Bulwark, as there was still one more that would bolster Noah's defenses even more: Runic Defender, a life preservation ability that allows you to brand up to 5 runic ecritures of defense onto your origin and soul. Each runic ecriture of defense grants 3 true reality defense values, as when added to the 2.4 value that you can currently achieve, a single ecriture can grant you 5.4 true reality defense values. To brand a single runic ecriture of defense costs 1000 units of the essence of reality and 10 trillion units of mana. his eyes flashed with a verdant essence of life force as he read yet another shocking ability. 5 runic ecritures of defense could be applied to him as another layer of protection. Each one having 5.4 true reality defense values that would add up to 27, that is 2,700 true reality defense values when cast through the authority of the Black Tier Ascendancy halos. Noah's mind buzzed as even he was shocked for such a possibility to be allowed for him to abuse. This 2,700 value was a number that would be the last layer of protection for his life. Unless he received an instantaneous attack that eradicated this number and the number of true reality defense values he had. From his resource shields and aura stat he would not perish under anyone. This was just from the transference of a quasi-taboo authority from an edict forged by someone else to one that he designed on his own. The designs of other beings could not even compare, as even if they had access to Bulwark could they truly utilize things like resource shields, auras, and runic defender if they didn't have his infinite mana and infinite resources. Thus, Noah's power and defending capabilities were raised to another level as we hadn't even gotten to what Antediluvian granted. We had yet to even explore the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the infinite willow tree or what the abilities of the Aeonic Cosmic Yggdrasil and the Transcendent Plant Kingdom granted. More, seated atop his throne and releasing unstable cosmos that ruptured space when they exploded on the scales of the White Dragon Emperor. Noah spoke lightly even as he received an immense surge of the power he wielded just now. Even with the immense defensive boosts he had just received, he still wanted to obtain more against the terrifying coagulation of 9 Ninth Firmament Enders that had yet to get fully serious and release their ultimate abilities. He wanted no chance of failure, as even with his main body beginning to pull upon the dry reserves of the essence of reality remaining to begin establishing the runic ecritures of defense around him, Noah pulled from another source of essence to call out lightly to an ability from Antediluvian, Transcendent Plant Kingdom. The multicolored throne he sat on instantly became overpowered by an incandescent verdant green light. Behind it, immense life force and vegetation erupted as the light of Antediluvian began to spread out for countless light years, establishing a domain of the Transcendent Plant Kingdom that would guarantee the life of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. Chapter 1628, Merely a Remnant Will. An astounding radiance and brightness erupted from the unnamed Kainos Emperor as he sat on his throne, waves of verdant green essence permeating throughout as a domain spread to cover the current domains laid down, superimposing itself with them as it screamed of the authority of this emperor. The ability itself was one of pure wonder, as it was something that went towards guaranteeing the safety of the emperor. Transcendent Plant Kingdom, a vast domain that momentarily calls forth a transcendent plant domain which is closely connected to the natural forces of life and reality. Under this domain, your affinity to your surrounding reality is further increased as your regeneration of all resources including the essence of reality is increased by 50%. Under the domain, your body will also be passively granted the protection of the plant kingdom that grants 10 true reality defense values. If broken, another protection of the plant kingdom will be applied gradually over time. Enemies feel a sense of suffocation from this domain as their resource regeneration is reduced and their authorities up to the quasi-taboo level are reduced by 30%. The cost of this ability is pure mana from the origin of the caster. As to activate it, 200 trillion units of mana are required. To maintain it every second required 1 trillion units of mana every second thereafter, a stupendous ability that Noah placed even higher than Runic Defender, even though it provided 1000 true reality defense values as he cast from the authority of the Black Tier Ascendancy Halo. The reason for this was nothing but the fact that it was one of the only high-tier abilities Noah had that purely relied on mana. Even Runic Defender required the essence of reality for every runic ecriture of defense, but Noah could cast and keep active the Transcendent Plant Kingdom for as long as he wished with infinite mana, even if his reserves of the essence of reality ran dry. This ability would always be there for him. Thus, he called it out with fervor as all the surroundings became painted with a hue of verdant green. Only the surroundings of the ninth firmament existences denying the domain as the flames of the White Dragon Emperor surrounding it tried to entirely burn away the green to not have any restrictions placed on it. Vegetation began to bloom all around this locked-down domain as multicolored vines and flowers bloomed, large trees shockingly being seen, taking root in space and growing out as they formed mesmerizing scenes of utter beauty. The leaves were lush green and even shining gold on some, rivers of liquefied green essence also roaring out to fruition as they began to flow around the domain as with all the vegetation. It seemed as if a paradisiacal domain was growing out of the throne of unnamed tyranny. Scintillating illusory tendrils of green light surged from the domain to attach onto the throne, supplying the emperor on it with power and might as the protection of the plant kingdom was laid down. dazzling runic ecritures that stood for the word plant began to surround Noah in a shocking fashion. A layer of protection worth more than 1,000 true reality defense values bloomed around him in a stellar fashion. After the transcendent plant kingdom, the other unlocked ability from antediluvian was the ionic cosmic Yggdrasil, a transformation ability that would grant Noah the form of a stellar Yggdrasil as his life force and protective capabilities would be boosted even further. But he didn't adorn himself in this form, as the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline currently coursing through him wanted to take the reins and establish its supremacy that even against other transformation abilities. It wanted to say that it could rival them in power and utilization as the blood within Noah boiled, bzzzt. As Noah spread out the transcendent plant kingdom and continued to shoot out endlessly unstable cosmos from his throne, the surging flames around the White Dragon Emperor formed into tornadoes and hurricanes as the attacks of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were rendered useless amidst these storms. Only Noah's exploding unstable cosmos and the sharp rivers of reality rulers that Genevieve continued to spit out getting across. Mirance under the authority of this emperor, white storm of the beginning, multicolored essence of reality flashed in the golden eyes of the majestic white dragon emperor as a terrible reality-altering attack was thrown out, a serious attack from this creature that was akin to Noah's ultimate abilities, HONG. The surrounding space trembled and shook as even Noah's verdant domain trembled, the flames around the white dragon emperor surging out as if they came to life and began to spin out crazily, destroying everything in their path as even space turned into an unstable mess. Beatrix and the expression of other eighth firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans changed as their bodies felt immense danger from the coming storm. The middle-aged pure-blooded human coming to stand before them as his figure expanded out, with a bellow, this being glimmered gold as he raised his hands, forming an illusory cosmic circular domain that wrapped around everyone behind him. Meanwhile, Empress Genevieve opened her jaws as the same rulers of reality she used to attack came to wrap around her, surging over her body in a circular fashion as her black and white fur increased in their luster, with her eyes being entirely furious as she only batted her eyes towards the direction of a ridiculous candidate emperor of the coming era. How would he defend against an ultimate attack that caused billowing white storms of flames to rage out everywhere, an attack that was more than likely within the range of 1,000-3000 true reality damage values due to the layering of power from 9th firmament enders, SHAA. The throne of unnamed tyranny was filled with a myriad of colors as it was now surrounded by runic ecritures that represented the protection of the plant kingdom, this alone guaranteeing the absorption of 1,000 true reality defense values. But more than this, multicolored circular barriers of light began to rise as the enhanced auras from the now quasi-taboo nomological edict of the bulwark were called out, all of them amounting to more than 1,000 true reality defense values. Then, there was a single runic ecriture of defense that Noah had managed to cast that granted 540 true reality defense values. For more on the way as soon as Noah recovered 4,000 units of the essence of reality, and after all this, he waved his spear of reality as he called upon his natural resources to enact shields that could be kept active for as long as he lived, resource shields that could be kept active with that specific resource. With Noah not being worried about the usage of destiny and fortune, as even though they weren't limitless, his reserves were simply insane, multiple extra layers of glimmering circular barriers surrounded him as after all of these preparations, the raging, white storm of the beginning descended onto the unshakable throne of unnamed tyranny. Chapter 1629, merely a remnant will. LL. How is it possible? This was the question ringing out over and over again in the mind of Genevieve as she stared at the resplendent figure of the one she knew as Alexander in the corner of her eyes. His throne was connected to a brand new verdant domain that supplied him immense waves of protection, even more layers of multicolored bubbles of light surrounding him as from the might alone. One would think a supremely powerful 9th firmament existence was casting all of these abilities. So, how could you be doing this? Maddening rage circled within Genevieve's mind as she felt like she was played with. This being had acted weak as even now, no reality passages could be seen behind him as he shouldn't have broken his shackles yet. And no other beings could confirm this more than Genevieve, as she could still see the shackles around the body of this being, shackles that now when she looked closer, they seemed to be distinctly different from everyone else's, looser. This was the first word that came when she looked at the shocking sight only her eyes could see. He had the same shackles any existence who had not reached the 8th firmament of ascendancy would have, and yet his shackles shockingly seemed loose, as even though they were there, they seemed ready to simply fall off of him whenever he wished. What kind of being can break their shackles whenever they want? And you still don't? More and more questions buzzed from the mystery that was this being as Genevieve couldn't help but try to contain her rage. Would someone really dare to play tricks with someone like her? Some who had lived for so many years and knew so many truths, thus being before her seemed to be genuine as if everything about him was true as displayed. I truly must get my hands on him then, not even if I have to irreparably injure my soul to regain my taboo concepts, the regaining of taboo concepts. Only then would Empress Genevieve feel confident to dominate against this mysterious creature and even find his main body, but for now, she could only watch his unbelievable feats as while surrounded by radiant multicolored shields and spinning runic ecritures filled with life force, the storm of flames from the White Dragon Emperor descended. Hung, ravaging and merciless, space and time seemed to be torn from these flames as they erased everything, even the figure of the Ninth Firmament Cardinal Royal Human protecting Beatrix and the others struggled as the flames threatened to overwhelm him and the small domain he had protecting the others, his origin burning with stellar essence of reality as he called out, pure. Blooded, BZZZT, the austere character of pure bloomed and revolved over his head as even such a powerful ninth firmament existence struggled within this storm that was the combined and enhanced attack of 9 supremely powerful beings, yet you. But the figure of the unnamed Kainos Emperor floated atop his throne calmly as he even laid back on it as the storm descended. His many multicolored shields flickered, with some even fading as the moment the flames should have erased the last set of shield, more seemed to propagate at that moment as the terrifying white flames melting everything didn't reach him, flames carrying with them heat equivalent to the destruction of any range of 1000 to 3000 true reality damage values depending on which region you were standing in. It was a type of attack that the truest upper tier of the ninth firmament could ever manage to release, and yet this being laid back on his throne as he faced it, his eyes releasing arcs of multicolored light when he realized it couldn't break through his last layers of defenses and he could apply more shields before enough true reality damage came through. Ha! His boisterous laughter shockingly began to resound while he was surrounded by terrible storms of reality-rending flames. This to is my will, rumble, his words cut through the white storm of the beginning, as even his transcendent plant kingdom constantly regenerated, the throne of this being moving from its anchored position and beginning to shoot forward towards the enraged visage of a fallen emperor. My will. A mere remnant like you would never be able to match it, purely coincidental. A point in destiny that was purely coincidental occurred as Noah had no idea of the true identity of Genevieve apart from her being from the olden times, and yet he utilized the word remnant while addressing the fallen will of the White Dragon Emperor as when these words rang in the ears of the Empress. They thundered as if they were directed to her. Even the 3 hidden existences in the mirror dimension paused slightly as even though nobody had any idea they were there, their illusory crowns spun as the words of the emperor on the throne seemed to challenge any and all past emperors, his will challenging, telling them that they could not compare. As for Noah himself, he affirmed that he could handle something as shocking as a rough range of over 2,500 true reality damage values at this moment. As long as the number didn't exceed this and the damage was carried over a few seconds, he could spam his shields and auras to offset it within moments. It meant he could move freely as on the side of defense. He could be considered to have exceeded any normal parameters as his true sanguine clone could have a level of safety so long as it was careful against this great enemy. Now that defense was covered. The time for truly overpowered offensive maneuvers came. He had apocalyptic erasure, that was further enhanced due to the elevation of apocalypse to quasi-taboo, but this was just an ability that contended against the concepts of other beings as if they couldn't stand his will and soul. He could target the life and origin of their existence, their memories, or their comprehension and laws, daos, and edicts to all be under his control to erase. He needed something that didn't just contend against concepts, but a pure offensive heavily damaging ability that would have a high quantification of true reality damage values that could also be augmented by the outlotl of reality and utilized under the authority of his halos. He could forge such an ability through forming another quasi-taboo nomological edict. Or he could just design the ability right then and there with skill creation. He could even design an entire skill tree of heavily offensive targeted abilities based on others he had before, but edited to be capable of releasing power equivalent to the shattering of realities. As for what could make such a thing possible, this was where the newly obtained reality resource points that Noah had attained as loot from the elevated resplendent treasure emperor came in. Chapter 1630 Keystone Ascendant Skill Tree. In Noah's life, skill points had become cosmic resource points, and now they became reality resource points. The skill points themselves were heavily used for skill trees and the elevation of skills, with the cosmic resource points being even more wondrous as one could even assimilate their daos or complete their edicts with them, along with the creation of ridiculous abilities. Now, there came reality resource points. Reality resource points, a tremendous accumulation of authority that is capable of reality-altering feats. A single reality resource point allows for the completion of any edict up to the quasi-taboo level, along with the complete change and elevation of any skill trees. A new type of skill tree known as a Keystone Ascendant skill tree can now be formed through reality resource points, with the abilities cast from such a skill tree having increased affinity to the natural laws of reality. The reality resource points can also be permanently consumed to nourish the soul or to grant 0.01 true reality values permanently, something that opens up a new world of possibilities. Noah's voice echoed out from his main body as his true sanguine clone withstood a ravaging storm of flames from the White Dragon Emperor, this battle seemingly coming to a standstill once more under Noah's thoughts that were currently moving at high speeds while in the cosmic Holy Land to achieve things before even an instant passed in the outside world. His thoughts were now focused on reality resource points and what he could make out of them, the core thing now being the upgrade to skill trees that through reality resource points Noah could now make Keystone Ascendant skill trees. Keystone. The central principle or idea that anything depends on, or some might even know of the idea about keystone species who affect their environment disproportionate to their relative abundance. Now, such an idea was applied to Noah's skill trees, Keystone Ascendant skill tree, a unique concept that significantly affects the usage of specific edicts and reality-altering concepts under the user. 5 of the strongest concepts under you can be chosen as the base sources of essence for a skill tree, with their essence becoming fused seamlessly and holding increased affinity to the natural laws of reality. When the abilities of the skills within the skill trees are cast, the possible reality-altering effect released is something that wouldn't have been achievable before. Skills from previous skill trees can be taken and modified to birth new ones as they become Keystone Ascendant skills that are only able to be cast through their specific 5 selected base edicts. This was the wonder before Noah's eyes. This was also the answer for him to further elevate himself, as forging a heavily offensive pathway would be a breeze, as it would combine 5 of the strongest quasi-taboo nomological edicts he placed as the base. Even stronger defensive capabilities can be called forth through a Keystone Ascendant skill tree in the near future, as for now, Noah's first order of business was something heavily offensive. His will surged within his soul as it searched the many concepts within them, wanting to combine old skills as well as forge new ones, as at his fast rate of thought processing, he was done within mere moments. But before he started, grants cessation, commandment, resplendent treasure emperor, forge master, and amelioration the tiers of quasi-taboo, BZZZT. 5 of the newly gained quasi-taboo nomological edicts from the enders that Noah considered weak were shredded of their tiers as Noah's own concepts were elevated to quasi-taboo. His soul surged with fervor and power as many abilities were elevated, as along with it multiple ultra-rare bloodlines were also born. They were all on the same tier as the ultra-rare bloodline that Bulwark had granted when it reached quasi-taboo, as nothing ecstatic as the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the infinite willow tree was granted. But there was something unique with the now quasi-taboo resplendent treasure emperor that had to be delved into later. After this, Noah proceeded with the birth of the first Keystone Ascendant skill tree, designed the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree. Take the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of Apocalypse, Tyrannical Emperor, Sanguine Emperor, Cessation, and Commandment as the base. The skills to be altered and modified are Fireball, Sever, sort of. His thoughts moved rapidly as his soul became covered by a unique authority, his ideas being analyzed as soon enough a message arrived in his mind. The cost to bring the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree into fruition is 1,000 reality resource points. You currently have 1,233 reality resource points. He had obtained an abysmal number of reality resource points, barely over 100 from the 7th Firmament Enders, but these points had jumped up greatly from the deaths of the 8th Firmament Enders, as he had more than enough for what he needed to do now. Proceed. His command was given as the unique authority of reality resource points glimmered and manifested as a multicolored light that wrapped over Noah's origin and soul, etching unique runic ecritures within him as they were giving birth to a wondrous new concept, a fantastical new concept. As in no time, the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree has been successfully designed. Austere waves of essence flashed out as Noah's mind received a burst of new information. Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree, 0/20, an ascendant skill tree born with the concepts of the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of Apocalypse, Tyrannical Emperor, Sanguine Emperor, Cessation, and Commandment as the base, with all abilities under this skill tree having increased affinity with the natural laws of reality, as when cast, essence of reality will naturally be mobilized from the surroundings to aid in their formation. It is created with the idea that all abilities from this skill tree will bring cataclysm onto any existences ascending the firmaments and to even stand a chance of challenging those who have exceeded the parameters of the firmaments. Abilities include Ascendant Reality Fireball, 0 out of 5, Ascendant Sword of Reality, 0 out of 5, Ascendant Reality Sever, 0/5, and Ascendant Noxious Rain, 0/5. A bloody new concept that would paint countless realities with crimson gold blood bloomed at this moment. Chapter 1631 Keystone Ascendant Skill Tree. A Keystone Ascendant skill tree that utilized the essence of 5 quasi-taboo nomological edicts and fused them seamlessly to achieve reality-altering skills. One that had the effects of apocalyptic erasure from the nomological edict of apocalypse and the boosts of all the other quasi-taboo edicts as its effects. Would simply be disastrous. This was another pathway that had opened up before Noah through the loot he gained from the authority of the resplendent treasure emperor, his mind greedily gazing at the reformed abilities and new abilities under this skill tree that were now attached with true reality damage values. Ascendant Reality Fireball 0/5, an extremely dense vacillating reality made of volatile essences of 5 quasi-taboo nomological edicts that had been condensed into an immense ball of flames is called forth. It has a homing quality that transcends across realities and dimensions as the target will always be hit as long as they remain in your mind during the process of casting. The moment that the Ascendant Reality Fireball makes contact with the enemy, it multiplies into 5 vacillating realities that explode to release a nova of flames and death. The ability can currently deal 2 true reality damage values as it costs 100 units of the essence of reality and 100 trillion units of mana to cast. The F-rank fireball that was learned when Noah first awakened was reformed into an ability that called forth a vacillating reality condensed into an extremely dense and horrific sun. This ability currently dealing 2 true reality damage values as if one looked closely. They could see the numbers 0/5 in parenthesis next to the name of the ability. Similar to the mere skill points of the past, Noah could utilize the reality resource points to elevate just how ridiculous this skill could be. And the results when he did so: Ascendant Reality Fireball, 5/5, an extremely dense vacillating reality made of volatile essences of 5 quasi-taboo nomological edicts that had been condensed into an immense ball of flames is called forth. It has a homing quality that transcends across realities and dimensions as the target will always be hit as long as they remain in your mind during the process of casting. The moment that the Ascendant Reality Fireball makes contact with the enemy, it multiplies into 5 vacillating realities that explode to release a nova of flames and death. The ability can currently deal 10 true reality damage values as it costs 50 units of the essence of reality and 50 trillion units of mana to cast. The true reality damage was increased from 2 to 10 as the cost of activating the Ascendant Reality Fireball was halved. It meant that without any other boosts, this single ability, when cast under the authority of the Black Tier Ascendancy Halo, easily reached over 1000 true reality damage values. And this should be the most straightforward skill. Within this skill tree, yes, Noah's eyes released dazzling light as his mind continued computing on overdrive. Going over to pump the rest of the skills and the entire Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree with reality resource points before he read on Ascendant Sword of Reality, 5/5, from the folds of space, an enormous sword of reality made of volatile essences of 5 quasi-taboo nomological edicts descends. The Sword of Reality has a homing quality that transcends across realities and dimensions as the target will always be hit as long as they remain in your mind during the process of casting. The Sword of Reality has a unique feature as it contains its own reality-altering effects that makes its size and mass 5 times larger than its intended target. The ability can currently deal 20 true reality damage values as it costs 100 units of the essence of reality and 500 trillion units of mana to cast. Ascendant Noxious Rain, May 5, an area of effectability that covers any domain that the unnamed Kainos Emperor lays out. The walls of the dream dimension is pulled upon with the aid of infinite dream as your consciousness has its operations reduced by half, but the result is a noxious rain from the tears of nightmare abominations of the dream dimension descending unto your enemies for as long as the skill is active. A single drop of the Ascendant Noxious Rain carries 2 true reality damage value. Anyone designated as an enemy will face the Noxious Rain for 10 microseconds as a single cast of this ability allows it to remain active for that long, utilizing 100 units of the essence of reality and 500 trillion units of mana to cast. Ascendant Reality Sever, May 5, undoubtedly one of the fastest if not the fastest ability within the firmaments of Ascendancy. It allows for one to release an extremely condensed ray of vacillating realities for as long as their resources can handle it, this ray being capable of severing even the walls of dimensions to reach their intended target. When a ray of reality sever makes contact with an enemy, it has a chaining feature that allows it to strike up to 100 nearby enemies. As with every chain, the damage increases by 1%. Every time an enemy is hit by a reality sever ray, an ascendant reality fireball also blooms. As with every additional enemy the ray jumps onto, the number of ascendant reality fireballs released upon contact increases by 1. The ability can currently deal 30 true reality damage values, as it costs 1000 units of the essence of reality and 500 trillion units of mana to cast and keep active every microsecond, allowing for the chaining effect to continue repeating on the same enemy or multiple nearby enemies until their origins perish or your resources run out. Glorious, the stage was set. Abilities so ridiculous that one would shake their head at them were born as just the singular ability of ascendant reality. Sever caused one to take a few minutes to admire. This dot was just a single aspect of the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree. There was something else to be mindful of even after the design of such a ridiculous Keystone Ascendant skill tree. Noah had gained the card of the Infinite Willow Tree pure-blooded Cardinal Royal bloodline that he had yet to touch. He also still hadn't fused with his Ascendancy halos to achieve his strongest form. All of these were still factors to consider when accounting for just how much true reality damage values he would be able to deal when the time came, with the reality being that he still hadn't touched any of these cards he held. This was because the danger he felt with his clone perishing out of this event had not yet faded. Either the visage of the White Dragon Emperor still had many things to reveal, or there was something even more disastrous than the amalgamation of the strength of 9/9 firmament enders of reality. If Noah attained his strongest form now, it meant he couldn't have any other cards to play when the truly perilous time came, so he bid his time. So he waited for whatever was lying in wait to reveal itself, as he forged a terrifying Keystone Ascendant skill tree that was revealed at this moment to traumatize any being that remained alive enough to watch its abilities. Chapter 1632. Let's not waste any loot. In an infinitesimally small region space within the vast boundary between realities, spatial fluctuations could be felt as the figures of two beings were seen soon after, the two of them being entirely identical, as their heads carried a grandeur of solidified crimson, gold and blue crowns. Their figures alone showed astounding visages. These two were true sanguine clones of Noah. Two of the three newly unlocked higher existence true sanguine clones that Noah had gained with the upgrade of the Sanguine Emperor to quasi-taboo as its abilities were elevated. From the 3 true sanguine clones Noah could call out, this number had now been elevated to 6. These 2 extra clones appeared in the region of unstable space next to the hidden rift into the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality as they instantly surged into it, their appearance here being for 2 purposes. One was to increase the pace that Noah explored and obtained the modus operandi hidden within this Azure Treasure reality, and the other was to collect the loot of reality crystals from the clone that had been exploring this reality with Natalia this whole time, as Noah would greatly need his reserves of the essence of reality to be regenerated if he wanted to use his newly forged abilities from the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree fully. The transference of loot with the restrictions of the Forsaken Treasure reality couldn't be bypassed at this moment with the outlotl of reality that Noah couldn't let go of during a great battle, so this action effectively meant that 3 of Noah's true sanguine clones would be wrapped in the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality to rapidly unearth the remaining pages of the modus operandi of the Azure Treasure Emperor. With another true sanguine clone currently facing the will of a Dragon Emperor under a lockdown domain, this begged the question: where would Noah be utilizing his 2 other remaining true sanguine clones that could display battle power at times that exceeded the original body? A devilish stormborn from the will of White Dragon Emperor raged, pulling apart verdant stellar trees growing in space and burning the lush vegetation blooming all around from the transcendent plant kingdom of the unnamed Kainos Emperor that continued to heal just as quickly as it was destroyed. The figure of Empress Genevieve was covered by sharply spinning rulers of reality that protected her against the white flames burning everything. The figure of her 9th firmament Cardinal Royal Human Guard being worse for wear, as this being had a solemn expression while his domain of stellar light protecting the other pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Humans behind him trembled. This was a stormcast from the will of 9 conjoined 9th firmament enders. It wasn't a joke, as even someone of such a powerful bloodline like a pure-blooded Cardinal Royal bloodline could not withstand such a ridiculous attack. Yet, the boisterous laughter of a certain candidate emperor of the coming age of emperors could be heard as he floated grandly on his throne while pointing a spear of reality that released countless unstable cosmos forward. unstable cosmos that when they came in contact with the unbreachable scales of the White Dragon Emperor they exploded into novas of reality due to the reality nova jewel currently attached to the sphere of reality. While all of them struggled, this being was shockingly carefree while surrounded by glimmering shields of essence that seemed capable of withstanding the explosions of thousands of realities. HONG. The raging storm died down as along with it, devastating crevices and unstable space was born, the eyes of the White Dragon Emperor glaring with majestic malice carefully at the unaffected seventh firmament throne being who actually withstood an attack from it. Even the ninth firmament royal human guard was breathing hard as he arrived to his knees, his body having been tinged by a few white flames as this being had gone to not only protect himself but also the 8th firmament cardinal royal humans that could shockingly not contribute much to the current level of battle. Even Beatrix was breathing heavily while looking towards Genevieve with a seemingly saddened expression, her body ravaged by wounds like all the remaining 8th firmament pure-blooded guards, as even under the protection of another, they could not escape heavy damage to their origins. If an attack of such a caliber was released again, a few of them might just perish as if there were any drastic actions to be taken to absolve them of the current perilous situation. Now was the time. They all knew this as the pristine White Dragon Emperor knew it even more, not even batting his eyes towards the 8th firmament pure-blooded guards as its focus remained on Noah and Genevieve. It might not have paid attention to, but a certain emperor did. His laughter ended as while his transcendent plant kingdom bloomed dense and lustrous vegetation all around him. He stared at the distraught bodies of some of the most powerful 8th firmament existences one could come across, of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans who held 2 reality passages each as their power was unrivaled in the 8th firmament, with 2 of them even being capable of withstanding a single 9th firmament being on their own. Such existences were too much of a waste if you do not perish in my hands. Rumble, his tyrannical will surged out. He gazed above his throne as he saw the dense lustrous vegetation still blooming around him, pulling upon 100 units of the essence of reality and 500 trillion units of mana to call out, Ascendant Noxious Rain, BZZZT. The eyes of the White Dragon Emperor flashed with intensity. Empress Genevieve's eyes flashed with anger as her observatory awareness felt the figure of Noah pull upon an immense authority that shockingly even exceeded to touch upon another dimension as from the highest points of space within this lockdown domain, TA. Ta. TA.traa, the sound of rain began to fall as along with it. The gazes of all beings except the cold eyes of the unnamed Kainos Emperor became somber. When the eyes of the 8th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans gazed up, they trembled as they saw countless purple-silver drops of sharp raindrops descend down at speeds akin to the fastest bombs, countless raindrops that were falling and continued to fall as each one carried more than 200 true reality damage values. One must recall how a mere shot from Noah that dispersed 100 true reality damage values had injured and killed 8th firmament enders as now, countless raindrops that each carried more than double of such damage smashed towards everyone. The larger an existence was, the more raindrops would fall onto them, with each one coming down with the exploding might of 200 realities. Shocking rivers of crimson gold blood erupted. Along with them was the shout of a wrathful empress, "You dare, WAA, chapter 1633 let's not waste any loot. You dare, WAA, an ability that pulled upon the dream dimension to call down a noxious rain that were the tears of nightmare abominations from this dimension. This was what Noah called down as such a rain coveted all the regions of the locked-down domain, RIR. The White Dragon Emperor had its white scales shining with scintillating light as the purple-silver drops descended on it the most as it covered the largest surface area out of everyone. The body of Empress Genevieve was swirling with even more rulers of reality as one had even shot out to wrap around a heavily injured Beatrix, but golden rivers of blood still bloomed as the already injured origins of the 8th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans could not withstand the drizzling raindrops as their bodies were covered by hundreds of such dewdrops in a single microsecond. That was hundreds of dewdrops that carried the force of 200 exploding realities as these beings could do nothing but stare in shock as they perished from an attack thrown out by the being their empress was bringing along, as Genevieve herself had spoken out wrathfully, yet against such anger. The eyes of the emperor upon the throne raised languidly as he locked his gaze with the luminous wrathful eyes of Empress Genevieve and spoke out calmly, "I dared, TRRR." Drizzling noxious rain continued to fall as the surrounding reality was thrown into utter chaos, microseconds passing as the duration of the shocking ability would end soon. Amidst its eerie and shocking waves, the voice of the unnamed Kainos Emperor continued to ring out. They would have perished in the next few attacks anyways, so I simply cleared the battlefield of pests that cannot contribute anything. WAA, with a domineering gaze, he spoke out while watching bountiful prompts blooming over his eyes. The ownership of the quasi-taboo nomological edict in flames of the body-forging emperor has been granted. The ownership of the quasi-taboo nomological edict in flames of gigantomachia has been granted. The ownership of the quasi-taboo nomological edict in flames of the skeleton refiner has been granted. Golden glimmering prompt after prompt cascaded over his eyes of him obtaining edicts, reality resource points, and even more wondrous loot in the form of shards of a seed of reality. The pure-blooded cardinal royal human guards were another tier of beings, as each held multiple quasi-taboo nomological edicts, with Noah gaining more from them than all the dozens of the 8th firmament enders he defeated before, as he felt over 90 quasi-taboo nomological edicts surging towards him as the robust origins of these existences shattered. Even though he was tempted to utilize resplendent treasure cache on these supremely built beings, he still held himself back as the golden light of the cache shone the most possibilities on the 9th firmament existences like you. Noah's eyes had moved to the maddened-looking 9th firmament royal human guard who had just spoken down at him now too long ago, this being staring towards him with more hatred than even the white dragon emperor as he looked at his fallen comrades. While his body also faced heavy injuries from Noah's attack, even the empress was maddened as her voice still came out while her body released waves of power. You, me? Why put up this act? Empress? Noah sat back on his throne languidly as the noxious rain let up and only left behind devastation, the enormous body of the white dragon emperor rising up once more as its scales barely looked dented even after suffering countless drops of 200 true reality damage values. Would you have even let them live when they clearly see you are not truly a pure-blooded cardinal royal humans at the depths of your soul? Why must we act like the both of us had not seen the destiny of these beings ending here today? His languid voice turned tyrannical as he actually spoke back against Genevieve, the figure of this sacred beast species shaking from pure anger as Beatrix was barely protected by her visage. This olden emperor wanting to explode right here and now. I have killed your subordinates. Should you not be thanking me now? These were the words Empress Genevieve seemed to hear as her eyes erupted with utter wrath, her illusory crown spinning rapidly as her visage had taken an attack. She truly wanted to explode at this being right here and now, but you must perish, BZZT. The will of the white dragon emperor raged out once more. Now was not the time, as they still faced a great enemy. The will of this enemy raged out as the coagulation of enders saw Noah's increasingly ridiculous abilities and the authority of candidacy shining over his head. Its astounding destiny told it this being truly had to perish here today. Otherwise, an enormous sense of trepidation that it couldn't explain rose as it sensed even the destinies of the endless primordial beasts becoming affected if this being wasn't cut off here and now. Every moment that passed, this being seemed to reveal more and more disastrous power as the destinies of the collective enders that called down the visage of the white dragon emperor came to a single conclusion. This being had to be defeated as quickly as possible. BZZZT vibrant essence of reality began to accumulate on the dazzling white scale chest of this majestic creature. A resonating hum rang out at the same time as its jaws began to open, these jaws hiding immense pulsing stellar light as the strongest and most widely known attack a dragon could lay out was charged up at this moment. It was dragon's breath. But at a scale that would make the strongest existences in the 9th firmament weep. The expression of Empress Genevieve changed as her jewel-like eyes remained cold. Beatrix pulled close to her while the 9th firmament royal human floated beside her as well with a sullen maddened look. A critical moment had arrived in the battle as the unnamed Kainos Emperor layered more and more defensive shields and auras onto himself while voicing out at the terrifying build-up of essence of reality from the jaws of the white dragon emperor. Could you not have waited a few microseconds longer, just a few microseconds? Enough for his clone to return from the forsaken treasure reality and give him some reality crystals that would replenish his reserves for him to go utterly crazy. With the white dragon emperor throwing out another deadly ultimate attack now, Noah would be cutting it close as the moment this attack arrived. Would also vary the time he could fully utilize the strongest skills from his Keystone Ascendant skill tree, as it was time to do something he had wanted to do for quite a while: set the targets for the resplendent treasure cache. Chapter 1634, Wiping out 9th firmaments in microseconds. From the dual empowerment and corruption of the resplendent treasure emperor, its abilities were greatly elevated as Noah had even received the wondrous boon of having the number of times he could utilize cache increased from 3 to 6, since he had already used it on the gazer. He had the counter of 5 out 6 chances remaining. Then just moments ago, he had elevated Resplendent Treasure Emperor to quasi-taboo along with 4 other edicts, new boosts blooming out once more, as one of them was the elevation of status from Destiny Goblin King to the supreme bloodline of the Destiny Goblin Emperor. Along with this was another change in the Resplendent Treasure Cache ability. Resplendent Treasure Cache, the Resplendent Treasure Cache is an ability that will become available. during a Nexus event and can be utilized for a total of 9 times in your lifetime, each time against a single target. Its activation allows for the parameters of reality to be exceeded greatly as the defeat of the selected enemy brings to fruition a resplendent treasure cache that contains a wide assortment of loot that is dictated by the momentary increase of 50,000,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000,000% increased loot rarity. These reality-altering effects can only be activated by immense reserves of the essence of reality and are only applicable against the single selected enemy, as the products one can obtain from the formed, resplendent treasure cache vary. Current chances to utilize resplendent treasure cache, August 9th, the addition of 3 more chances appeared before Noah's eyes as increased loot quantity went from 10 million to 50 million for this singular ability, with increased loot rarity also being multiplied 5 times. With this wondrous elevation in place, there lay many possibilities on what the cache would bring out, as there could be even more glorious things than olden orbs of transmogrification, breath of reality, and reality jewels, SHING. The targets were marked in Noah's mind for exactly which 9th firmament existences would be the ones to grant him the loot from the resplendent treasure cache, his figure shining with waves of incandescent multicolored light that was overpopulated with verdant green due to the transcendent plant kingdom, his spear painted forward as the white dragon emperor roared out, breath of the endless white seas. The surrounding space tumbled fearfully as the jaws of this visage of an emperor glimmered with multicolored light, bright and burning clusters of condensed flames so potent that they seemed liquefied, surging out as a singular glorious pillar that covered everything. Everything, liquefied flames in the form of dragon's breath. As seeing how they were tearing apart and melting the surrounding space, Noah measured it out to be over 3,000 true reality damage values, a truly terrifying attack, as it has entirely surpassed what common 9th firmament existences could dish out. Noah curious to see how Genevieve would survive this, as her body began to glow with devilish obsidian skull marks similar to madness that she fused with. As for Noah, he watched as the billowing pillar of liquefied flames came calmly. His defenses were already in place, as even if he was within an inch of his life, he had affirmed that this clone would survive. He had no need to even fuse with all his ascendancy halos yet, as for now. He waited for a true sanguine clone to leave a certain restricted reality. 1.2.3 hung, as the billowing liquefied breath surged out to cover everything. Noah counted down as the bells of destiny rung. His figure was 2 microseconds away from being hit by the breath of the endless white seas, but he knew that the attack he would throw out would reach his enemy first. This was because at this moment, the clone he had been waiting for appeared outside the forsaken treasure reality. The expansive space he shared was freed of restrictions and pulled upon, as the reality crystals were even shattered within this space, billowing seas of multicolored essence of reality surging out to fill Noah's soul. A single soul, multiple bodies. When restrictions were cast aside, everything connected to the main body could be freely grasped by his clones. As Noah felt his soul filling with the essence of reality, his mind moving rapidly as he went to cast the fastest skill in his arsenal, Ascendant Reality Sever. SHA, in slowed down time, one could see a shockingly sharp ray blooming from the tip of Noah's spear of reality. A ray of a vacillating reality that glimmered with a stellar lightning ability that a single cast of it allowed for it to chain on 100 enemies within a single microsecond, and for every microsecond that Noah held this ability, this chaining effect would continue as he could deliver 3,000 true reality damage values to his enemies simultaneously in the single microsecond. This wasn't all, as every attack would bloom with a reality frost nova that, with the capabilities of the Outlotl of reality, it could deal a range of 200 to 400 true reality damage values. Then there was the feature of Ascendant Reality Sever that allowed for Ascendant Reality Fireballs to bloom on every enemy hit, with their number increasing for every successfully chained enemy, as each of these fireballs also carried 1,000 true reality damage values, with each of their explosions also triggering another set of reality novas. It was simply an obscene and disgusting sequence of skills that, when everything was accounted for, over 4,000 true reality damage values would be delivered to every enemy, this damage only increasing the longer that Noah kept the Ascendant Reality Sever skill active. Lets us tear apart the visage of an old emperor, SHA, like a mere flash of light. The severing light that could tear apart dimensions shot out faster, that even though it was cast after the terrifying liquefied dragon's breath, it reached the white dragon emperor first, as a shocking sequence of events happening in the next few moments that would cause even the hiddenly watching existences to look on with serious expressions. It was a multi-target skill, so Noah simply had the figures of the 9 enders of reality that made up the entire white dragon emperor in his mind when he cast it. The severing ray of light first hit the tail of the White Dragon Emperor as it shockingly pierced through the visage as if it was bypassing dimensions, smashing into the body of the obsidian scorpion as horrific reality-altering ascendant fireballs bloomed along with a direct hit to its origin that all totaled to more than 4,000 true damage values. Chapter 1635 Wiping out ninth firmaments in microseconds. For 1,000 true reality damage values, one must remember a normal ninth firmament could release and receive a range of 100 to 300 true reality damage values. The ninth firmament enders here were all top tier as they might be able to withstand even 500 values, with the visage that combined their wills and power granting them further protection as their defenses rose above 1,000. They could dish out much more damage than what each of them could individually receive due to their combinations of wills. But when the visage of the White Dragon Emperor was smashed into as they received this damage themselves individually, a horrendous and unbelievable reality played out as Ascendant Reality Sever smashed into the tail where the scorpion was and then chained to the Crimson Spider, and then to all the remaining ninth firmament enders contained within the formation that made the White Dragon Emperor. The Ascendant Reality Sever could barely be seen as it chained across the origins of these powerful enemies, bringing with them utterly shocking damages by the time the ray of reality smashed onto the pure White Dragon Ender that was at the head of the enormous White Dragon Emperor. The whole visage of this will they called down developed ruptures as the untouchable scales fractured and began bursting with illusory golden red blood. Its anchors that made it had their origins rocked by immense damage as the coagulated wool was affected by extension, any powerful ninth firmament being capable of doing nothing but falling if they met 4,000 true reality damage values onto their origins. And yet Ascendant Reality Sever was kept active as its last target had not even been reached for its first microsecond. There was still one being that Noah designated as an enemy apart from the 9 ninth firmament enders. The already injured pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Human Guard that had faced the collective attacks of the 9 enders being the last target. BZZZT, Sever smashed into the origin of this being with such haste and ferocity when he was shockingly already defending against the dragon's breath that had nearly reached them. Such an unexpected attack creating for a saddening reality for this being. A truly saddening reality is when Ascendant Reality Sever reached him. It already had its damage augmented by 9% as he faced the strongest attack yet. Truly saddening is within this battlefield. The first ninth firmament existence to fall would be none other than him. Nobody was even able to react. Empress Genevieve's instincts had rung out warning bells even though she wasn't placed as Noah's target. Her consciousness vibrating with power as shot coursed through it when she watched a terrifying blow link from the head of the White Dragon Emperor and smash into the origin of her strongest guard. A ray of resplendent unstable reality instantly piercing and ripping apart the soul contained within the body and origin of this being is under the effect of apocalyptic erasure. Everything was already decimated before 10 Ascendant Reality fireballs bloomed to entirely rip apart the origin and body of this being. Boom, a shocking explosion rocked out. A glimmer of unseen gold bloomed as the first target of the resplendent treasure cache was triggered, illustrious pillars of golden light that only Noah could see shooting out and beginning to condense into a dazzling treasure chest. It was around this same time that the dragon's breath actually reached Genevieve, Beatrix, and Noah's coldly gazing figure, but the shock in everyone's hearts was just beginning as the ability of Ascendant Reality Sever was still kept active, going on to chain towards its 11th target that turned out to be the obsidian scorpion once more. The ender that with the first strike had barely survived due to the protection of the White Dragon Emperors will faced even more horrific damage than the first time, the already unremarkable origin being shredded apart entirely along with its soul as this being also died even before it got to understand what just happened. It wasn't the only one as the Crimson Spider was next, its origin facing the same fate. Boom. Boom, one by one, every ender that the unstoppable ray of light delivering over 4,000 true reality damage values reached a second time perished without a shadow of a doubt, every ender. But the most powerful pure White Dragon who let out a maddened roar and collected every part of the remaining visage of the White Dragon Emperor unto it. OOH, a bellow full of shock and disbelief echoed out as the scales that made the visage of the White Dragon Emperor fell apart one after another, this illusory figure fully shattering into a mass of golden blood and authority as the bloodied body parts of 8 enders could be seen strewn out across unstable space. The powerful dragon's breath was halted and stopped as the pillar of liquefied flames passed through and was withstood against by Noah's body and Genevieve's unique power. Never being released again as when a microsecond passed, the whole battlefield had instantly changed drastically as only the maddened roar of the pure White Dragon Ender could be heard. I am the descendant of the White Dragon M-. Ascendant Reality Sever was kept active for the third microsecond. The only targeted enemy was the pure White Dragon Ender as after chaining onto him last, the dangerous vacillating ray returned onto him once more as over 20 ascendant reality fireballs bloomed with this last chain. This attack being 20% more powerful than its initial cast, as just the 20 ascendant reality fireballs each delivered 1000 true reality damage that, when compounded together, HONG, bloomed out like a blaring horn that entirely erased any roars, screams, or wills of any ancient being, as space was entirely torn apart and ravaged so much that even unstable spatial storms didn't form. This whole region shockingly being turned into a pure white space. An eerie silence descended as anyone watching had no words. Immense shock spread out as even the existence of the olden times was shocked. Her mind buzzed as her eyes could not be taken away from the spotless white space that stretched out for a few light years. A pure white space that had faced such disastrous damage that it turned out this way, and it was even something that had a name that she knew very well, a legend's visage, WAA. A legend's visage, a type of state and title that only those in the process of forging their reality to become legends could achieve. The process of forming a reality was so arduous that the genius-destined existences from the ninth firmament could spend millions of years barely seeking their visage to become legends, and it was these beings who were widely known to be untouchable by those in the firmaments while not truly having the status of legends. Beings who only held a legend's visage and could release attacks in this state that could wipe out any beings in the firmaments of ascendancy, a state where their strongest attacks released immense damage that didn't just turn space tumultuous and cause spatial instabilities to form, but attacks that entirely erased the natural laws of reality around that area that a blank white space forms. The last chain of ascendant reality sever had actually collectively released such a level of damage as it left even the origin of an olden existence shaken. Chapter 1636 Loot. Glorious Loot. A legend's visage. If ever you happened to pass by a region of space that was void of the natural laws of reality, you had to watch out and be extremely respectful, as an existence that had attained the visage of a legend could be nearby. The luminous eyes of three ridiculously powerful existences hidden behind the veils of the mirror dimension were serious as they looked at this white region of space, their eyes on the existence upon the throne carrying immense and unexplainable light. As things did not go how they had foreseen, this was because what they saw didn't match with what should be possible. The existence before them had yet to break the shackles of the seventh firmament of ascendancy and form his reality passages. So, how could he manage to achieve a level of attack that released such horrendous true reality damage values that it imitated the state of a legend's visage? It was a dreadful question with no answer, as the norm was for any existences in the firmaments of ascendancy to run and be extremely respectful if they ever chanced upon such a being. Yet the three existences carrying the will of the past emperor only gazed at each other with luminous eyes, as at this moment there was still no fear in their eyes. Seriousness, yes, but no fear. Genevieve's glorious bestial form floated in space silently, Beatrix being the only thing by her side, as the locked-down domain they were in was entirely silent. The domains laid down by the enders that had now perished began to crumble and fall apart as only the transcendent plant kingdom of the unnamed Kainos Emperor remained. The enormous party of enders that consisted of 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament primordial beasts was entirely wiped out, as when one looked at the situation closely, they would come to realize that all of them had perished under a single being. All of them had perished to the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor, hung. Incandescent waves of verdant green weaved out as the transcendent plant kingdom had its vegetation covering everything. This sight reflected clearly in the jewel-like eyes of Genevieve that had currently lost all light. His attack played in her mind over and over again as she even questioned what would happen if it were to come towards her. The answer was one that caused her to turn utterly furious as her very origin and soul bubbled forth with madness. She was truly an old existence. She had seen the rise and fall of countless emperors in the olden era, even catching a glimpse of the being that had obtained authority over other emperors of the last age. The things she knew were truly too abundant, as the moment she observed Noah eradicating existences that she would have had trouble with in a matter of microseconds. She moved decisively as her pride had been truly insulted today. Retrieve a taboo nomological edict. No matter the price. Bzzzt. Her soul shuddered as it cried out painfully, but her gaze was cold and commanding as it left no leeway. Behind her, her reality passages fluctuated as shockingly, more and more began to appear as if they were locked away this whole time. The action she was taking now would be detrimental to her in the future, but she had to do this now, as if she didn't, she might as well not consider herself a worthy emperor for the age to come. With a cry of agonizing pain, a portion of her soul was decimated as thereafter, a shockingly obscene aura began to leak out from her, a maddening aura that no beings in the firmaments normally got their hands on. A maddening aura of power spread out from Empress Genevieve as Noah's enthroned figure watched on coldly, his eyes actually following prompts that had risen after his last attack caused a ruptured area of blank white space, an astounding achievement. You have released an attack capable of destroying the natural laws of reality as you approach a stage that only truly powerful existences can stumble upon. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality rises as there is much to learn from the re-establishment of natural laws after their destruction. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been increased by incandescent waves of light flashed in his eyes as a large portion of his will studied the blank white space that contained nothing. There might be benefits for him to obtain even there as a portion of his focus was also on the maddening light being released by Genevieve, where some might ask why he had not included her and Beatrix as targets for the ascendant reality sever. The memories and experiences of such an existence would be invaluable as anyone would rashly do whatever they could to even try and kill them, but Noah had not even tried. Whether he could have succeeded or not was not entirely known with the unpredictable nature and cards that could fall out of the hands of this being, but Noah did not even try. This was because he was waiting for something like what was happening at this very moment. Why would I get rid of you before you obtain your taboo nomological edicts once more? Yes, Noah had not touched Empress Genevieve yet precisely due to this, as he wanted this being to continue growing and reclaim her taboo concepts and whatever else she had hidden from the olden times, and he wasn't let down as she shockingly released an overpowering aura of a concept that seemed to cause the very surrounding natural laws of reality to tremble. Good. Noah's eyes were ridiculously bright at such a moment, as there was another thing that caused him to be happy, and that was the overabundance of loot that was flowing over his eyes, loot that was purely from ninth firmament existences as their blood and bloodline surged towards his throne to all go towards refining his physique. 55,495,725 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 55 seeds of reality are obtained, 76,536,947 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 76,530 evolutionary Kainos runic lines of ascendancy are obtained, 989 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 989 reality resource points obtained, 1,000 high-tier reality crystals have been obtained. There were no blood pearls in the form of loot, as all the true blood and racial bloodlines of these beings surged towards Noah in this starkly silent and eerie space, but the loot that was given. It was too wondrous. Seeds of reality, not shards, not pieces. But complete seeds of reality could be obtained from ninth firmament existences. Seed of reality, a rarely seen coagulation of essence into a perfect structure that allows for grand reality altering possibilities. A single seed of reality can be utilized to give birth to 100 billion cosmos, granting one the full number of cosmos to fulfill this condition of those seeking reality if their origins and souls are unshackled and can withstand the raging essence within the seed. A singular multicolored ocular seed that cascaded with stellar light could allow a being to forge all of their required 100 billion cosmos. So long as they weren't bound by restrictions like Noah currently was at 10 billion cosmos, so long as they had broken their shackles and achieved reality passages. And their souls were strong enough to bypass the shackles between the 8th and 9th firmament of ascendancy. Chapter 1637 Loot. Glorious loot. Noah had truly gained 55 seeds of reality as after affirmation from ruination. These wondrous forms of loot could also be quadruplicate, as it meant Noah could meet the requirements of 100 billion cosmos over 200 times if it was allowed, and all of this loot. Was before Noah even opened the glittering treasure chests, as just from his other abilities alone, there was still much more to come. The effects of absolute looter are applied, the flames and bloodlines of the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of Flame Spider Emperor, Obsidian Emperor, Bestial Draconian, Unshakable Beast, Mountainous Terror. Have been granted, the flames and bloodlines of the insuperable nomological edicts of, the flames and bloodlines of the quasi-insuperable nomological edicts of, quasi-taboo, insuperable, quasi-insuperable. From the 10 ninth firmament existences to fall, Noah felt over 300 quasi taboo nomological edicts and counting trying to surge into his soul, as the vast majority had to be pushed into the soul library first. This was because even as he continued to purge minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts to strengthen his soul through the throne of Arcadian tyranny, he was still receiving too many quasi-taboo nomological edicts at once, as his soul was still expanding and strengthening rapidly to be able to contain all of these concepts. But he continued to collect all of these wondrous loot while Genevieve was unshackling herself in his now verdant domain, watching with utter coldness as the strewn golden blood of 10 ninth firmament enders surged into His body for the purposes of refinement. Noah collected all of the racial bloodlines under these beings for 3 purposes of refinement. Except a single bloodline that stemmed from the only non-primordial beast killed in the past microseconds. The supreme tier bloodline of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human has been granted. OOM, his origin cried out gleefully as it collected the second pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. Leaving behind only 3 for Noah to seek, as he marveled at the information and uniqueness of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline while comparing it to the infinite willow trees. Noah's eyes landed on the dangerous bestial form of Genevieve and an entirely ashen Beatrix that was locked onto him. You have hidden yourself deeply, Alexander. The archaic voice of this empress from the olden times rang out as her aura continued to rise, billowing waves of a terrifying concept raging around her as she took a drastic action because of this being before her. Around her, one could see the shocking scene of 18 reality passages, far greater than before, as they ceaselessly pumped her with tremendous waves of inexhaustible essence. Tell me, what is more believable? The fact that you have always had power at the very peak of the 9th firmament of ascendancy since you met me, or you truly were and still are at the 7th firmament of ascendancy. Yet to break your shackles and you can already take down peak 9th firmament existences. Each possibility was more terrifying than the last. With Noah listening to the words of this terrifying being with a minute portion of his soul, as most of his focus was currently with his main body that had relocated multiple glimmering illusory treasure chests to appear before him in the cosmic Holy Land. The battle had ended with the death of all 9th firmament enders simultaneously, as Noah knew there would be a brief respite before the true danger revealed itself, with him wanting to use this time to increase his power as much as possible, as the solution now lay in the randomized bountiful loot from the resplendent treasure cache. So as time barely moved in the outside world, Noah's main body was looking at 5 dazzling illusory treasure chests that gave off a glint of multicolored light. But they mostly shone of wondrous rays of gold. All 5 were currently vibrating and pulsating with fervor as they seemed to be asking to be opened, holding boundless glory within, as Noah had chosen his targets delicately. 10 9th firmament existences had fallen under his ascendant reality sever, and he had utilized 5 of the remaining 8 chances he held to utilize resplendent treasure cache in his life. He had 3 other chances remaining, as this was the number his destiny advised him to leave behind, where he didn't even know when the next time would be that the count of resplendent treasure cache would be increased or even replenished. Previously, he had opened only a single cache from the death of the gazer, as he had received ridiculous things like a single olden orb of transmogrification, 10 reality jewels, flasks of life and death, a few blueprints of enlightened primordial relics. And more. But what would he be getting now that the target of these 5 resplendent treasure caches were 9th firmament existences? Now that the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor had been elevated to quasi-taboo, double empowered and corrupted, with a heart expectant of enormous glory, Noah gave the command as the first resplendent treasure cache was opened. OOM, like a golden gate rising, the illusory chest opened as rays of golden pillars bloomed with it, fantastical prompts beginning to bloom before Noah's eyes. 100 olden orbs of transmogrification have been obtained. 500 high-tier soul crystals have been obtained. BZZZT, boundless golden splendor rose and fell as glimmering ancient olden orbs were deposited into his expansive space, along with even more brilliant high-tier soul crystals. He had only received a measly number of medium soul crystals from the cache before, as today he received hundreds of high-tier ones, with the prompts continuing. 1,000 ascendant breaths of reality have been obtained, 100 high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures have been obtained, 1,000 ascendant flasks of life and death have been obtained, the quasi-taboo relic, dimensional war beads, has been obtained, the blueprint of the taboo relic, apex, has been obtained. Pure wonder was unfolding before Noah's eyes as he could barely contain himself when he received a quasi-taboo relic that stood above enlightened primordial relics and swayed generous enlightened primordial relics, but he was further taken off guard when he received the blueprint for a taboo relic. Apex, a gloriously fitting name that Noah was just now finding out exactly what it was, his mental waves fluttering with sheer wonder as bountiful information and prompts bloomed before his eyes, and this was still just from the first resplendent treasure cache. Chapter 1638. No need to hide. Bountiful loot cascaded out of the resplendent treasure cache as there were a great deal of things, the one most worthy of mention being a blueprint of a taboo relic by the name of Apex. Noah's mind focused on this and a few others to better grasp just what had landed on his lap. Blueprint of the taboo relic, Apex, a blueprint that details the formation of a relic normally wielded by those who have built their own realities and can oppose natural laws of reality without the utilization of the essence of reality. Its forging requires 500 ascendant breaths of reality, 500 naturally formed primordial treasures, a sui generis enlightened primordial relic, 1,000 reality moonstones, and 10,000 units of the golden sand from the dream dimension. More information on its uses can only be obtained once forged. Quasi-taboo, dimensional war beads, pulled from an unknown dimension. This pair of war beads grants their holder 10 base true reality damage values to all attacks and skills. They are extremely unique to come across as they were forged from 50 naturally formed primordial treasures, 10-dimensional crystals. There was no specification on the taboo relic apex, but the mere details of the quasi-taboo relic, dimensional war beads, were utterly disastrous for all of Noah's enemies. It granted a base of 10 true reality damage values to all of his attacks and abilities, as something like the Ascendant Reality Fireball that had 10 damage values could now display 20. It meant that once utilized through his Halos, it could reach upwards of 2,000 true reality damage values alone. The elevation of all other abilities worked the same way as in the Cosmic Holy Land. Noah waves his hands to call out the dimensional war beads, SHA, crystal and silver in color. A set of half-moon earrings with stellar spinning circles of reality at their very center could be seen, these earrings flashing out to instantly attach themselves onto Noah's ears as they look like minute flashes of light on him that one might not even see unless they were looking closely at him. He felt waves of new power course through the dimensional war beads and wrap around his soul, entirely changing his damage output and making him many times stronger than before, as he ascertained that resplendent treasure caches was the way to go to achieve what he wanted. The taboo relic apex was something he had to quickly find a way to forge, where he felt like he would obtain all the needed components quickly except two, the reality moonstones he didn't even know about, along with the golden sand from the dream dimension. He had only utilized his infinite dream to spread his will across realities so far, as he hadn't fully delved into the dream dimension himself, but this now seemed like something he had to do as he looked forward into the future. Very well, open the remaining resplendent treasure caches. BZZZZT, fantastical splendor shot out as pillars of golden light, for other resplendent treasure caches beginning to open and filling the cosmic Holy Land in the beautiful allure of loot. Only a total of 5 caches were obtained by Noah as he utilized the ability on the 9th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal human and the 4 strongest 9th firmament enders, but in his heart he knew he would be getting a chance to use this ability again very soon. As the rays of splendorous golden light rose to greet him with new prompts, we turn our gazes back to the infinitesimally small region within the vast realities where he and Empress Genevieve were staring coldly at each other. The body of this empress shone with shocking authority that at this moment fully finished its arrival after countless shackles were forcefully broken to retrieve it. When it fully settled in, an astounding change occurred on this being as Noah's eyes rose in surprise, gazing upwards to look at the illusory crown above Genevieve's head actually begin to solidify at this moment. A solidifying of authority that meant one had done something astounding enough to be considered a candidate emperor for the coming Kainos era. Noah had achieved his solidification of authority through making a bloodline comparable if not greater than those of the olden times, naturally gaining his candidacy as this bloodline was termed of the Kainos era. Now, Genevieve had done what she always knew she could achieve if she paid a high enough price, and she had paid this heavy price to extract an old concept as the achievement of a taboo edict while in existence was still in the firmaments of ascendancy. Was another method to obtain candidacy for the coming age of emperors. There were many methods out there, as each required one to be an astounding genius that stood out amongst geniuses, with Genevieve being simply a cheater who had already lived through an entire era before that things were much easier for her. Well, which reality is true, Alexander King? That you are in existence at the 7th firmament of ascendancy who can release the same level of attacks as a legend's visage? Her voice boomed out as her recent actions seemed to have caused her to regain her pride. Her lustrous white and black fur flowed like stellar rivers as her crimson gold horns forming the Ecriture madness pulsed with power, her solidifying crown giving her an overpowering new aura as whatever taboo nomological edict she had unlocked. It had come with its own unique bloodline that was undoubtedly identified as a Kainos Emperor bloodline. The figure of the injured Beatrix had her eyes flattering with fervor as she bowed towards Genevieve as if a subject was paying respects to their reborn queen. Noah watching this scene calmly as his black ascendancy halos began to pulse with activity, beginning to edge towards his body that was still seated upon the throne. I am that and more. But you my dear Empress, you disappoint me, rumble. His voice boomed out with even more majesty and grandeur as while surroundings with dense stellar vegetation, one could see his black ascendancy halos flowing towards him as if he was about to fuse with them. Chapter 1639. No need to hide. Noah's ascendancy halos had bloomed with activity once more as they truly seemed like they were about to fuse with him. Empress Genevieve saw this scene as her eyes turned entirely cold, her enraged voice ringing out, "I disappoint you? This is why you are going to obtain your true form now? Do you truly think you stand a chance to kill me? Do you dare make me your enemy?" The surroundings warped at her mere voice as whatever taboo concept she had unlocked that had granted her a Kainos bloodline was utterly dreadful, such a thing that only legends normally held, having shocking implications on the power of an existence and the firmaments of ascendancy that held it. At her words, Noah's eyes were shockingly tinged with more disappointment that only caused Genevieve to burn with even more coldness, his voice echoing out, "I had thought an existence that has lived. As long as you would have made sufficient preparations. That I could actually rely on your power to overcome the perils to come. But I was wrong, you do not even know right now that an even greater peril is coming. How can I not be disappointed? No, Empress Genevieve. Me fusing with my ascendancy halos to it is not for you." His words were akin to a clap of thunder echoing in the hearts of the souls of all beings nearby as Beatrix shuddered frightfully, the words being understood by her and Genevieve right away as their eyes became entirely somber while spreading out their auras to look around them. "It makes me both disappointed and happy. Because I also continue to affirm that my destiny is far above and beyond even someone like you to be able to sense the enemies who have not yet made a move even now. You all do not need to hide any longer." His words caused majestic waves of destiny to burst forth like a dam, his visage turning glorious and shocking while on his throne of unnamed tyranny as his ascendancy halos sank into his skin and fused with him. His eyes gazed upwards to a certain region of space that had absolutely nothing, but his astounding reserves of destiny and fortune told him of a confounding sense of danger there. His body danced with profound waves of essence as he began to transform. His maximum reserves of the essence of reality also stably stopped at exactly 100,000 after his achievement of being capable of entirely wiping out the natural laws of reality came to be. The blank white region currently trying to re-establish its natural laws as if one studied this and comprehended the weaving of reality itself. The benefits were boundless, but there were a vast array of existences over the countless ages of the past who could erase the very natural laws of reality and bring about blankness, but those that were able to comprehend something from this blankness were very few. Back in the cosmic Holy Land, Noah's main body also popped an ascendant flask of life and death as all of his resources and vitality were recovered, his body achieving the most optimum state as he had a full 100,000 units of the essence of reality to play around with. His soul felt pristine as with the fusion of the black tier ascendancy halos, his true sanguine clone began to undergo a transformation as pairs of wings made of pure light erupted from his back and flashed behind his throne. His eyes actually being met with a prompt at this moment that caused his mind to buzz. Under the fusion of your ascendancy halos, you can attain your true form that traces all the way back to your roots. Due to the remodeling of your body and soul when awakening your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, your true nature is what you choose. Possible true forms for you to select from are human, unnamed Kainos tyrant, Arcadian tyrant, Samsara universal origin, Samsara cosmic origin, pure-blooded cardinal royal human, pure-blooded cardinal royal infinite willow tree, destiny goblin emperor. A prompt that told him he could shockingly choose his own true form appeared as he sensed the profound essence of vitality around him from the transcendent plant kingdom. The choice this time around was natural, infinite willow tree, pure unadulterated splendor rose in cascading waves, the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline that was among the very few that stood at the peak among primordials. Just what quality did they have to trump even above pure-blooded cardinal royal humans? Today, Noah would find out. Shockingly verdant green essence proliferated throughout us from the throne of unnamed tyranny, countless branches filled with stellar colored leaves sprouted out, numerous and shining with pristine sharpness. They were attached to a single trunk that stably wrapped around the throne of unnamed tyranny, this trunk that all branches stemmed from being rainbow-colored and giving odd sparkling majesty that would cause others to unconsciously kneel. The domain that was already filled with vegetation and stellar trees growing from space proliferated even more, many light years becoming filled with blooming forests at this moment as at the center of it all, a dazzling infinite willow tree could be seen anchoring everything. With a rainbow-colored trunk and countless stellar branches that tore apart space itself stemming from it, a solidified crown enlarged and shone with utter splendor above it as one couldn't see the features of eyes or anything similar to a human, simply a tree, a stellar infinite willow tree whose branches continued to grow endlessly until now. You have taken the form of the infinite willow tree while fused with your 10 black tier ascendancy halos. All attacks and abilities are now cast with a single authority while in this form, allowing your base values and skills to obtain a multiplier of 500 to your true reality damage values and true reality defense values. As an infinite willow tree in your true form, you are further granted an additional multiplier of 250 to all abilities that increase true reality damage values. A shocking true form was taken while Noah called out domineeringly for the hidden enemies to reveal themselves. The boosts of this form alone making it so that the horrendous damage he achieved after 20 stack boosts of Sever. He could now more than likely achieve with a single attack, repeatable attacks matching those who had grasped a legend's visage. What did that mean for the level of power that he had achieved? Chapter 1640 merely a dead thing. The boosts from fusing with his ascendancy halos and taking on the infinite willow tree true form were explained, a multiplier of 500 to all cast skills and abilities, with an additional multiplier of 250 to any abilities that provided the true reality damage values. This alone was ridiculous enough, but it wasn't everything. There was then the infinite willow tree's form itself. Noah's consciousness was spread out in a fantastical fashion as he felt like he could see everything around him with even more clarity, even a semblance of the natural laws of reality becoming clearer. Wherever his infinite willow tree branches passed, he felt like he had utmost control in that area. As the most shocking, this was truly in the name of this bloodline itself, infinite. So long as he provided mana. The branches he could release were infinite as he could grow and expand to a shocking size. Whether this feature had a limitation or if it was truly as it seemed was unknown, but Noah would test the limits. The transcendent plant kingdom trembled as Noah's will spread out, his branches extending and multiplying even further with his voice coming out at the same time. You have hidden and watched all this time. Surely expecting us to work up more of a sweat against the peak ninth firmament enders. It seems like something very cowardly and weak, but hey, who am I to judge? The question is, how much longer do you plan to remain in hiding? His words were provocative as they seemed to be coming from all directions. Anywhere that his infinite willow tree branches were spreading out to, his voice could be heard. Silence reigned in the verdant domain, a deafening silence that seemed to reject the words that this unnamed Kainos emperor was speaking out, and yet his infinite branches weaved out with confidence, tearing apart space wherever they passed as they waited. Genevieve's eyes were also filled with seriousness and, as always, recently a sense of anger due to the ongoing actions. The silence didn't remain too long. Interesting, rumble, a single word, but it was filled with shocking power as in the next moment the area above the verdant domain split apart like a mirror, like a dazzling mirror shattering. This area broke apart one after another as in mere moments it reflected three reality-shaking figures behind it, wrapped in the veil and barrier of the mirror dimension. The watching existences revealed themselves with utter calmness and ease. It is truly interesting to come across an existence that can mimic the bloodlines of others so well. Noah's awareness shone with utmost splendor as he landed his awareness on the being speaking. Enormous in stature and grand in its visage, it was the archaic bird that he knew nothing about at this moment. Only that it looked regal and ferocious with its crimson stellar fur wrapped around it, and the dazzling illusory crown rotating above it, an illusory crown that was shared as a feature among its two other compatriots. One was a humongous unicorn shining with the allure of reality, and the third being was a fantastical eye with long spanning wings behind it shining with that lure of gold and white, olden emperors. Those were the enemies hiding in the dark. Utterly dreadful existences that Noah could sense were still in the ninth firmament of ascendancy, and yet at the same time, something about them felt entirely different from how he sensed Genevieve and the other ninth filament existences. Even in the shockingly robust memories of the Enders that he had just defeated, he could not find any information about the species, power, or faction that these three existences could belong to. And when he turned to the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor to utilize Premium Reader or its other abilities, he saw that these beings were shielded by a powerful force. What was even more shocking was the fact that the crimson gold bird had its eyes revolving with the austere silver light that controlled the barrier of the mirror dimension before them. The capability to interfere with the mirror dimension like this was something that very few existences in the firmaments of ascendancy could ever hope to achieve. And yet this being was doing this naturally as Noah gazed at them while continuing to speak out calmly. You have been watching and hiding this whole time. Will you shed this veil of cowardice and come forward to state your purpose now? His words kept their tyrannical demeanor while even Genevieve was watching the three figures above with extreme coldness, her eyes releasing a knowing light as her voice actually rang out to intercept before anyone else could speak. You fools were here for me, were you not? WAA, an archaic devil bird, a nine-reality horned unicorn, and an eclipsing celestial void eye. Such an assortment of failed emperors can only be collected from the archaic bestial grotto sanctum by a single fool that I know of. That has that coward Golden I become tired of the free grotto sanctums given to him by following the will of a ridiculous existence that he now makes it his job to send his lackeys after those seeking destiny. Rumble, her words carried shocking secrets as the revolving eyes of the dimensional archaic devil bird locked unto her with increasing intensity. For you to know of us and even attribute what you see to our master. You must have been truly someone special in the ages past. Its feathers flashed a splendorous radiance as its voice continued, yet look at you now, not even the visage of a legend surrounds you even when you used to be a legend in the past yourself. To the point that today, you will even fall to the hands of beings that have yet to achieve reality. How wondrous and mysterious the tides of destiny are. WAA, the impetuous words of an olden emperor rang out as Genevieve's eyes adopted stern wrath, in the past seconds, in the past day, and even now. Every single thing continued to anger her and test her limits. Someone like her. A past legend, a past emperor that used to reign over vast domains. It seems that I have been truly gone for too long. To the point that nobody even remembers me. BZZZT. Her figure began to crackle with astounding power, but the clashing wills of emperors were prideful as when they met, they wouldn't allow one voice to occupy everyone else's for too long. Why should you be remembered? A mere disaster remnant. A dead thing that should have remained dead, and yet you still latch on trying to find a future glory. A mixed species that cannot even stand a chance to regain her former glory. Why should you take candidacy in the coming age of emperors to just fail again? Chapter 1641. Merely a dead thing. Why should you take candidacy in the coming age of emperors to just fail again? Bold and domineering words rumbled out as after the dimensional archaic devil bird, the eclipsing celestial void, I spoke next. We will do you a favor today and strip the rights of candidacy from you and this anomaly here as well. The subject of Noah didn't seem understandable to even them, as he was actually termed an anomaly by these beings. Crack. Crack, as they spoke, the barrier of the mirror reality expanded further and further, seeming impenetrable to others unless they had a unique power to bypass it. Intense auras began to leak from the body of the dimensional archaic devil bird and the bodies of the 9 reality horned unicorn and the eclipsing celestial void eye. Noah and Genevieve heard the words as Noah simply absorbed them as information, while Genevieve's striking figure actually erupted in laughter, her rage hidden within being palpable. A mixed species disaster remnant? Me? Ha, laughable. BZZZT. The air turned cold. The verdant domain Noah had laid out this entire time instantly became tinged dark as from Genevieve's black and white furred body. Rays of intense darkness began to leak out. It seems that I have taken a side role for too long. As she spoke, her body splintered and cracked, golden blood beginning to flow as it seemed like it was an outer shell that was now breaking something hidden within and coming out at this moment. Very well. I will remind everyone just what a real emperor is. Hung, arrogant things like you used to merely gravel at my feet in the past. Today, I will teach you all to remember that. Boem, space splattered and broke as Genevieve's transforming form blazed forward. Her outer shell broke as revealed within was a pure white-furred creature who still held crimson gold horns that read out madness. Her head was more draconian, even though it was still filled with white fur, with her eyes wide and dazzling obsidian in color as rivers of reality could shockingly be seen revolving within these eyes. What was most unique was the fact that around this pure spotless white body, obsidian flames that melted space itself bloomed and began to rotate around her as these flames were made from runic ecritures. They burned bright as they seemed to be made of burning runic ecritures, each of these flames resembling figures of different races and species as all of them swirled around Genevieve's body while respectfully releasing hymns, as if the representation of these races and species within the black flames were those who paid respects to this being in the past, and now they were once more paying their respect as fantastical sound waves that seemed like hymns of profound respect rang out. The souls of those nearby coming under great pressure, the dimensional archaic devil bird, 9 reality horned unicorn, and eclipsing celestial void. I looked at the scene with slight surprise in their eyes. Could they have actually been wrong in identifying this existence? Their cold eyes remained the same as they watched this being thunder towards the walls of the mirror reality. There were unique creatures, so unique in their power and unique in their specialized abilities that one of these was the fact that they could interfere and manipulate the veils of the mirror dimension. This was something that very few had managed to do, especially those in the firmaments of ascendancy. Their enemies could release their attacks as much as they wished while they could simply remain hidden behind the veils of the mirror dimension. And the attacks of others could never reach them, but this was just one factor of their strength. The other factor was the feeling that Noah had been receiving every time he gazed at these beings. Yes, They were still at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, but they felt entirely different because they were at a stage far above any others. Behind the veil of the mirror dimension, space trembled as dozens of reality passages appeared behind these beings, each of them boasting over 15 reality passages. But this was not all, it was the fact that in the next moment, the eyes of the dimensional archaic devil bird flashed as a ray of dimensional light shot out from them and towards the rushing figure of Genevieve. Something shocking occurring wherever these rays of light passed, the space they tore across terrifically turned entirely white as the laws of reality themselves were torn. It was a sign of a legend's visage. This was the feeling of power that this being gave off. ROR. The 9-reality horned unicorn released glorious splendor from its shimmering horn as a pillar of incandescent light shot out from it as well. This attack also erasing any natural laws of reality wherever it passed as a blank white space could be seen left behind. The celestial eye blinked once as unseen waves of soul power barreled out, doing the same exact thing to the surrounding spaces through their attacks. Each of these three beings were confirmed to have all reached the state of a legend's visage. Their attacks were each actually over 20,000 true reality damage values at this moment as they all thundered towards a singular Genevieve that was actually unfaltering in her newly enacted form that was filled with pure white fur and the flaming figures of dozens of races paying homage to her. She spoke coldly to these attacks that could decimate any ninth firmament. Existence, scatter, a mere word, yet this word carried with it the authority of a newly unlocked taboo nomological edict. A concept that only those at the stage of legends could utilize, a concept that denied the very natural laws of reality themselves and was thus termed taboo. Against attacks that eradicated the natural laws of reality and a concept that entirely ignored them. What would the result be? Bohem. A shocking fantastical explosion rang out as Noah witnessed the results of this clash firsthand. As for what he saw, it was a cancellation. Blank white space bloomed as reality itself was shredded apart, ruptures spreading out as they tried to heal themselves ever so slowly. It turned out that while utilizing a taboo concept, one could effectively be considered to have attained a legend's visage as they could perform feats that could shred apart the natural laws of reality Judy like them. This was why Genevieve had retrieved a taboo concept no matter the cost. This was why at this moment, the two sides looked at each other dangerously without accounting for what the vibrant infinite willow tree still spreading its branches out endlessly was planning. Chapter 1642 You shall all perish. The eyes of the dimensional archaic devil bird released bountiful splendor as its voice echoed out. You have already recovered some of your core concepts. This makes things difficult, but still within reason for a disaster remnant. Why did your pride seem hurt? By being called a mixed species? Even with this new form that you have taken, it doesn't seem like any of the important pure species that I have learned of in the past, as I have to ask. Why does a thing like you carry so much pride? WAA, the words of all existences with the bloodline of emperors seem to be filled with pride and power, one side always trying to tear the other down. Emperors, we have to get a grasp on this word and exactly what it stood for, with it being given different respect within every age that passed. In history, eons have passed as with the turning of time. Many ages have come and gone as each age of emperors had its own distinguished existences rising and falling, those that still remembered. History considered the recent eons all part of the olden times, with multiple ages of emperors rising in this era as the last age of emperors was brought to an end by the being who had attained authority and aided in the splitting of the infinite realities. When this being ended the last age of emperors, he also effectively ended the olden era that had spanned countless years due to the drastic actions, as for many years after that, it was a time of calmness as if destiny was coiling and preparing this whole time, the calm before the storm. An accumulation of destiny and fortune over countless years occurred after the end of the past age of emperors and the olden era, as it all seemed to be in preparation for a glorious new age of emperors and an even more glorious era. The Kainos era. Yet during this period of time that was still a gap between a past era and a new one, astounding beings that had qualifications to be emperors rose. They forged astounding concepts that granted them illusory crowns or even connected to bloodlines of the olden times, similar to Noah's olden bloodline of Arcadian tyranny. They had the qualifications to be emperors, yet they rose at a time when it was not the age of emperors. Some were astounding enough to live for billions of years and survive to achieve reality as they were now greeted with the coming of the Kainos era and a new age of emperors, while others had perished in the river of time before even meeting this new era. The dimensional archaic devil bird, 9-reality horned unicorn, and the eclipsing celestial void eye were such existences who had obtained olden bloodlines at a time when it wasn't any age. But they now stared at two existences that represented the arrival of a new age. They had as their targets two existences that had solidified their crowns as they affirmed that a new age of emperors had begun. That the coming Kainos era was now being ushered forth as they had to get their hands on this destiny or be astounding enough to obtain candidacy on their own, as existences who had reached a legend's visage. This was actually not too hard, but then there was the fact that for them to walk the path of emperors, it had to be painted with the blood of countless other emperors. For one to obtain authority over any age, they had to have dominated and killed many candidate emperors to obtain their authority. The three existences that had grasped a legend's visage. They wanted to start on their paths today with these two candidate emperors as the sacrifice to begin painting their path. Genevieve stared coldly at these existences hidden behind the veils of the mirror reality. Why don't you come out of your veil? And I will show you exactly who I am if you were so young to not even know my form. Silence reigned as the two sides measured each other before erupting into a shocking battle. Each one had in their hands shocking capabilities that would cause any other beings to run in fear, their wills causing the very surrounding space to shudder. As amidst all of this, the infinite willow tree that had sprouted from the throne of unnamed tyranny released cascading waves of power as the spear of reality that had briefly disappeared during the transformation reappeared at this moment. It didn't come back alone, though, as it carried a vibrating light of crimson and gold that went on to bloom into the dazzling figure of ruination. You all do not need to be at a standoff, bzzzt, with a voice filled with unbound tyranny. Noah's endless branches surged forth as they covered countless light years in a mere instant. Its rainbow-colored trunk let off waves of splendor from its throne as all the surroundings were filled with verdant spatial vegetation that made this whole area seem like a mystical forest. The figure of ruination coming forward to grasp onto the rainbow-colored trunk of the infinite willow tree as her tiny body surged with bountiful essence of reality. Her emotionless face was firm and serious as she shouted out valiantly, "Yaa!" The instant her bellow reverberated forth, the numerous branches of the infinite willow tree that had spread out to cover countless light years to bring all of the present existences into their shadows glimmered brightly. These branches glimmered as in the next moment, their tips caused the fracturing of space akin to a mirror shattering. A glorious action that pulled upon the mirrored dimension and established something even larger than the wall that the dimensional archaic devil bird had enacted. Among the countless willow branches that had surged forth, some had gone on to touch the veiled wall of the mirrored dimension floating before the three existences as with their appearance. This veil fluctuated and very soon cracked away. "There we go, hung," the glorious voice of the unnamed Kainos Emperor echoed out. "No walls to hide behind, no dimensions to scurry off to." As he spoke, his branches continued to extend out as they saw the eyes of the three olden emperors very clearly. These beings had turned utterly serious with the shattering of the veil of the mirrored dimension, staring at Noah in a newfound light as they heard his voice continuing, "I do not know your history, and I've only glimpsed your aims here now. But just from the mere fact that you chose to turn your killing intent towards me and not just your target here today, this means I shall ignore whatever your origins are as today. You shall all perish, ruumble, a declaration, a statement from an emperor of a new era towards those who were still in the past era." Chapter 1643, The Obscene Ascendant Dimensional Essence Shards. The very veils of dimensions were torn by the unnamed Kainos Emperor as another newly enacted candidate emperor of the Kainos era looked at this scene with shining eyes. The two of them faced three existences that had achieved a legend's visage as the stage was set for the shocking battle. Far from this location, in the hidden veils of space that contained the infinite reality. An assimilation of prime realities was nearing an end. The effects of infinite dream were fully supplemented into the infinite reality as 100 souls returned. The last one pulling and assimilating a vast prime reality with many bountiful domains. The most powerful inhabitants of the infinite reality watched this scene as it was reenacted under the illusory light of Little Henry, where their souls were able to expand their comprehension by watching this phenomenon while also seeing the changes to their surroundings firsthand. The assimilation of the prime realities propagated an astounding result as the concentration of pure essence within the infinite reality exceeded all possible limits, multicolored seas of essence beginning to form and painting the countless stellar bodies in many universes, cosmos, and domains with an austere aura of a paradisiacal land. The figure of Little Henry was privy to all this as after reenacting what he saw, his little body felt a pull of destiny as he disappeared into the veils of space to leave behind everyone who was still dazedly staring at their changing surroundings. Little Henry crossed many light years in an instant while following this pull of destiny, his small figure coming out of the rifts of space to shockingly realize that he was outside of the boundary of the infinite reality and was actually staring at its bright and endless river that was far bigger than anything else he had seen. Beside him was the being that had tugged on the strings of destiny, Little Henry seeing the dazzling figure of a stellar being whose very skin shimmered of cosmos. "Father," The son, barely a few days old, paid his respects as he did something as shocking as leaving his reality by himself. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads, let me see your form. Noah spoke towards little Henry with a smile as he finished watching the expansion of the endless river of reality that was his home, his son's very skin beginning to change and taking on a similar form to him as a little boy whose entire body was made up of purple-blue stellar bodies covered by a hue of gold appeared. He seemed to be aging and growing up rapidly as he didn't look like a chubby baby from just days ago, devilish handsomeness already beginning to bloom already. This was the effect of interlinked royal lineage that was swallowed by Noah's quasi-venerable unnamed Kynos emperor bloodline, granting all of Noah's lineage his bloodline. As when one looked at little Henry, they would be able to see that his illusory crown was half solidified, half the candidacy to be an emperor of the coming Kynos era was granted to little Henry purely because of the actions and prestige of his father. It was an astounding reality as little Henry received information about it similar to his father, where he now looked towards him with utmost respect as he spoke. The vast realities hold countless opportunities, with chaos blooming out at this moment as primordial beasts start a war with primordials that have ruled for eons. Those that can make use of this chaos to rise are those who will rule in the coming era. So I wanted to ask you, my son, do you want to rule? Do you want to forge your own path in these vast realities? Noah asked a question that he knew an answer to, as the same blood of an emperor that flowed in his veins also flowed in his son's body. With our destiny, we should be capable of breaking past many restrictions and limitations, as what we can do is only limited to what actions we take. Since you have the blood of an emperor, you have the right to forge your own path, as I do not want you to feel like you have to remain under my shadow or even entertain the thought that you cannot exceed me. Waves of destiny circled the stellar-bodied father and son as their mere talk was something that would have astounding effects on the vast realities out there. Little Henry's eyes were absolved of any conflict as he looked respectfully at his father and voiced put firmly, I want to try. Seas of destiny bloomed and weaved out, a child of destiny. The son of the unnamed Kynos emperor. Such a being also chose to step out and make his own path in this coming age of emperors. Good. As far as I know, in any age, a single emperor can rise supreme and obtain authority. But this is yet another established norm and restriction that you should not let weigh you down, where you should do all that is within your power to seek your own authority. As Noah spoke, he waved his hands and caused the appearance of 10 seeds of reality, 20 olden orbs of transmogrification, clusters of reality crystals, ascendant flasks of life and death. And bountiful more loot that he was concurrently receiving as his main body continued to open the resplendent treasure caches. Elevate your destiny-based edicts to quasi-taboo to sufficiently protect yourself and your roots. Take Kazuhiko, Cthulhu, the Emperor Penguin. And any others who wish to explore the vast realities and forge their own path. In the midst of this war, you all can obtain many opportunities, as who knows how many emperors will rise within our little infinite reality. His words were utterly terrifying as after all the laid out loot, he waved his hands one last time to call out the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. An enlightened primordial relic was handed down to his son as seconds prior. Noah had received another transport-type relic from the resplendent treasure cache that exceeded this tier by a few levels. Little Henry looked at all of these things as he locked eyes with his father. Similar to him, little Henry and the others would send out their clones as they sought out the wonders and mysteries of the infinite realities and built their own paths. After being given so many things, it would be shameful of me if I cannot make something out of myself. Father, at the very least, I will bring you the origin of a legend in a few months, no, weeks, at most. The chubby stellar body of little Henry shone with luster as he spoke respectfully and with conviction. Noah nodded with a smile while patting his son's head, gazing out to the vast unknowns. There were too many things in the vast realities that even he could not cover. Too many bloodlines and realities. Too many treasures. It was time for those within his reality to expand their wills and seek these opportunities themselves, and his son would be at the forefront of it while his own will continued seeking for even more opportunities. His son would be another candidate emperor of the coming age of emperors, and who knew what the results of everything would be as this new age was ushered in? Chapter 1644 The Obscene Ascendant Dimensional Essence Shards. As little Henry came to a decision with one of his clones, Noah also conferred with his mom and his women on what they wished to do with other clones as his main body continued to be swapped by astounding things in the cosmic Holy Land. With the end of the first infinite dream and the ridiculous expansion of the infinite reality, Noah wanted to start the second infinite dream as soon as possible, but his main body could not slumber just yet. He was currently watching the beautiful golden prompts of the 4 remaining resplendent treasure caches that revealed fantastical opportunities. 10 random quasi-taboo reality jewels have been obtained. The sui generis enlightened primordial relic, adornment of the sinner, has been obtained. The quasi-taboo relic, iridescent reality, has been obtained. The blueprint of the taboo relic, pioneer, has been obtained. 500 olden orbs of transmogrification have been obtained. Shockingly bountiful prompts that foretold of too many surprises rose before his eyes as he gained enough olden orbs of transmogrification to birth 500 quasi-taboo nomological edicts and also obtained another blueprint of a taboo relic, since it only told him how to forge it and not what shocking specifics it would hold. Noah's eyes only breezed over its required materials and how hard it would be for him to forge it before he continued ahead. The quasi-taboo reality jewels were something like the reality nova jewel but even more dreadful, and there was a sui generis enlightened primordial relic that held a unique name, while the quasi-taboo relic, iridescent reality, was the reason Noah had passed down his serendipity of the cataclysmic reality to his son. Iridescent reality, a quasi-taboo transport-type primordial relic in the form of a mesmerizing reality. It has the capability to lay down anchors across all previously crossed regions and teleport to these regions without the use of any resources, and it can also traverse into common dimensions under the user's discretion. Features under the iridescent reality include a vast reality as a transport vessel for him to stand on. It contained wondrous features and capabilities that could even allow it to cross common dimensions that when Noah focused on this closely, he found the dream dimension and mirror dimension were the only ones listed so far, these being the ones he had encountered so far. As a part of his mind focused on these details, more prompts on the collective loot of the remaining 4 resplendent treasure caches continued to rain down. 3 ascendant dimensional essence shards have been obtained. The sui generis enlightened primordial relic, wand of the necro-wizard, has been obtained. 3,000 high-tier soul crystals have been obtained. The quasi-taboo relic, aegis of the warring emperor, has been obtained. 5,000 ascendant breaths of reality have been obtained. 800 high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures have been obtained. 4,000 ascendant flasks of life and death have been obtained. 20 consumable quasi-taboo relics, pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs, have been obtained. The blueprint of the taboo relic, fortress, has been obtained. It was just so beautiful, loot so wondrous and dazzling that one would feel immensely happy just from looking at it. Bountiful reserves of ascendant breaths of reality, another sui generis enlightened primordial relic, ascendant flasks of life and death, and a number of high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures that were many times more than what Noah had currently obtained in the explored regions of the Azure. Forsaken treasure reality, then, there were the new forms of loot he hadn't come across before, 2 brand new quasi-taboo relics, one that was shockingly a consumable and the other being a defensive one as Noah called out the aegis of the warring emperor, to grasp onto a brilliantly purple shield the same size as him. Golden runic lines etched throughout it as runic ecritures distinctly floated a few inches off this shield. Its material didn't seem like metal as it looked free-flowing and dazzling to the eyes, or one might even mistake it for a purple portal or rift with the way that it pulsed with essence. When Noah held onto it, he felt his body infused with bountiful power as his true reality defense values experienced a change, his eyes very quickly locking onto the description of this new loot and the others on the same stage as it. Quasi-taboo, aegis of the warring emperor, a purple shield born from actualized runic ecritures that were melded with many other materials. It is part of the warring emperor set lost in the rivers of time. It grants a base 20 true reality defense values to the wearer that is applicable to all cast abilities. The aegis was formed from 100 defensive runic ecritures, 60 naturally formed primordial treasures, quasi-taboo, pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orb, a dimensional bomb in the form of an unstable coagulation of essence that is capable of dealing 50,000 true reality damage values when activated and thrown out. A single microsecond exists during the time of activation as within that period of time run very, very far away. Quasi-taboo, ascendant dimensional essence shard, a shard from an unknown dimension that can be bound to a single skill. The bound skill is altered in such a way that it does not require any resource requirement to cast anymore. A ridiculous loot appeared on top of the entirely 2 ridiculous aegis of the warring emperor and the 20 pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs. The aegis of the warring emperor bolstered Noah's defense similar to how the dimensional war beads had bolstered his damage values, with the pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs being utterly disgusting by being bombs that could reach attacks twice as powerful as a legend's visage. Then, there were the 3 ascendant dimensional essence shards. Even Noah was speechless when looking at their details. Aren't they a bit too much? Noah turned introspective as he made a silent prayer for all of his future enemies, for anyone to have a bleak enough destiny to turn towards his direction if they weren't multiple levels above him. Such beings were too unlucky when Noah was getting his hands on objects like the ascendant dimensional essence shards. They seemed entirely too broken when one took into account the fact that essence of reality was such a limiting resource to all recent abilities and coming abilities, and yet these ascendant dimensional essence shards could actually overcome this on any skill they were placed on, can they? They sadly cannot be quadruplicate, master. Unique types of essence lie within that I cannot replicate. The voice of ruination rang out in Noah's behind just as he asked as he sighed in understanding. Even 3 of these shards were already dreadful as for how Noah would use them? BZZZT, his origin and soul underwater imperceptible changes the moment he called out a single circular crystal that swirled with a dazzling gray light. Noah's mind was already made up for which skill would get its resource requirements nullified at this moment as the others would follow later. As for what ability was altered? His enemies were about to feel it the most. Chapter 1645. Merely an impetuous genius, you? Do you truly believe you can be the cause of us perishing? WAA. In the verdant domain filled with stellar plants, the authority of the olden emperors carrying the will of an important personage rang out, defiantly and with disdain replying to Noah's assertion that they would perish here today for aiming their killing intent towards him. The disaster remnant I can understand and accept the boastful words of a she had history and has been a genuine legend countless years past. But you? An unknown existence that has merely attached onto a single unique aspect of the firmaments to barely near our levels. A mere nobody like you dares to claim dominance over us. The luminous revolving eyes of the dimensional archaic devil bird spun dreadfully as 30 golden ascendancy halos bloomed from it, the same scene repeating itself on the glorious bodies of the 9 reality horned unicorn and the eclipsing celestial void eye. The golden halos were uniquely surrounded by bountiful white runic ecritures and threads of fortune and destiny that gave them a mesmerizing light. The mirror-like domain around them trembling as the singular eclipsing celestial void I spoke next. In many ages of the past, existences like you with a slightly bountiful destiny have tried to crawl up the hierarchy. Having an abundant destiny and believing yourself to be higher than all others as you think that means a direct path to authority. This is a falsehood we shall help you correct today. Foundation trumps everything. And even though you shield yourself well with the few concepts you have comprehended, I can see that you are a very, very young soul. Had you hidden yourself and developed more quasi-taboo concepts or even tried to forge taboo concepts? Had you given yourself just a few millions of years strengthening your soul? Paired with the unique aspect of unlocking the authority of black tier ascendancy halos, you might have truly stood a chance at becoming a reigning emperor whose name would be spread far and wide. But, BOM, waves of austere majesty exploded out as after each of their 30 golden ascendancy halos were released, something shockingly outside the norm occurred. Their halos didn't go towards fusing with their bodies. They terrifyingly shifted towards the other blooming golden halos as in a shocking fashion, the ascendancy halos of these 3 beings began to fuse with each other. You let your astounding destiny get to your head. You believed yourself and your destiny to be more triumphant than the fact that others before you have lived for billions of years longer and built a foundation that you cannot even compare to. Had you quietly used the little accumulation you've built to break past your restrictions and forge your reality passages, formed another 20 black tier ascendancy halos, truly reached the 9th firmament of ascendancy and touched upon the veil of reality like us. Even I would be fearful of you then. But the current OU who is merely filled with potential. I have seen many like you fall because of your inflated egos and your impatience that simply cannot control itself, wanting to be under the limelight as quickly as possible. WAA, past emperors planned well and bid their time for countless years before they finally erupted with their foundation and placed everything below their feet. You chose to do the opposite and simply revealed yourself much too early. One would think it was still the eclipsing celestial void I still talking, but its voice had shockingly begun to resonate with the dimensional archaic devil bird and 9 reality horned unicorn as these beings began to flicker from corporeal and incorporeal. As this occurred, their voices seemingly merged into one as they caused the very surrounding space to tremble. That is why your name will not be known. This is why you will become another astounding genius among the bones of many other dead ones just like you as you just cannot seem to get the idea of patience cemented in your bloated destined brains. You will merely be lost in the ravages of time as a memory of nobody among other countless nobodies. Their words finished as the bodies of the 3 beings turned into particles of light that cascaded together to form a singular being, similar to what the 9th firmament enders had done, but what they were doing was something far, far above that as a shocking aura began to bloom. Genevieve's cold eyes gazed forward seriously as Noah. His figure as an infinite willow tree shimmered with immense light as his will solidified around him, showing the illusion of a devilish smile full of dominance. Me? A nobody, his words came out in a seemingly pondering fashion as the transformation of the three powerful existences neared its end. The pride of these past emperors accused Noah of foolishness and impatience as their undeniable wills thundered down the judgment that he would amount to nothing in these vast realities, that he didn't have the judgment of a true emperor. Had he moved with haste? Had he not made preparations, just from the mere fact that it was a clone indistinguishable from the original standing before their eyes now? Noah very well understood that he had made sufficient preparations. As for hiding himself and waiting millions of years before coming out, what need have I to lie in hiding? Does that seem like the demeanor of a true emperor? Rumble, his bloodline churned as if it seemingly agreed with him. His soul being strengthened passively as he was the same being that was even sending his few days old son out into the vast realities after confirming his protection with 20 orbs of transmogrification to birth 20 quasi-taboo nomological edicts. He had been exploring the vast realities even before he attained such a level of edicts, as he cared for his son so much that he gave him 20. Was he truly someone that did not prepare and think ahead? The answer was no. His will exploded out with power even as the glorious aura from the three fused olden emperors spread out. He trusted in his destiny. He had already conferred with the dictum emperor and his other concepts. He knew it would be perilous. But as always, the most opportune moments came with perilous. He would gain things that would be equivalent to billions of years' worth of effort by other beings in mere moments. We shall see whether I am an impetuous genius. Or whether you all are simply cowards that will never amount to much even with billions of years of history. Chapter 1646, Illusory Legend. The wills of the different emperors clashed to subdue each other inherently even before the battle fully bloomed, as neither side gave in. Noah let his own will be known as at this moment, the shocking action of fusing their ascendancy halos that the dimensional archaic devil bird, 9 reality horned unicorn, and the eclipsing celestial void I had taken bore fruit. The form of a terrific creature whose head was a dazzling golden crimson eye with a curved horn extending out at the very top appeared, this horn pointing to an enormous illusory crown above. Behind it, 30 dazzling reality passages could now be seen as they pumped down endless essence that other beings would explode from just accepting. This wasn't a result it could achieve by itself. Only through this fusion, its two front limbs of this creature were morphed into long-spanning wings, while its back limbs were pillars of flames, its body reminiscent of a fusion of a four-legged creature and a winged one, as it was half filled with golden fur and half filled with crimson feathers. As to top it all off, 10 pairs of aurora wings erupted from its back. What was most astounding was that this abomination had something extremely striking that caused Beatrix, who was protected behind Genevieve, to turn utterly ashen. This striking feature also caused Genevieve's eyes to turn somber as Noah's awareness only watched out emotionlessly. It was an illusion reality. Rumble. The uniform voice of three beings into a single one rang out as the head of the creature that was entirely an eye opened to release a dreadful light that ruptured the surrounding natural laws and caused white rifts to spread out. The most astounding feature was actually the fact that from head to toe of this existence there was the unforgettable scene of an illusory reality releasing glorious splendor. We saw the battle prior, where you seemed to show more and more strength as time passed. So for taking care of the two of you efficiently, we have taken not just our strongest forms, but we even collectively pooled everything together into a single body. There will be no sudden jumps in power during battle. No surprises or shocks that catch anyone off guard. There will only be your deaths. This is what preparation and resolve from an immense foundation that has only been built up for millions of years looks like. In a shocking turn of events, the three beings that were already terrifying fused with each other into an abominable creature that shockingly displayed an illusory reality across their bodies. Did this truly mean what it stood for? Genevieve turned towards Noah's position as her experienced eyes saw many things, flashing with coldness and ingenuity as she sent him a mental message before seemingly deciding something huge. So? You have been boasting this whole time of your destiny being greater than everyone else's. Do you think you can escape your clone being killed by an existence imitating the will of a genuine legend, or will you lose a portion of your authority here today? Her words were exceedingly cold as Noah had been expecting them, replying with ease while watching the terrifying being about to move above them. Are you contemplating your own survival with me included in your calculations? Are you seeking help without asking for help? I can survive just fine. It will merely require me to unlock a few more things that I do not wish to do right now. Coldness remained in Genevieve's words as she continued. Is this not what you were waiting for? Is this not why you didn't aim your attack towards me? Noah had his own destiny, but Genevieve also had her own vast destiny and intuition as she finally saw through some things and caused Noah's will to release a devilish smile. Good, you are finally catching up, as this may not be disappointing after all. Two newly born Kainos emperors against three olden emperors fused into the false will of a genuine legend. Let's see what the results would be. Unseen waves of destiny weaved out as the figure of Genevieve flashed, the dense stellar vegetation of the transcendent plant kingdom making way as she came to float beside the radiant multicolored infinite willow tree that had its branches spread out everywhere. The existence that had formed an illusion reality looked at this coldly as it even spat out dreadful words. That's cute, WAA. The will of a legend is undeniable. Even if it is a false one like this. For taking care of any disaster remnant and an impetuous little genius who believes he is above all. It is more than sufficient. Utter confidence and surety was filled in the words of this being that was the accumulation of three others who had lived for extremely long periods of time, beings with immense foundation and preparations that individually, they were already at the stage of a legend's visage where each of their attacks could easily surpass 20,000 true damage values. What about now when they fused together and displayed the false will of a legend? You should have hidden for a few more years before coming out. Kid, with boundless contempt and resolve, the body of the illusory legend moved and pressed down with a force to crush everything, an undeniable force that when Noah did the calculations it amounted to a bit more than 100,000 true reality damage values, undeniable. It tore across the dense stellar vegetation as it didn't even try to break the veils of mirror reality Noah had made through ruination all over the domain, straightforwardly going towards him and Genevieve to wipe them out. Noah's soul felt immense calm and serenity as everything he had felt with his destiny came to be, an unavoidable threat that he had to face head-on or his clone would perish along with a significant portion of his authority. A threat that would also pave the way towards something grand if he overcame it. All he had to do was be capable of withstanding 100,000 true reality damage values that this being would be emitting out with his attacks, on his origin and soul. He had the dimensional war beads and aegis of the warring emperor equipped as his skills achieved enhancers of 10 and 20 true reality damage and defense values respectively, whereafter he laid out his resource shields, auras, and the runic ecritures of defense on his soul that each had different skills with a range of 5 to 30 values. He could shockingly achieve close to 30,000 true reality defense values with his stacked shields and auras, but this would not be enough. Chapter 1647 Illusory Legend. Even after he overlaid all of his defensive shields and auras among other things, he could only multiply them with the 500 multiplier and achieve a total stacked defense of 30,000 that he could replenish every microsecond if it was broken. But this was not enough to withstand more than 100,000 true reality damage values that would be raining down every microsecond. So Genevieve was taken into account as with her unlocked taboo nomological edict and her being capable of dispelling the attacks of these three terrifying beings before, she should be capable of defending a range of 20,000 to 30,000 true reality damage values, that left over 50,000 damage values from this terrifying being for them to stop. Or they would be turned into mere meat paste of stellar lights. This was why even now, Genevieve's expression was somber as her will was ready to tell her soul to rip apart more restrictions forcefully. But she waited just a few more microseconds as her will was directed to Noah, the one who had been most calm even amidst everything. He should have accounted for many things, as what else could he pull out? The surroundings fluctuated in a wondrous fashion as from the dense stellar vegetation beside the infinite willow tree, the auras of two more existences rose, with spinning solidified crowns and adorning the austere forms of samsara cosmic Tao origins. It was two more true sanguine clones that had taken different true forms. Noah's main body was the one that held all authority, with his clones being capable of accessing this authority as they called out the authority of the ascendancy halos he could wield. His two other clones pulled on this same authority and fused with it, attaining their true forms with differing boosts from the infinite willow tree. As this was Noah's answer to how he could overcome this terrifying situation. A question was posed as to where Noah's remaining true sanguine clones would be some time back. If one clone wasn't enough to withstand the damage, Noah would simply have two more by his side, as this was exactly what he did. The bodies of the two newly appearing true sanguine clones were truly too mesmerizing, as every part of their bodies represented clusters of cosmos, seemingly like a moving and breathing cluster of cosmos had come to life as the two moved like circular stellar bodies while already surrounded by all the resource shields and auras possible. Their defenses were also even greater than the first true sanguine clone in the firm of the infinite willow tree, as you have taken the form of the samsara cosmic Tao origin while fused with your 10 black tier ascendancy halos. All attacks and abilities are now cast with a single authority while in this form, allowing your base values and skills to obtain a multiplier of 500 to your true reality damage values and true reality defense values. As a samsara cosmic Tao origin in your true form, you are further granted an additional multiplier of 250 to all abilities that increase true reality defense values, the same base 500 multiplier to all values, but it didn't have an additional 250 multiplier tacked on for damage values, as the form of clusters of cosmos actually granted an additional 250 multiplier to defense values. It meant their defensive capabilities rose an extra 10,000 from Noah's infinite willow tree clone as they reached a bit over 40,000 true reality defense values. Fucking ridiculous, hung Genevieve cursed beside him as she saw the two new entrants with the same shimmering solidified crown, stopping irrevocably, hurting her own soul as her body lit up with countless rulers of realities ready to defend against the illusory legend coming down to wipe out everything. It truly was ridiculous, as just to maintain one's true form, immense units of mana and essence of reality were required, as Noah's expenditure currently was 3,000 units of essence of reality every microsecond for all three clones. It was an expenditure others couldn't bear, but he had ascendant flasks of life and death ready if ever his essence of reality dipped lower than 10,000. His preparations were done. Everything on his side was complete, as now all that was left was to watch the fruits of his labor. I told you that I do not want surprises and sudden change of events. OOM, the booming voice of the illusory legend hammered down along with its will, its head that was a giant golden crimson eye pointing down and releasing a dreadful light that formed into a sharp spear that could end thousands of realities coming down even faster. Damage exceeding 100,000 thundered down as Noah's three clones and Genevieve defended. YAAA. The infinite branches of the willow tree shimmered as they wrapped around everything with incandescent barriers, the true forms of two samsara cosmic Tao origins dazzling with brightness as they also brought their stacked defenses nearby. Genevieve released dozens of glimmering reality rulers to wrap over all these layers of defenses as within a microsecond the terror thundered down. Bzzzzz, an apocalyptic impact echoed out as astounding whiteness bloomed. The natural laws of reality were torn asunder as they stretched out for light years. The will of the illusory legend coming down, breaking through many layers of illusory rulers cast by Genevieve and shields and aura called out by Noah, until just a few barriers that could take on a bit over 10,000 true reality defense values remaining, and this terrifying figure bounced off of these remaining barriers. HONG, a fantastical glimmer of light flashed in the next second as all the broken resource shields and auras bloomed again as more illusory rulers from Genevieve bloomed out, paving way for a fantastical reality as with four true forms each capable of laying out attacks of a legend's visage defending. They had actually withstood an attack against an illusory legend, merely an illusory legend. Rumble. Three voices from Noah's clones came out in synchrony as the eye head of the illusory legend flashed sharply in the area where white space was trying to reform its natural laws. Chapter 1648 Improbable. Genevieve observed the impact thoroughly as she filled the reality rulers she sent out with the pristine authority of a taboo concept that ignored the natural laws of reality themselves, and she shockingly saw that she was only capable of withstanding 30% of the damage coming down from the illusory legend, as the other 70% was all taken by the ridiculous existence before her, who seemed to be capable of freely calling out two other bodies. Such a thing as expenditure of resources exists, you know. Her experienced mind identified the impossibilities this being was showing this whole time as she heard him mock the rebounded existences freely while each of his three bodies released an astounding ray of light, merely an illusory legend. WAA. The disdain against an existence that had given itself a false reality. Genevieve let these words sink in as she didn't correct Alexander at this moment. If he developed the wrong mindset on what the power of legends was, then so be it. Legends were not something that could ever have the word merely attached to them. Their power against those in the firmaments of ascendancy was akin to a dragon and the earth and sand that such a creature could stand on. They weren't even on the same plane of existence. If they wanted to step on those in the firmaments of ascendancy, those beings could only be stepped on. The so-called illusory legend standing before them, it was only something that three peak ninth firmament existences on their way to forming a reality could imitate. It barely had 1/20th of the will of a legend, as they were not comparable. Survive this. And I will show you what the visage of a true legend actually feels like soon enough. WAA. Her cold eyes moved as her pure white furred body bellowed out, her own attacks filled with a taboo concept blaring out as they struck back against the illusory legend. Ascendant reality sever, an ability that should cost Noah 1,000 units of the essence of reality along with trillions of units of mana, and yet when he cast it from three true sanguine clones simultaneously, it cost him utterly nothing. This was because an ascendant dimensional essence shard had been utilized on this ability, as the resource cost for it was utterly nullified. So an ability that now had a base true damage values of 40 due to the dimensional warbeads could be cast and kept active with no restrictions as when one thought about its chaining feature and progressive increase of damage with every chain. A killer skill capable of tearing down anything with sufficient time was born. His infinite willow tree form had a 750 multiplier for his damage values, as this meant 30,000 true reality damage values for the first strike of Ascendant Reality Sever, with its progressive strikes becoming horrifically deadlier as on the 20th chain. Its damage would be further increased by 20% as 20 Ascendant Reality Fireballs would also be triggered along with multiple Reality Novas, Ascendant Reality Fireball. That now had 20 damage values due to the dimensional warbeads meant that each one would explode with 20,000 true reality damage values, as 20 of them would deliver a force in the hundreds of thousands of true reality damage values. It was utterly ridiculous and something that shouldn't be possible. And the 20th chain would be within 20 microseconds, as if Noah's calculations were accurate. This battle should end even before the 20th chain was reached, and this was if one only accounted for a single Ascendant Reality Sever. This was because there were also his two other clones in their Samsara Cosmic Tao origin forms who could release slightly less potent attacks due to their 500 multiplier to damage values, but it was still a base of 20,000 true reality damage values from Sever as when one thought of 3 Ascendant Reality Sever rays smashing onto them and chaining onto their bodies over and over again with their own Ascendant Reality Fireballs. It was a true nightmare that would be experienced by a few beings today, after withstanding over 100,000 true reality damage values from a single attack of the illusory legend with the help of 4 existences at the stage of a legend's visage. The counterattacks flew out and smashed onto the figure of the illusory legend with fervor. Boom! White space bloomed as the fusion of 3 existences felt the reality rulers that Genevieve spammed hit a natural defensive barrier of authority surrounding it, as this transparent barrier only fluctuated, with the 3 sharp rays of vacillating realities each dealing even more shocking damage that caused its natural barrier to fluctuate dangerously. But at the end of it all, you cannot break past my defenses. Which means this battle is over after I break past yours. WAA. After the attacks landed, the illusory legend prepared to release multiple ultimate skills when all of a sudden, the extremely fast rays of vacillating realities that should have hit its transparent shield and faded seemingly returned to chain onto him again with even greater ferocity, along with even more bountiful rulers of realities filled with the authority of a taboo concept. BOM. They exploded out with an even greater force as multiple Ascendant Reality Fireballs that were bloomed out, the tens of thousands of additional true reality damage values from Genevieve's rulers of realities going forward to cause the single eye of the illusory legend to frown. The collective damage was actually more than double the first strike, as specifically, the ones causing the most damage were the 3 rays of vacillating realities that its caster shouldn't have been possible to progressively release such an attack as a mere legend's visage in just another microsecond, the cost of resources alone being too much as to release such strikes. The origin of the being casting these abilities should be drained by now. Truly impetuous, your resources will dry up before you can even defend against the next attack. Cataclysmic Firma, BZZZT, before the words of this being finished and his ultimate ability rolled out, its singular eye had opened wide as it sensed within a short time span of a microsecond. The same 3 rays of vacillating realities came back to chain for the 3rd time. Each ray of Ascendant Reality Sever released 3 Ascendant Reality Fireballs, as each of them exploded out with 20,000 true reality damage values that when all 9 exploded at once, OM. The ruptured white space that was shredded of the laws of reality cried out as merely on the 3rd chain of attacks. The innate defensive barrier surrounding the illusory legend trembled unstably. Chapter 1649. Improbable. Improbable. This was the first thought that rang out in the collective mind of the illusory legend as the scene before its eyes truly was an improbability. Any ability with such a high damage output had to come by through great means, and such means should not be available through the hands of the being currently casting them. But what was happening now was a culmination of events, concepts, and abilities that had been prepared for quite some time. With everything erupting all at once to cause the current reality-altering battle. First, the concept of the Sanguine Emperor had to be wondrous enough to allow for clones of a single body to carry even more power than that body itself, being so unique that the authorities of ascendancy halos of the main body could be called upon and utilized by the Sanguine clones as if they were their own persons. Then, sufficient resources had to be available for all these clones to be supplied to take their true forms, as another wonder was the tier of ascendancy halos themselves being black, even though there were no taboo concepts to cause it. Through the improbable authority released by these halos and the ridiculous reality that the existence who held them actually had enough resources to do what he did, a ridiculous multiplier was achieved for all his cast abilities. Then there were the abilities themselves that only came to be due to an inflated loot quantity and quality from the concept Resplendent Treasure Emperor, causing the birth of reality resource points that made way for a Keystone Ascendant skill tree which contained ridiculous reality altering skills. It was these skills being utilized right now, as only with all of these different factors in place did we arrive here at this moment in time, at a moment in time where an existence that was the accumulation of three wills and had lived for billions of years found himself saying the words improbable, as all those factors coming together and causing this to happen just weren't feasible. Boom, and yet it occurred. Before the illusory legend could even release a second attack after the first one, his surroundings were shredded into blank whiteness as this glorious figure was actually knocked back. With his whole body from head to toe shining with an illusory light of a reality, he was actually knocked back by the attacks of an existence that had yet to break the shackles of the seventh firmament of ascendancy. Even though there was the essence of a taboo concept also smashing onto its innate barrier of defense and eating away at it, the major work was done by the three clones of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. After the third chain of attacks, the fourth chain arrived, as it came with even more astounding ferocity that didn't even allow one to pause for breath. Billions of years of planning, accumulation, and foundation. The booming voice of the unnamed Kainos Emperor rang out from his three clones in unison as the voice revoked the past words of the dimensional archaic devil bird, 9 reality horned unicorn, and the eclipsing celestial void eye that had tried to impose their wills and tell him that he should have hidden and built his foundation, that he was too impetuous of a genius, that he would die here because of his impatience. The infinite branches of the willow tree surrounded everything as the enormous body of the illusory legend smashed into them. The fourth chain of 3 ascendant reality severs thundering out at this moment. The collective mind of the illusory legend buzzed as with its origin lighting up with essence of reality to defend against an improbable attack that truly did not add up. Its senses blared out with even more, as in the fraction of a microsecond, it was able to observe the ridiculous source of danger as hidden among the countless branches of the willow tree that it had been thrown back into. There were 10 glimmering purple-blue crystals the size of cosmos that pulsed with obscene danger. 10 pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs were activated at this moment to land along with the fourth wave of chained ascendant reality severs, as it was an utterly devastating attack where the explosion of the pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs alone would total 500,000 true reality damage values. Obscene, disgusting. That was the only way that this move could be described, as in the next moment, a shocking explosion followed by a huge bellow resonated out. A roar of disbelief and extreme pain, as this moment had to be broken down in its fraction of a microsecond that it occurred in. A dreadful force of essence filled with pandemonium and ether along with the authority from an entirely different dimension had exploded out as instantly. The innate boundary of defense that was built by the illusory legend was shredded to pieces. It was only then that the fourth chain of ascendant reality severs landed along with the authority of a taboo nomological edict, as unbelievable and simply incredulous bursts of damage rocked the target at that moment. Damage so horrendous that the false image of a reality that the three fused beings had achieved was torn apart irreparably, as in the next moment, the single illusory legend body could not remain the same anymore. Blank whiteness spread through as the nearby laws of reality quickly tried to reform and come back together. The image of three bodies screaming in disbelief while being torn apart from a single body being seen with clarity at this moment. In that microsecond, it felt like time had come to a stop. Golden rivers of blood of olden emperors flowed as silently. The infinite willow tree branches returned and collected these rivers of blood while activating the single high-cost skill under Noah's arsenal that required 20,000 units of the essence of reality. It was hematopoietic progenitor, but this wasn't seen by everyone. They only saw the split-apart bodies of the illusory legend back into the forms of dimensional archaic devil bird, 9 reality horned unicorn, and the eclipsing celestial void eye, as these three beings felt the full tyrannical will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor release from the nearby willow branches, his voice thundering out as he let them know which of their wills would reign supreme. In the end, fuck your foundation. The booming voice of the unnamed Kainos Emperor rang out just as the fifth chain of ascendant reality severs arrived, multiple vacillating realities exploding out as the chain of attacks released true reality damage much similar to the 10 pandemonium-infused dimensional ether orbs onto the three olden emperors, eradicating any part of their souls that they had so effortfully built the past billions of years. BOM, Chapter 1650, Extracting the Bloodlines of Olden Emperors. There were the infinite rivers of realities. And then there were grotto sanctums and fantastical dimensions that very few could explore. the bloodlines who had managed to reign control over grotto sanctums and fully explore dimensions gained tremendous opportunities, with one of the singular forces known by all powerful existences remaining the primordials. At this point in time, important personages throughout the bloodlines under them were targeted as some perished, but an even larger amount showed their prowess, with some individuals even skipping levels to take down powerful parties of primordial beasts. The primordial beasts had an edge in the beginning due to their timing, as many prime and emerging realities perished, but then the reigning will of the primordials moved, from the primordial temples, from the grotto sanctums. Specialized existences that had never been seen by the eyes of others moved out as the primordial beasts and the many other bloodlines they had managed to get in an alliance with for this attack. They began to be reminded just why primordials still reigned as golden. Blood began to flow with even more ferocity, in a certain region that had a small cluster of prime realities. Known as the Pure Lands, where multiple of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines frequently moved around, in this place was actually a major target for the Enders and their bloodline allies, as a major force of hundreds of ninth firmament primordial beasts and other allied bloodlines had led legions of beings in the firmaments of ascendancy to wage a great battle that had already destroyed some of the prime realities here. Yet at this point in time, austere quietness prevailed, as not a sound of battle could be heard. What could be seen were seas of crimson gold blood that had coagulated from countless existences in the firmaments of ascendancy, those responsible for this being a small legion of important personages adorned in pure white robes. Their robes were pristinely white while being free of blood, each of them vibrating with immense power and innumerable flashing reality passages, as they were all at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. The ones in the lead at this moment were in their human forms as they stared at the endless seas of crimson gold blood forming, a particularly distinct being that stood out with an air of superiority and a solidified stellar crown above his head, speaking out at schemes, plots, and plans. In the grand scale of power, none of it means much. Devilishly handsome features of someone fairly young could be seen on this being, with his body uniquely showing an illusory reality flickering in and out of existence. He stood at the forefront of a small legion that had eradicated hundreds of ninth firmament existences and all their legions, as another white-robed existence came forward to speak to the candidate emperor of the Kainos era at the forefront. "Sire, we have received another distress call." This being nodded languidly as he waved his hands, the small legion behind him coming to attention, as with his eyes releasing a luminous light of an emperor. This being commanded out, "Let's go," hung, a brilliant white flash of light wrapped over the small legion as it disappeared towards another location. This legion being just one of the many dreadful weapons that primordials had sent out, it was a legion of specialized powerful existences from the core power of primordials, existences that made up small but powerful forces, as they were known as primordial adjudicators. When they made a move, realities wept as the souls of their enemies would not see the next day. In another location across the vast infinite realities, dazzling rivers of reality could be seen interweaving with each other in a majestic fashion, as they seemed interconnected, endlessly circling a vast space that blazed with an incandescent golden light that was vaster than the size of thousands of realities. Within a core location of this golden space, encircled by many realities, hazy condensed golden seas of essence permeated the surroundings, similar to the changing environment of a certain anomalous reality. And in a unique area of space that spanned for countless light years, one could see an enormous round shape that they could mistake for an astounding circular reality. Yet this humongous mass glimmered with a vibrant authority reminiscent of realities themselves, as it was actually a prestigious creature that opened its eye at this moment, a singular mass of a vast eye countless light years large in size. Its figure was shrouded by a hazy golden light, as all of its features could not be fully made out. But this eye released shocking reverberations of mental waves at this moment, as an ancient voice could be made out from them. "Perished? Against a mere disaster remnant?" Freewebble.cm, OOM, astoundingly vast pillars of destiny erupted out with the ancient voice as bursts of information flowed towards it, its entire body becoming enthroned by mystery as the voice continued to ring out, "No, not the disaster remnant. Who exactly?" BZZZT. More waves of destiny flew out as this being had just locked onto the complete perishing of three astoundingly powerful olden emperors in the firmaments of ascendancy that were sent out, and a shocking authority of taboo nomological edicts swirled around him as due to some unknown means. It was actually hard to grasp the identity of the offending party. Interesting, it was actually difficult. The authority of the disaster remnant is actually masking them also, the same reason why the identity and location of the disaster remnant could not be pinpointed, as even this being could only pull on strings of others to ascertain that such an existence would be getting besieged in a certain location. A similar sort of shielding seemed to now be covering the identity of the offending existence who had wiped out wool-bearers. A veil seemed to exist that would have normally cut off all traces, but the being in question peering through was still the Olden Emperor of the Golden Eye. His authority raged out as his authority spread out to cover vast destinies and distances, searching for any traces that could match or link the identity of the offending party. The authority covered everything as it even delved into the destinies and databases of many bloodlines, eventually flowing into the database that was the primordial blacklist. Oh? The will of the Olden Emperor of the Golden Eye was pulled towards a string of destiny that seemed closely similar to the one it could not grasp near the disaster remnant, towards a name on the blacklist that had yet to make major waves, Osmont, WAA.